a world sharply divided by class, between those with magical abilities and those without. In this world, a lovely girl lives a peaceful life with her father in a remote countryside. As she grows up, she gradually awakens memories of her past life, accepting her fate as an ordinary person, and desiring a tranquil life with her father. However, when a crisis strikes, she discovers that her father is actually a duke concealing his identity, and he is also the strongest swordsman. Follow this captivating journey as the father and daughter duo stage a rebellion, overthrowing the king's tyrannical and discriminatory rule. A pretty little girl with silvery white hair and ocean-colored eyes lay in a comfortable cradle, waving her hand at the man in front of her. Gently lifting the child into his arms, the man with hair the exact same color as the child thought to himself that she was a little angel. He was Enoch Rubinstein. That was his first thought upon seeing the child, who looked just like him. The child seemed very close to him and appeared comfortable being held in Rubinstein's arms. The man was completely bewildered by the child's adorable appearance. He wondered, could she possibly recognize me as her father? It was an irresistible pull, a sacred blood bond. Perhaps it was also love. As his finger was grasped by the child's tiny hand, Rubinstein felt a warmth more genuine than ever before. A faint smile flickered across his icy face, and his gaze towards the child softened. Why, Enoch could not understand why he felt this way. Like other ability users in the Empire, this child was born purely out of the obligation to continue the family line, like a horse bred for mating. He thought he would not feel anything, that there would not be any emotional fluctuations. This creature should have been nothing more than a small thing sharing his bloodline. A child destined to grow up and become an ability user, a noble. And eventually, a soldier, a hound of the royal family. Thinking about his own experiences, and the fate of children in this world, Enoch's face darkened. A fear washed over him, forcing him to make a momentous decision. No, I can't let her live like me. Enoch leaned down and touched his daughter's soft, small face. Then, that night, as the dark night became the perfect cover for secret actions, a figure in a mysterious black cloak left the base amidst the ruined, smoke-filled battlefield. Holding the child tightly in his arms, Enoch murmured to his daughter, "You know, I can't let you live this blood-soaked battlefield life, my daughter." So he decided to escape this place with her, knowing that the distant future would be full of difficulties in concealing their identities. Just then, another figure appeared behind him. A familiar voice startled Enoch, "Are you running away?" And with the child, the woman who had just appeared and asked the question was Selena. She was 20 years old and the child's mother. Selena sternly asked Enoch, "What are you thinking?" Enoch remained silent for a long moment, then hugged his daughter tighter than ever. He replied in a soft voice, saying that he did not want to raise her the way he had been raised. Selena was not surprised by this answer. She sighed and said, "She is my child too." Yes, this was their biological child, but her birth was more like the fulfillment of an obligation than the crystallization of some vague love. After a moment of contemplation, Enoch suddenly suggested, "Then let us leave together." This proposal startled Selena. She seemed unable to believe that these words were uttered by the man before her. A moment later, Selena gave a sarcastic, bitter laugh. "Haha, I did not expect you to be so reckless. We are born, destined to die," she said, stepping closer to Enoch and his child. As an ability user and a noble of the Empire, this child is no exception. Looking at the beautiful face before him, Enoch was momentarily at a loss for words, because what she said was the cruel truth. Meanwhile, Selena's voice continued, "Even so, I understand how you feel. Having a daughter really makes us think differently." Thinking that Selena had come to stop him, Enoch gritted his teeth, determined not to give up. But Selena's next words shocked him. She turned away and said, "Go." He stared at her back in astonishment, not expecting Selena to compromise and let them leave. A myriad of emotions in Enoch's heart turned into one last sentence before saying goodbye. "I plan to head to Xenon, but I am not sure if we will stay there permanently." From a barely perceptible angle, a gentle, sad expression appeared on Selena's icy face. She whispered, "All right, good luck." And so, on that day, the Empire's only swordsman, Enoch Rubinstein, completely disappeared. That was the story from 7 years ago. 7 years later, time had easily erased everything and caused the name Enoch Rubinstein to gradually sink into oblivion. In a small, pretty house in a peaceful countryside. A man with jet black hair entered the room and gently called, "Good morning, my princess. It is time to wake up." A pretty little girl with silvery white hair lying in bed raised her hand to rub her eyes and whined, "5 more minutes." Her coquettish appearance was incredibly adorable, but she was eventually woken up by her father. "You have to wake up, it is time to brush your teeth and have breakfast." The one wearing a cute jetty fruit-patterned apron, holding kitchen utensils in his hands, was James Brown, the super domestic dad. Carrying the still sleepy child in his arms, the little girl insisted that she was not hungry, but Brown smiled and coaxed, "Come on, I made your favorite scrambled eggs. Extra delicious, just for you." Hearing that, the sleepy girl took a deep breath to smell the aroma wafting from the small kitchen. Then she immediately changed her attitude and shook her head. "Not just chicken and eggs, I also smell broccoli." Brown was taken aback that her nose was so sharp. "Ah, I said I do not like broccoli. I can't believe it." Faced with his daughter sulking, James had to continue coaxing, "My princess, Lilith, just 2 pieces of broccoli today, okay? If you eat it, your afternoon snack will be chocolate and apple jam macarons." Thinking about the delicious macarons her father made, Lilith's mouth watered as she wondered, "Are you trying to bribe me with chocolate and apple jam macarons? Do you think I will fall for that?" she angrily retorted, but eventually succumbed to her craving. "Okay, just 2 pieces of broccoli." Observing his daughter's rapidly changing expressions, James could not help but feel speechless. All right, so she is the type to fall for this kind of trap. Being carried by her father, Lilith thought to herself, "What is 2 pieces of broccoli?" Then, her gentle father placed a good morning kiss on her soft, white cheek. "Who is Daddy's sweet little angel?" The girl's name was Lilith Brown. She was 7 years old, and a child with a rather special secret. As she grew up, she gradually remembered memories of her past life. Currently, Lilith was enjoying peaceful and happy days with her father. James was a very good father and a great cook. 7-year-old Lilith Brown began to recall her past life memories around the age of 3, and now, at 7, she remembered everything completely. Everything felt like a surreal and strangely realistic dream, including the fact that this world belonged to a fantasy novel she had read in her previous life. In her past life, she was not. Right, she was a graduate student. Why would not a graduate student be human? To be honest, that life was not suitable for humans. So, at the blooming age of 25, Lilith died from overwork, staying up all night writing her thesis. Her thesis title was, "A Study of the Nature of Social Reform Employed in Speculative Fiction and Fantasy Novels, the Dose Rebellion." She had been so stressed about that thesis that she was even reborn into the world of the novel. Before all her past life memories returned, Lilith was no different from an ordinary child. Even now, after remembering everything, her previous life remained blurry unless she deliberately tried to recall it. Subconsciously, Lilith found herself completely integrated into her current life. So, even though she could think like an adult, her childish dislike for broccoli remained unchanged. While she was still grumpy about the 2 pieces of broccoli, James brushed her hair and asked, "What hairstyle do you want today? Bunny ears or princess style?" Lilith sighed, "Dad, should I tie my hair myself? A ponytail will do." After styling her hair, James put his hand on her shoulder and said softly, "All right, princess. I need to go to the market today, so please go play at the neighbor's house. I will tell Ms. Susan." Hearing this, Lilith asked, "Why, can't I go with you?" James shook his head and stood up. "Not for now. There are scary soldiers wandering around out there recently." Hearing his explanation, Lilith became even more curious, because such things had nothing to do with a child like her, a child who did not have any abilities, not even a tiny bit like manipulating shards of glass. But faced with her reasoning, James remained firm. "Still not safe. It is dangerous." In fact, with her past life memories, Lilith understood clearly. The scary soldiers her father mentioned were elite, soldiers from the Imperial Royal Army. They had come to this rural area, hundreds of miles from the capital, to search for ability users. In the world of the Dose Rebellion, where Lilith was reborn, people were divided into 2 groups, those who could use magic, also known as ability users, and those who could not, known as the powerless. Ability users could live with the title of nobility and receive preferential treatment. However, this world also had a hierarchical pyramid where individuals were discriminated against based on their abilities. Wars occurred frequently, and ability users were often sent to places of conflict. In this story, even the main characters were brutally killed. Ordinary people, or the powerless, could not even become supporting characters in this novel. Lilith concluded that she and her father were such people. Ordinary brown hair and eyes. Even the name was very common, James Brown. Clearly, he was an ordinary, superfluous passerby character. While eating her broccoli, Lilith suddenly said, "But I quite like it. Being born ordinary is a great blessing, is not it?" Hearing her words, James became confused. He asked her, "What do you mean, honey?" Lilith just smiled brightly and replied, "This world is scary. I like living a simple and happy life with you, just the two of us. I am happy." Her thoughts made James fall silent for a moment. After a while, he reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling. "Yes, as long as I have my princess, I am happy too." After leaving his daughter with their neighbor, Susan, James waved goodbye with a pile of firewood on his back. "Please take care of Lilith for me today. Princess, I will be back soon." Sitting in the neighbor's house, the orange-haired husband put a pile of acorns on the table while telling the story of Lilith's father. "At first, I did not even know he was your father. A young man suddenly came to the village in the mountains, living quietly and not speaking to anyone, as if carrying some untold story. There are many people with such stories in this world." Susan, the neighbor's wife, continued, "Then one night, your father came looking very pale. He was holding a newborn baby in his arms. That baby was you, Lilith. It was a clear, moonlit night. The young man named James had completely lost his usual calm and indifferent demeanor, becoming anxious and panicked as he hurriedly told his neighbor, 'I am sure she is not sick, but she won't eat. She must be very hungry, but every time I try to feed her milk, she screams and cries.' Faced with this situation, the neighbor decided to check on the child. Let me see. After taking Lilith from her father's arms, she realized the problem. Oh my, so that is it, haha, the poor thing is suffering. Come inside quickly. A moment later, inside the house, Susan brought out a bowl of fragrant liquid food. She explained that it was baby food, and she had mashed some apple and banana and mixed it with baby formula. She can eat it now. Following the neighbor's instructions, a very tense and serious James slowly fed the baby a spoonful of food. At first, Lilith seemed hesitant, but after tasting it, she immediately began to eat with gusto and joy. It was not a big deal. Even though she was over 5 months old, she had only been drinking pre-mixed milk. Perhaps because she was tired of it, she had endured her hunger and expressed it in her own way. The neighbor laughed heartily and continued, "After that, he became very kind. Every time my husband and I appeared from afar, he would run out to greet us. He often gives us a lot of chopped firewood, too. He must have been very confused because it was his first time raising a baby, so after that day, he always asked and learned more about everything he needed help with." Hearing these stories about her father through the neighbor, Lilith could not help but exclaim, "He became a house husband just like that." Suddenly, the neighbor laughed, looking at the cards in his hand. "Haha, I won this time, kiddo." "Checkmate, haha," he said, placing his cards on the table and then happily gathering all the acorns. However, Lilith's small hand stopped him, along with her voice, "Wait a minute." "Hee hee gotcha." With a smile, the adorable child gently revealed all her cards. Lilith triumphantly won and took all the acorns, looking smug. "Let us play again tomorrow. I always welcome a challenge." After a fun day at the neighbor's house, Lilith decided to say goodbye and go home as evening approached. "Thank you, Auntie and Uncle. I had a lot of fun today." Holding a basket of laundry, she told her neighbor, Auntie, you should go back. I will do the laundry." Susan was surprised. "What? Why are you doing the laundry? Just leave it." Faced with her aunt's confused look, the girl cheerfully explained, "I will do it so my dad does not have to do it himself after he comes back from the market." The child's filial piety and adorable appearance deeply touched her neighbor. "Oh dear, what an angelic child with a heart of gold. Then I will do it before I leave. These are the clothes that need washing, right?" The neighbor wanted to help Lilith finish the laundry, but the little girl dodged to the side and shook her head. No, you can't. Dad's underwear is also in here." Hearing this, the neighbor blushed and gave up, letting the girl do the laundry herself. Oh my goodness. Carrying the laundry basket, the little girl's tiny feet walked step by step along the grassy path. Actually, her father did not like her secretly doing the laundry, but Lilith decided to continue anyway. In her previous life, she was an orphan. The only memory she had of a benevolent guardian was her current father. Despite his young age, he took care of her himself, changing her diapers, feeding her, bathing her, and everything else. Day after day, the importance of her father being by her side from such a young age, as their bond formed, meant a lot to Lilith. Lilith told herself that she would try to grow up quickly and repay her father with filial piety. Dipping the clothes into the cool stream, Lilith sighed softly. The life of an ordinary person is so peaceful. I wish every day could be like this. However, in this world, a powerless person like her was not even considered human. Life is a bit poor, but compared to my past life, nothing can compare to this. When a better world is established, I will simply enjoy a good life from then on. Reincarnation is wonderful. While the little girl was lost in thought and finishing the laundry, the sudden sound of hooves from behind startled her. Ha! Horseshoes in the village. Turning around, Lilith saw countless figures on horseback approaching. They looked at her coldly, casting shadows over her small face. The surrounding air became strangely oppressive and silent. On the clothing of the horsemen, Lilith saw an imperial insignia, recognizing them as the Imperial Army. A blue cloak, are they the Dos Holy Knights of the Empire? As she stared in bewilderment, the man leading the horsemen glanced down at her. He had vibrant purple eyes and jet black hair. Suddenly, he gave an order that stunned Lilith: seize her. Despite her attempts to resist, her small body was no match for them. The knights used a glowing stick to lightly touch her, causing Lilith to feel a sharp pain and cry out, "Ah, it hurts." Seeing this, the knight muttered a report: she is an ability user. Seems she really is Enoch Rubinstein's daughter. Lilith was dumbfounded by their assessment. I am an ability user, is there some mistake? But the lead knight confirmed it, saying that it was obvious just by looking at her. The girl struggled. Please let me go. But the knight held her firmly and coldly asked, where is Enoch Rubinstein? The unfamiliar name made Lilith unconsciously reply, who is that? But a second later, she froze, repeating the name Enoch Rubinstein in her head. Why is that name appearing now? Lilith was startled to remember it was a name from the novel The Dos Rebellion. He was the commander of the Dos Knights, the strongest military force in the story. A Dos Holy Knight, a swordsman, and a duke. The strongest character in the story. In his youth, he lost his young daughter because of the royal family, and one day, he sharpened his sword for revenge. At that time, he adopted another main character, Cheshire, as his son. Enoch Rubinstein was one of the two main characters. So this knight is looking for Enoch Rubinstein and his daughter. Based on this information, this seems to be before the events of the original story begin, meaning Enoch Rubinstein's daughter must still be alive, right? But Lilith wondered, what does that have to do with me? Never mind. She stopped struggling and turned to speak seriously to the knight. Hey, wait a minute. You have made a huge mistake. And first of all, I am dizzy, the blood is rushing to my head. Can you put me down? As she spoke, she used her dramatic acting skills, leaving the knight bewildered. But it gave Lilith a chance to carefully observe his face. A knight with black hair and blue-violet eyes. There seems to be a character who looks like this. But who is it? Lilith could not immediately remember, but she also recognized her dangerous situation, so she put those vague thoughts aside. Sitting securely on the horse's back, Lilith asked the knight, you are talking about Enoch Rubinstein, the duke who is also a holy knight and a swordsman, right? Silver hair and blue eyes. Although the child's tone was strange, the knight nodded slightly in confirmation. Hearing this, Lilith pointed at herself and said loudly, I might look like that person because of my silver hair and blue eyes, but my dad's name is James Brown. Not Enoch something. Dad said my hair and eyes are like my mom's, who left home a long time ago. The clear explanation from a small child was truly remarkable. The black-haired knight paused for a moment and could not help but praise her. You are well educated, kid. While Lilith was still unsure what would happen next, a very familiar voice called her name. Lilith. The voice was filled with panic and shock. The girl quickly turned to the side and, seeing the approaching figure, excitedly called out, Dad. Seeing his daughter captured, the usually quiet James held a stick in his hand like a sharp sword and shouted, "What are you doing? If you do not want to die, put my daughter down." Her father's aggressive attitude made Lilith tremble. She panicked inwardly. "Dad, are you crazy? Don't you know who these people are? Speaking disrespectfully to a high-ranking noble is grounds for immediate execution, and you are threatening to kill them." "Oh my God, my dad's lost it." Thinking this, the girl clasped her hands together, trembling as she tried to make peace with the knight. "I am sorry, my dad can't live without me. I think he has just temporarily lost his mind. If you can forgive him, I will be eternally grateful. No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary citizen of the Empire. He is a 27-year-old single father living in a mountain village, struggling to make a living by gathering wood and hunting, with his daughter." Lilith hurriedly explained their circumstances, but the knight's eyes were fixed on her father. Suddenly, the black-haired knight tossed Lilith to a subordinate. Then he walked towards Lilith's father, causing the girl to scream in terror. Please do not do anything to my dad." As he approached, the black-haired knight suddenly smiled and said, "It seems those things are not true." Facing him, James held the stick like a sharp sword and coldly questioned, "Why are you here? Let my daughter go." Hearing this, the knight replied seriously, "Enoch Rubinstein, the Emperor requests your immediate return to the force and the fulfillment of your duties." Lilith continued to try to explain, completely bewildered by the situation. No, I told you, my dad's name is not Enoch something." But despite her cries, the black-haired knight continued to speak words that made James freeze. "It has been 7 years. Isn't it time to stop this? You know better than anyone. According to Pavilion military law, deserters are executed immediately. Until their whereabouts are confirmed, they are considered fugitives and classified as Class 1 criminals. However, the wise Emperor has respected your past contributions and your abilities. Despite violating military law, no arrest warrant has been issued against you. Your title and assets have not been confiscated either." Lilith listened to the knight's words in a daze. "Wait a minute. Why is he saying things I do not understand at all?" Accompanied by the confusion in her heart, the voice continued. "Until now, all your illegal actions have been overlooked, and we have been waiting for you. It is time for you to return. Disobeying the Emperor's orders means seeking death. Once again, I will relay the Emperor's words." Standing opposite Lilith's father, the knight's eyes became mysterious with a faint purple glow. He emphasized, "Enoch Rubinstein, return to the force and fulfill your duties from this day forward." Silently listening for a moment, a sarcastic smile appeared on James's indifferent face. "Heh. The Emperor's words are still so flowery. They were before, and they are now." Her father's words immediately made Lilith almost pee her pants. "What? Whose words?" "The Emperor's." "Oh my God, mocking the nobility and insulting the royal family. Dad, you have really gone too far." Not understanding her daughter's worries, James continued, "Isn't it time for the Emperor to be more honest? He simply wants to keep the kennel empty for his dog to return, right? This is not good." Lilith thought she needed to stop her father and escape before things got worse. She immediately bit the hand of the knight holding her. He unconsciously let go of her in pain, causing her to fall to the ground. Under her father's gaze, Lilith hurriedly ran towards him. But before she could get far, another hand grabbed her. James shouted angrily, "Damn it, let her go." Lilith tried to calm him down while reminding him, "Oh wait, Dad, please be quiet." Then she turned and apologized awkwardly to the knight. "Hoo-hoo, I am sorry. Sir, I am sorry. I am really sorry. Please spare my father's life." Tears streamed down Lilith's cheeks. She thought sadly, "Why does that Enoch person look so much like me?" She sobbed and pleaded with the knight, "And actually, I know about Enoch something. I will check everything. I am sure he is hiding somewhere. I will even help you find him. So please spare my dad's life, just this once. I will go with you. I will go, please, I beg you." At this moment, as if sensing something, the knight's face suddenly changed. He held Lilith and quickly turned around, looking towards her father, James. Instinctively, Lilith also looked at her father in a daze. But more surprised than ever, strange energy continuously emanated from his body. Lilith asked herself in a daze, "What is that?" Her eyes widened in shock as she saw her father's appearance gradually changing. Light enveloped his body, and his dark brown hair gradually turned silvery white. In an instant, he transformed into a stunningly handsome man with silvery white hair and deep blue eyes. Lilith's heart seemed to stop beating as she witnessed the scene. The 27-year-old single father living in the mountain village, who raised me alone. James, is that really him? The 27-year-old single father living in the mountain village, who raised me alone, James. Could that really be him? It was the same knight who had been carrying out the orders. This man only seriously carried out his duties under the command of the black-haired knight. Before Lilith could react or think much, an immense energy exploded in front of her. The intense power and those sword strikes easily pushed the black-haired knight back. Enoch Rubinstein's cold voice rang out, "Disobey and die. He must think that is a funny joke." "And how do you plan to control me?" As Enoch spoke, he brandished the old weapon in his hand, creating sharp sword trails. The black-cloaked knight could only struggle to defend himself. At this point, Enoch Rubinstein roared, "How dare you touch my daughter?" His overwhelming aura and powerful killing intent made the black-cloaked knight grit his teeth and endure. There was even a small wound on his face caused by the previous sword energy. At this critical juncture, the knight holding Lilith put his sword to her neck and threatened, "Stop right there, Enoch Rubinstein. Surrender peacefully and come with us. Then your daughter's life will be spared." Seeing this, Enoch stopped attacking in alarm and anxiety. He called out to his daughter, then looked at the knights with disgust. "You are using my child to threaten me. The holy knights are truly laughable." Hearing this, the black-haired knight slowly bent down to pick up his sword and said, "We are merely carrying out the Emperor's orders. His Majesty has commanded that Enoch Rubinstein be brought back, at all costs." Hearing that familiar name again, Enoch coldly shook his head. "I have abandoned that name, and I have no intention of living under the royal family. Tell that to your master." The black-haired knight's face darkened, and he growled, "I am not giving you a choice. This is an order." His sharp sword moved closer to Enoch's neck. The anger and frustration in Enoch's heart ignited and exploded. Energy surged through his arm. However, it was all stopped by the knight's threat from behind. "If you want your daughter safe, stop now." The chaotic situation and oppressive atmosphere infuriated Lilith. She yelled, "All right, wait a minute." To summarize the situation, my father, whom I thought was an insignificant character, is actually the hidden main character, Enoch Rubinstein. Well, then I am part of his story. In other words, according to the original story, he lost his daughter because of the royal family and then plotted revenge against them. And in this world, he is taking care of that daughter. Is this real? Everything was clear now. Since she already knew the plot, Lilith had only one choice. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, she suddenly looked up, smiled, and clapped her hands. "Of course, if it is the Emperor's order, we should obey. Dad will be returning to the knights today, right?" Her sudden change of attitude stunned everyone around her. Later, in their house, Lilith threw a tantrum on the floor. "I look like my mom, I look like her. Why did not you tell me? Why? Enoch sat tiredly in front of his daughter and apologized. "I am sorry, my little princess. I am truly sorry. Even with 10 mouths, I have nothing to say. But, my daughter." He paused, then suddenly smiled smugly. "Who do you take after to be so clever? You thought so quickly in that situation. Thanks to my princess, we have bought some time." "Ha, they are such fools. Did they really think I would go back once they release the hostage? As long as my princess is safe, I fear nothing. Now, hurry up and pack our things, let us run," he said cheerfully as he packed their belongings, while Lilith remained silent, thinking, "Wait, is this really happening? No matter how you look at it, he looks like nothing more than a foolish villager. He probably only looks scary because they threatened to harm me." With that thought, Lilith said she wanted to talk to her father. She spoke seriously, "Don't run away. Let us go back to the Empire together. Dad, please return to the knights." Enoch was taken aback by this suggestion. Looking directly at her father, Lilith continued, "I want to live with pride. I want to go to the capital with you. I will enroll in the Ability Training Academy and receive my ability user insignia. After all, I am an ability user too." Enoch was completely startled by his daughter's clear words. He asked seriously, "What are you talking about? How do you know about the academy and all these things? Lilith stammered, saying that the neighbor had told her. But Enoch was shocked. Why would the neighbor know about those things, and why would he tell a child? What was he thinking telling you about this? What was he thinking when he told you about this? Although there were still many questions and confusion in his heart, Enoch's expression softened. He silently looked at his daughter carefully, then placed his 2 hands on her tiny shoulders. Lilith, listen carefully to what I am about to say. The truth is, I always knew this day would come. Fearsome people like those outside had to come looking for us. Even though I knew it for a long time, I still decided to run away 7 years ago. Because I really did not want you to grow up as an ability user. The life of an ability user, or the life of a noble, may seem very glamorous, but what outsiders see is not the whole truth. In the Pavilion Empire, ability users are treated like royal nobles. Depending on their rank and expertise, they are granted titles, own vast lands and countless gold coins, and have the right to command obedience and compliance. But these glamorous privileges always come with undeniable obligations. They must become the swords, shields, and scepters of the empire. They must sacrifice their lives to serve as members of the Royal Elite Federation. In a country where every day is a conquest of monster hunting, the Elite Federation is constantly deployed to the battlefield, no different from glorified war slaves. Ability users are both nobles and warriors. Soldiers and mages spend almost their entire lives on the battlefield, and the battlefield is a very scary place, my daughter. The friend I greeted just yesterday died, and was brought back on the same day. When I buried him with my own hands, I wondered, who will die tomorrow, and how much longer will I live? Lilith, I am really scared. I do not want you to live a life like mine, a life where you have to face death every day. Life and death have become so commonplace that we have become numb to it. Lilith, the day I first saw you 7 years ago, when you were just born, was the day you became my whole world, and the warm sunshine in this cold life. I can't bear the thought of losing you. His voice choked with sobs as he hugged his little daughter tightly. Lilith gently patted her poor father's back. She told herself, Father, I understand you more than anyone, and I also want to fulfill your wish. But, if you do not go back, this country will collapse. Yes, Enoch Rubinstein absolutely could not stay in this village. In principle, he had returned to the Knights to avenge his daughter. Adopt the male lead, Cheshire, planned to embezzle 9 billion from within the Knights, and start a rebellion in this country. Because, about 10 years from now, all ordinary people would die. Recalling the events that unfolded, Lilith could not help but feel a chill down her spine. The royal family had carried out widespread genocide against those without abilities, a true genocide against those without magic. The only person who could stop it was her father. But if she ran away from here with him now, then he would not adopt Cheshire, the male protagonist, and of course, he would not be able to start a rebellion against the royal family. And then everything would fall apart, and innocent civilians would die. Yes, because she knew everything, Lilith could not live like this forever. She could not hide and watch this country collapse, countless small lives falling into misery. The little girl made up her mind and looked up at her father. Dad, do you want me to live a life on the run? Enoch shook his head weakly, troubled. It is not like that. But you said you wanted to live a simple life with me, just the two of us. Lilith pouted and turned her head away. Well, I changed my mind. Her attitude puzzled Enoch, who had to ask, what do you mean? The little girl widened her adorable eyes and said clearly, ability users are nobles, right? And I am your daughter. So, I am the most powerful noble, right? I can eat macarons every day, wear dresses and bows, right? Lilith used her adorable, coquettish charm and her sparkling eyes of hope to persuade her father. If everything would go according to the original story, she thought she should use her previous life's memories to accelerate the development and meet the male protagonist, Cheshire, sooner. She had to ensure the rebellion would succeed. Lilith told her father, I want to be a noble. I want to be a real princess. We will go back, and you won't have to chop wood so hard and sell it at the market anymore. And I won't have to wait for you to come home all day. Also, I won't have to do laundry. Enoch retorted, I told you that you do not need to do laundry, but you still do it anyway. Suddenly, Lilith stood up abruptly. The little girl saw that her acting cute was not very effective, so she would change tactics. She silently apologized to her father in her heart. Actually, she did not want to act like this, but there was no other way. Lilith shouted angrily, "Why did not you tell me? Why?" Enoch was clearly stunned by his daughter's anger. "Why did not you want me to live as an ability user? What if I want to live as an ability user, as a noble? You did not even bother to ask my opinion, and decided on your own." As she spoke, the little girl sobbed. Sure enough, Enoch, now worried, hurriedly tried to soothe her. "Oh, my princess," but Lilith resolutely dodged his embrace. "I do not want you to be the only one who calls me that. I really want to be a princess. I am not your daughter." Enoch's eyes widened when he heard these words, as if struck by lightning. He exclaimed in panic, "What did you just say?" Lilith cried as she pointed towards the vast world outside. "I am not James's daughter. I will be Duke Enoch's daughter. If you do not want to go, I will ask those uncles out there to take me." Her strong words left Enoch completely speechless. Finally, faced with his boundless love and heartache for his daughter, he had to compromise and give in. "All right." Sitting in the carriage, looking at her house, Lilith sighed softly. "My beloved house, full of childhood memories. I never thought I would have to leave like this." Now, she could confirm that her ordinary country life had truly ended, drawing a perfect full stop. Next would be the distant future. What awaited Lilith from now on was a cruel world. The carriage drove smoothly on the village road. Little Lilith leaned against her father's strong arm and dozed off. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly, causing her to pitch forward, but thankfully, Enoch caught her in time. "Lilith, are you all right?" The little girl shook her head, saying she was fine, then looked curiously out the window. "Dad, what is that?" At this moment, the black-haired knight pulled the reins of his horse and approached the window. He observed for a moment and then said, "They are werewolves." Enoch exclaimed in surprise, "Are you kidding me?" Werewolves, a pack of ferocious monsters with massive bodies like giant bears. The black-haired knight dismounted and prepared for battle. He said he knew their habitat was nearby, but he did not expect them to come down to the village. He told Lilith and her father to wait in the carriage and that he would deal with them and come back. In this dangerous situation, Enoch opened the carriage door and instructed his daughter, "Stay here and do not move. You must not go outside, no matter what happens. Absolutely, do not stick your head out." "Wait, where are you going, Dad?" Meanwhile, Enoch walked over to the black-haired knight, took his sword, and said, "Protect the carriage. If my daughter gets even a single scratch, you are dead." The bewildered knight wondered if Enoch wanted to fight them himself. It clearly was not necessary. But Enoch, holding the sword, walked forward, muttering in a disgusted tone, "You expect me to wait how long while you deal with each werewolf one by one?" With that, Enoch faced the pack of giant werewolves alone. Their fierce, primal aura hit him in the face, but Enoch did not flinch at all. The overly dangerous situation made little Lilith, sitting in the carriage, cry out, "Dad, it is dangerous. Mister, why are you just standing there watching? Help my dad." Contrary to the little girl's worried appearance, the black-haired knight remained extremely calm, saying that Enoch could handle it himself. Lilith could not comprehend the weight of these words. There was no time for her to think because her father had already entered battle mode. His hands were covered in his magical energy, extending along the blade as he swung it at the werewolf monsters. The powerful, ferocious werewolves standing before Enoch were no different from rabbits, easily slaughtered. Blood splattered everywhere. The werewolves posed absolutely no pressure or danger to Enoch. What was this? The power of the world's strongest. The difference between reading the story and witnessing it in reality was indeed too great. A noble family that only produced top-tier ability users. The foundation of the aristocracy, the empire's only swordsman, the silver wolf on the battlefield, the undefeated warrior. That extraordinary existence was described about 5,000 times. The true power of the male lead. While the little girl was still bewildered and surprised by her father's strength, the two men argued about why he was asked to guard the carriage, but only stood and watched. Lilith wondered if this title upgrade was not too much. In the blink of an eye, she had become the daughter of the strongest. They traveled to the temple of Namo Fascia, coming here to use the temple's transfer gate, which could be found in large cities, to reach the capital. Because commoners were not allowed to enter the capital in ordinary clothes, Lilith changed into another outfit, a beautiful, soft outfit that she really liked. This was the change that came with a title upgrade overnight. The knights in the group looked at the beautiful little girl before them. They curiously asked about her age and why she was so small at 7 years old. Had Duke Enoch starved her? So, do you get scolded? Is your dad scary? What is he like when he is angry? Have you ever been hit? Countless questions were posed by the two of them, and it seemed they were both very afraid of Duke Enoch. Lilith honestly replied that she would get scolded for hiding broccoli under her chicken, or when her dad caught her sneaking chocolate after brushing her teeth. Hearing that, the two men nodded and murmured, "You are still young, and he raises you so strictly." Of course, he is Enoch Rubinstein. Did you think he would spoil his child? And both were astonished when Lilith said she had never been hit by her father. "No, sir. I have never been hit or yelled at." "But, uncles, is my dad really that scary?" Asked about this, the two knights immediately shuddered dramatically. "You know, Duke Enoch. He can tear a bear apart with his bare hands." As he spoke, the knight reenacted the terrifying scene. Lilith gasped when she heard these words. Tear a bear apart with his bare hands. The knight continued, "He is cold." But how cold? He used to be someone very difficult to approach. But was not he quite close to the commander? The knight asked, then turned to look at the commander with black hair. Following everyone's gaze, Lilith saw the knight standing before the transfer gate, and at this moment, she remembered him. No wonder she felt his appearance was so familiar at first. Acción libre, mos dos rank. 7 years ago, he had taken the commander's position after Lilith's father disappeared. He would be her father's closest comrade and companion in the future rebellion. As expected, he was a major character in the original story. So that person was Axion. Indeed, with such a handsome face, there was no way he could be a supporting character. While Lilith recalled the details of the story, the two knights were still chatting with each other. Wasn't Duke Enoch about to kill the commander just now? Yeah, if anything had happened, it definitely would have been murder. Just then, the door behind the little girl opened. Her father had arrived. Lilith immediately ran towards him with joy and excitement, while the two knights stood up straight, not daring to say another word. Looking at her father in his knight's attire, his appearance and demeanor were completely different from the farmer he was before. Lilith was astonished by her father's appearance at this moment. Even if she had not read the novel, she would have immediately known that her father was the main character upon seeing this look of his. Facing his daughter's stunned gaze, the Duke also bent down slightly to look at his daughter in her new outfit. He lifted her up and admired her, then exclaimed in surprise, "An angel. No, this can't be happening. You are an angel. That is the true identity of my princess." Seeing her father start talking nonsense again, Lilith blushed with embarrassment. "Dad, you are doing it again." The Duke hugged his daughter, nuzzled his cheek against hers, and shed tears. "My daughter looks like this, while I am always just wearing messy clothes." Watching the interaction between father and daughter, the two knights, who were originally very afraid of Duke Enoch, were now completely stunned by his besotted appearance. Unable to bear the cheesiness any longer, Axion said coldly, "Isn't this a bit too much? Don't waste any more time. Let us go quickly." Duke Enoch, hearing this, carried his daughter and followed, pouting slightly as he said, "Sweetheart, give me a kiss." They stepped into the magical vortex of the transfer gate. In an instant, after stepping out, the scenery completely changed. They had arrived directly at the temple in the capital, thousands of miles away. Lilith looked around in awe at the beautiful and luxurious surroundings. In front of her, several people in formal attire approached with smiles. "Duke Enoch, you really came back." Enoch greeted them softly. "It has been a while, Your Highness." The man with silver-white hair clasped his hands and bowed before Enoch and his daughter. "May the blessings of Primera be with you." Seeing Duke Enoch carrying his daughter away, the group of people asked awkwardly, Duke Enoch, are you going straight home? Shouldn't we also hold a welcoming ceremony?" "We prepared after receiving the news that you would return." Hearing this, Enoch stopped and glanced back. He said, "The royal family will hold a welcoming ceremony, right? If so, I will see you there. Today's journey was very long, so I am worried that my daughter is tired." The streets of the capital widened Lilith's eyes, because there were more people here than she imagined. Lilith bid farewell to the knights, while Axion repeatedly reminded Duke Enoch to go straight home and not wander around. Enoch waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to leave quickly and stop clinging to him. He had come all the way to the capital, yet he was still nagging. Strolling down the street, Enoch asked worriedly, "Princess, are you sure you do not want to take a carriage? It takes 15 minutes to walk home. Do you need me to carry you?" The little girl shook her head and continued walking. "If you always carry me, I will forget how to walk. I can walk, and I also want to see the capital." Duke Enoch had to give in to his daughter's wishes but still instructed, "But if your feet hurt, tell me right away." Lilith smiled and nodded at her father, then glanced at the road ahead. She thought to herself, "All right, now I need to focus." The protagonist no longer needed to think about avenging his daughter. Enoch Rubinstein. Lilith realized that she had made a big mistake by missing the opportunity for the story to begin. To fix it, she needed to follow the original plot from now on, at any cost. And the first thing she needed to do was, on the street, wherever the father and daughter went, countless commoners bowed their heads to the ground to salute. "Greetings, Sir Knight. May the glory and blessings of Primera be with you." All commoners, without exception, knelt and bowed so much that the Duke felt disgusted and annoyed. This scene made Lilith somewhat uncomfortable. She knew this would happen, but it was too much. What kind of country was this, where people had to kneel when greeting others? It completely stripped away a person's dignity and self-respect. If this world did not have such an excessive denial of human rights, the protagonist would not have needed to start a rebellion, and Lilith in her previous life would not have had a topic for her essay. So the first thing she needed to do was find the other protagonist, Cheshire, and ensure that he met her father. Her father could not start a rebellion in this rotten empire on his own. He needed Cheshire's help. Cheshire Rubinstein, Dose Rank, Swordsman of the Mage Knights. In the story, he was one of the strongest, along with Enoch Rubinstein, in the top tier. But there was a problem with the current situation. Initially, Cheshire was an illegitimate child of a nobleman, living a bullied life, but he happened to catch Enoch Rubinstein's attention and was adopted. What exactly was that coincidental event? Their first encounter was not mentioned in the book, so Lilith did not know how they met. And since his daughter was alive, it was highly likely that her father would not pay attention to Cheshire. Therefore, she needed to orchestrate their meeting. But this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. How could she find someone in such a vast capital when she did not even know what he looked like? Lilith sighed as she walked down the street with her father. Then she saw her father looking towards a dark alley and curiously followed his gaze. "Dad, what is over there?" The Duke shook his head and replied softly, "It is nothing, nothing. It seems like a brawl. Anyway, the security forces are patrolling, so we do not need to worry. Let us go, my princess." Hearing this, Lilith became excited. She asked, "If there is a fight, should not we stop them to maintain order?" The Duke sighed and confirmed that was true, but he did not want his princess to be in danger. Faced with her father's attitude, Lilith tried to persuade him, "Don't worry, Dad, and let us just go, okay? You are very strong, so it will be fine, right?" Having no choice, the Duke agreed to his daughter's decision. Then the two of them entered the alley. When she clearly saw the scene inside, Lilith gasped. She wondered, were not they just kids? The Duke asked loudly, "What are you two doing?" The children, seeing someone appear, turned around in surprise. The child being beaten was a boy with bright red eyes. Lilith yelled angrily, You brats." Seeing a knight standing before them, the two children knelt down in fear and saluted. "Greetings, sir. May glory and blessings be upon Primera." Duke Enoch waved his hand slightly and asked, "What is going on here?" A child with light brown hair replied nervously, We apologize for the noise. That commoner brat did not greet me, so I." Hearing his explanation, Lilith became even angrier and questioned, "You hit someone because they did not greet you, and you are just a child." But faced with her questioning, the boy across from her innocently replied, "Because I am an Octava." Octava was the 4th rank out of the 6 ranks among ability users. Lilith continued to ask, "You think you can hit someone like that just because you are an ability user?" The question made the two children look at each other again. Judging by their expressions, they naturally thought that being able to hit those with a lower rank than them was a matter of course. At this moment, Duke Enoch spoke up, stopping the children's conversation. "Stop causing trouble and leave quickly." The two children startled and stood at attention, about to salute again, but the Duke waved his hand impatiently. Just go. Watching the backs of the two boys running like they were being chased by ghosts, Lilith once again confirmed that a rebellion was truly necessary. But she did not say it out loud, instead muttering sarcastically, "Life in the Empire is so wonderful." Hearing this, the Duke sat down and patted her shoulder, wanting to explain to his daughter. "My little princess, you know," but before she could hear her father's words, the little girl remembered something she almost forgot. She then walked towards the boy who had been beaten in the corner and asked, "Are you okay?" Lilith looked worried when she saw the bruises all over the child's face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. She took out her handkerchief and offered it to him. "Here, wipe the blood off first." But unexpectedly, faced with her kindness, the boy swatted Lilith's hand away. Seeing his guarded look, Lilith said apologetically, "I am sorry. I am sorry for suddenly touching you. I will leave the handkerchief here." As she spoke, she placed the handkerchief with the cute bunny design on the boy's leg. But as she got closer and looked at him from this angle, Lilith thought to herself, "I just thought he was badly beaten, so it is quite bad to think this. But isn't he too handsome? A fair face with jet black hair and red eyes. A truly mysterious and cold beauty." Looking deep into those eyes, Lilith gasped and hurriedly covered her mouth. Now with black hair and red eyes. If this was truly the world of the novel, there was an absolute rule. There was no way a random background character could be this handsome. If so, then this child must be Cheshire. After the shock, Lilith hurriedly approached and asked, "What is your name?" At this time, the Duke also walked up behind his daughter and said a few words of concern to the child. "Kid, are you in a lot of pain? Can you stand up?" But ignoring the concern of the Duke and Lilith, the child coldly tried to stand up and limped away. "Wait, little one." The Duke tried to hold the child back, but he was once again brushed aside. Lilith cried out in a panic, "Hey, wait a minute." Seeing his daughter wanting to chase after him, the Duke coldly held her back and said, "That is right, my little princess. There are many people who do not like nobles. That child does not seem comfortable. Let us leave it at that." With that, the Duke silently watched the child's receding figure. It seemed that seeing the clear separation between commoners and nobles and such blatant class discrimination also gave the Duke something to think about. Looking at her father's expression, Lilith realized something. Yes, this was definitely the world of the novel, and the main plot was progressing naturally. This must have been the first encounter between the two protagonists, which was described as coincidental. Carrying that thought, Lilith continued home with her father. Dad on the way, she hesitated before asking the Duke a question. "Can I be friends with anyone I want?" The strange question confused the Duke. He looked at his daughter worriedly. "What do you mean?" Facing her father's gaze, little Lilith lowered her head, looked at the ground, and sighed. "I am a noble. So does that mean I can't be friends with commoners?" Hearing this question, the hand holding his daughter's hand suddenly tightened. He replied thoughtfully, "No, Lilith. Whether noble, commoner, ability user, or non-ability user, it does not matter. As long as you are happy, you can be friends with anyone." Lilith looked at her father with surprised excitement. Really, seeing the happy smile on his daughter's face, the Duke smiled back. "Of course, my daughter." Then Lilith continued, "That child earlier, I do not know where he went. I do not know why, but I am still worried and keep thinking about him." The Duke wondered, "Are you that curious about someone you just met?" "Yes, I think I wanted to be friends with him. Can you help me find him? I am curious if his wounds have been treated, and I want to talk to him." After listening to his daughter's request, the Duke was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly scratched his head and burst out laughing. "Haha, I have given birth to an angel. How kind your heart is." Held in her father's affectionate embrace, Lilith insisted, "You will help me find him, won't you, Dad?" The Duke nodded, hugging his daughter. "Yes, all right. Of course we should. Have I ever said no to you, my little princess?" The answer made Lilith happily hug the Duke. "You are the best, Dad, thank you." Her small hand grasped the hem of Enoch's knight's coat. The smile on Lilith's face became serious, with a thought running through her mind. If the original story is still unfolding, Cheshire should be at Marquis Onyx's house right now. Lilith knew where he was. "Wait for me, Cheshire. I will find you as soon as possible." That evening, at Marquis Onyx's mansion, a voice questioned, "Jonathan, have you lost your mind? What were you going to do if you threw that child away?" It was Marquis Onyx scolding his eldest son. The boy, Jonathan, shouted back angrily, "I can't stand that brat being in this house." These words further enraged Marquis Onyx. "Shut up. What do you want me to do? If we carelessly throw him away, what will happen if he is caught in a random ability user inspection?" Onyx rubbed his head in frustration. "If they discover he is an ability user, they will have to investigate his lineage. It is only a matter of time before they find out he carries my blood. If that happens, I won't just be the father of an illegitimate child, but also the one who threw him away like trash." Jonathan could not understand his father's worries. He angrily asked, "If you did not want to chase him away, then why did not you announce the existence of that bastard child to the world?" Marquis Onyx said that was why they had to lock him up and raise him in secret. This only confused Jonathan further. "Because we could just kill him without anyone knowing." Jonathan could not accept breathing the same air as him. Hearing his son's heartless words, Marquis Onyx was stunned. Then he turned and left the room, not forgetting to warn, "Don't try anything similar. I won't interfere in any other matters." Jonathan watched his father's back with frustration, then glanced at the frail boy behind him with hateful eyes. He approached, grabbed the boy by the collar, and raised his fist. "You filthy brat." Facing the fist that could strike his face at any moment, the pitiful Cheshire boy had no intention of resisting and simply closed his eyes, bracing for the impact. In that moment, he saw his movements slowing down. Cheshire's consciousness became hazy with bewildered questions. Did a small person like him really have power, because he was the child of someone with abilities? But he was so tired. He just wanted it all to end soon. In the pitch-black room, no different from an isolated cell, Cheshire's painful coughs echoed after enduring another senseless beating. His tired body, covered in wounds, lay on the cold floor. Cheshire told himself that dying would be much easier. But was he too afraid of death? With aching hands, he took a clean, beautiful handkerchief from his pocket. He recalled the scene that afternoon when he had accidentally encountered the beautiful girl in the alley. She had given him a handkerchief and wanted to help him wipe the blood from his face. Cheshire looked at the handkerchief and wondered, "That noble girl's handkerchief, why did I take it? I just want to die." Arriving in front of their house with her father, Lilith's expression showed how shocked she was. Oh my God, it is so big. What stood before her was not a house, but a castle. A luxurious and magnificent mansion with a vast and endless garden. Seeing her father about to ring the doorbell, Lilith hurriedly stopped him. "Dad, wait a minute." Her whole body trembled as she stammered, "I need to prepare myself mentally." Seeing this, the Duke laughed. "Haha, there is nothing to worry about, my little princess." Seeing her father's relaxed expression, Lilith could not help but wonder, "Aren't you worried, after all? It has been 7 years since you last saw your family." They entered the mansion. Before their eyes, countless people rushed towards them. Young master," the excited calls of the butler and the servants in the castle echoed. Young master has really returned. Seeing familiar faces, a faint smile appeared on Enoch's usually cold face. "Hello, Rem. It has been a while, has not it?" At that moment, Butler Rem also noticed the beautiful little girl beside the young master. "Oh my goodness, heavens, is this the young master's daughter? Oh, I can't believe it." Standing before the crowd, Lilith calmly and politely lifted her skirt and curtsied. "Hello. My name is Lilith." The child's mature demeanor and adorable appearance moved the butler to tears. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lilith. My name is Remina. Please call me Rem." Not only was the butler delighted by the little girl, but the surrounding maids were quickly captivated by her cuteness. "Oh my, the young miss is like an angel. She looks just like the young master. How adorable." Seeing everyone captivated by his princess daughter, Duke Enoch reluctantly spoke up to remind everyone. "Are you planning to stand outside forever?" Hearing this, the butler startled. "Oh my, where are my manners? I apologize, young master and Miss Lilith. In my 50 years of life, I have never experienced such a touching moment." Enoch chuckled and led his daughter inside. "Don't overdo it." As they walked, the butler continued to chat. "We heard that the Holy Knights received a royal order to bring you back, young master. But truthfully, none of us, Not even the master had much hope. Hearing this, Enoch chuckled and exclaimed, I am sure he will be shocked to see me. But Lilith, walking beside him, could not laugh along with her father. Because her father's father, her grandfather, whenever he appeared, his presence was always overwhelming. Nordic Rubinstein. He was a true nobleman, like Lilith's father. He possessed a dose-rank ability. When she read about him, his pride seemed to manifest right before her eyes. In the original story, he was incredibly kind to Cheshire, pretending not to care but secretly arranging everything from the shadows. Lilith also secretly hoped that he would be equally kind to her, but it seemed like too much to ask. At this moment, the butler mentioned that Lady Ordia was also here. Enoch asked in surprise, My sister, yes, Lady Ordia believed that you would return, young master, so she has been staying with the young masters for the past 2 weeks. Another character appeared, confusing Lilith. She knew her father had an older sister, but that sister was never mentioned in the story, so this was the first time Lilith had heard that name. Oh my god, this is really happening. No matter how worried she was, she still had to face his family. The butler led the way, opening the door and inviting the father and daughter in. I will inform the kitchen to prepare a feast, the grandest feast ever. How exciting! The door slowly opened, and the soft light inside the mansion shone directly on Lilith's face. It was the luxurious, splendid light from the beautiful chandeliers. Every corner of the room seemed to be gilded, sparkling, causing Lilith to once again gasp in surprise. Is this a palace? Is that real gold? It must be real gold, right? Not gold plating, but things in the castle actually made of gold. Seeing his daughter's stunned and bewildered look, the Duke asked worriedly, What is wrong? But Lilith shook her head awkwardly. She marveled that her poor father, James, not only hid his powers, but also his wealth. Dad, is not it a bit too confident to go straight upstairs like this? Lilith felt extremely anxious. Save me, oh my god. Seeing her father abruptly open the study door, Lilith wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She froze, looking inside the room with her father. At the desk sat a cold, middle-aged man and a beautiful young woman standing next to him. Seeing who had just opened the door, the beautiful girl exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god, Enoch. Enoch smiled and said, I am back, father. Meanwhile, Lilith silently observed her grandfather and had to admit that his presence was truly intimidating. How terrifying this feeling was. Grandfather Nordic slowly rose from his chair. Then he walked coldly in front of Enoch. His face looked frightening as he spoke each word, you. But before he could say anything, Enoch playfully interrupted, Father, you have aged quite a bit compared to before. This is so heartbreaking, oh my. Provoked, Grandfather Nordic raised his cane high and swung it down, You little rascal. Just then, Ordia, his older sister, intervened. Father, there is a child here. The scene before her made Lilith tremble as she clutched her father's coat. Grandfather Nordic glanced down at the little girl and asked, Is that your daughter, Duke Enoch? Seeing this, protectively held his daughter and replied irritably, What do you mean is that? She is my princess. With a terrifying aura like a tropical depression, Nordic continued, You raised her by yourself for 7 years, without a single word to your family about whether you were alive or dead. Facing her grandfather's cold gaze, Lilith felt her heart tighten, and it was natural. She thought to herself, he is probably thinking that I separated them for 7 years. If I were him, I would probably hate myself too. Yes, I guessed he would react like this. Thinking that, tears welled up in the beautiful girl's eyes. Lilith, do not be discouraged, silly. It is just normal. I do not want to be hated, though. I am sorry, Lilith said weakly and bowed her head. Her daughter's action startled Duke Enoch with worry. Princess Lilith, why are you apologizing? Then the Duke irritably reminded his father, Father, please adjust your expression to be more approachable. You are scaring my little princess. Hearing this, Nordic reluctantly interrupted, Be quiet. Then he slowly bent down and sat facing Lilith. Looking at the scary man in front of her, Lilith could not help but feel confused. She wondered if he would really hit her. Thinking of that, she fearfully closed her eyes. But surprisingly, instead of a hit or a slap, Grandfather Nordic gently placed his large hand on his granddaughter's soft cheek. That hand gently pinched Lilith's cheek. What is this? Looking at her father's stiff expression and secret smile, coupled with her grandfather's hands, Lilith did not react immediately. Was this her grandfather pinching her cheek? A moment later, she excitedly smiled. Grandpa, I am Lilith. I am 7 years old. Grandpa, it is nice to meet you. Then the little girl happily threw herself into her grandfather's arms. Grandfather Nordic also gently hugged his beautiful granddaughter. That is right. I am your grandfather. A little later, in the spacious hallway, Aunt Ordia gently told Lilith that she would introduce her to her cousins. I have 2 sons, and they are actually twins. They are a little mischievous and worry me, but they are both good kids. They have always wanted a sibling, so I am sure they will like you. Through her aunt's story, Lilith recalled the original story. Right, if they are her sons, then they must be the heirs of Antrace. The twin heirs of the Antrace dukedom. They are the nephews of Enoch Rubinstein. One of them will become a holy knight, and the other will become a magic swordsman. Standing in front of the door, Aunt Ordia continued, but Theo seems a little frail, so I am worried about him. The door to the room opened, and Lady Ordia cheerfully called inside, Look who is here, boys. However, Lilith's expression was not very excited because she had read the original story, and in this novel, many characters die, especially the twin brothers. Both of them will die. The twins were among the few people whom Cheshire, her father's adopted son, truly opened up to. So when the 2 people Cheshire considered his brothers, died, he almost lost his mind. Anyway, seeing the 2 brothers with her own eyes, Lilith had to admit they were truly identical. Meeting the twins, they huddled together, looking at the little girl in front of them. They both exclaimed how small she was. They looked exactly alike. Aunt Ordia even laughed and said that it was embarrassing to admit, but when the 2 children really wanted to trick someone, even she, as their mother, could not tell them apart. She turned to her 2 sons. Your uncle has just returned, and this cute little girl is your cousin. Her name is Lilith. The first person to greet the little girl was the brother who seemed frail, Theo. In the original story, Theo, the one destined to become a holy knight, was somewhat frail from birth. In the story, his personality was very gentle and caring, taking care of the male lead, Cheshire, like a real brother. Theo died tragically the spring after he was ordained as a knight, due to a rare congenital disease. Considering the timeline, he has less than 4 years left. Facing his cousin, Theo gently patted her head. Oh, how cute! On the other side, Aunt Ordia also spoke to her other son, Leon. Leon, you greet Lilith too. But Leon put on a cold expression and teased, such a small kid does not look like 7 years old at all. Stupid, I was much taller at 7. His words made Ordia angrily scold. What, did you just call your cousin stupid? She turned and smiled at Lilith. Lilith, although your brothers look exactly alike, their personalities are completely opposite. Theo is gentle and kind, while Leon is mischievous and cunning. Being bad-mouthed by his mother in front of his cousin whom he had just met, Leon was dissatisfied and about to retort, but his mother flicked him painfully. Leon, behave yourself and speak politely. How many times have I told you, girls won't like you if you keep acting like that? It has not even been a few days since you scared Miss Ballerina with that giant spider. Hearing that, Leon dejectedly replied, Miss Marika Ballerina said she liked the spider, so I gave it to her. Ordia sighed tiredly at her son's innocent naivety. She only said that because she wanted to be friends with you, not because she actually liked that hairy spider. What young lady would like that? Ha! Lilith, listening to their conversation, could not help but exclaim that raising a son was truly tiring. Leon, the one who is to become a magic swordsman, was very mischievous and had a habit of speaking without thinking. Therefore, he often argued with Cheshire. Of course, that was not his true feeling. No one cared more about Cheshire than Leon. In the original story, around Volume 2, a large-scale monster extermination battle took place. Leon sacrificed himself in that battle, using his body to shield Cheshire when he was ambushed. That passage was written so movingly that even now, remembering it, Lilith teared up. That moment made Leon both a hero and a pitiful figure. With complex thoughts and emotions in her heart, Lilith stepped closer, took Leon's hand, and said that she was happy to meet him. Let us have fun playing together. We can go catch spiders together, like you wanted. Hee hee, I also like big spiders. Lilith truly wanted to get closer to him. But she spoke for a while without Leon responding. Suddenly, Leon's eyes became thoughtful, and he reached out and pinched Lilith's cheek. It seemed that because he did not control his strength well, the pinch was a bit too hard, causing Lilith to cry out, "Ah! Don't do that, Leon," Ordia exclaimed in alarm, while Theo also hurriedly reminded his brother, "Hey, Leon, why did you pinch your cheek so hard?" Only then did Leon flinch and quickly let go of his hand. But the little girl's soft, white cheeks were already red. Tears like pearls rolled down her beautiful face. The pinch just now was painful, but Lilith did not intend to cry like this. Why were tears falling? Why did he pinch her right when she was moved by? Remembering Leon's tragic end in the original story, Leon fumbled, not knowing how to explain, while Theo stepped closer to comfort his cousin. "Oh, dear, it must have hurt a lot. Lilith, do not cry." As for Leon, he mumbled dejectedly, "I just thought you were cute." Ordia stepped closer and angrily reprimanded her son. Quickly apologized to her. Leon had to awkwardly apologize to his newly met cousin. Seeing his appearance, Lilith thought to herself, "He looks so pitiful." She smiled and wiped her tears. "No, brother, I am fine. It does not hurt at all. I am sorry for suddenly crying like that. But, next time, please pinch my cheek more gently." Lilith's adorable smile and sweet voice made Leon stunned. For a moment, his face could be seen blushing. Turning his head away shyly, Leon replied, "Yeah, sure." That afternoon, as the sunset cast its glow over the mansion, Lilith sat before a lavish dining table, her mouth agape. Oh my goodness, this is so luxurious. Countless delicious dishes were beautifully presented, and there were also many fruits for dessert, just like a royal feast. "Is everything ready?" Everyone sat at the dining table and was attentively served by the servants. "Please enjoy your meal, Miss and young masters." Aunt Ordia smiled and told Lilith to eat a lot. The little girl looked at the dining table in front of her. There were so many utensils, and Lilith did not know where to start. What should she do? Well, for now, just follow Leon sitting next to me. At that moment, her grandfather also arrived at the dining table and sat down in his place. Seeing him come alone, Ordia wondered. "What about Enoch?" Nordic replied. "Enoch said he will join us right after putting his things away. Let us eat first." His presence made the dining table quiet. So this is an aristocratic meal. The many rituals and rules made Lilith so worried that she could not even taste the food. Suddenly, he called Leon's name, startling the boy. "I heard that you caused trouble." Seeing her father ask, Ordia explained the whole story in place of her son. "Father, Leon has apologized to Miss Ballerina. I also felt bad, so I wanted to have tea with Countess Ballerina before we left. Earlier, they were talking about something about a giant spider, but now it seems like it was a bigger deal than I anticipated." Grandfather continued, "I have heard many stories about your mother causing trouble, but then I hear you are also causing chaos. I should probably tell you this. You also bear the Robin name. You are 12 years old now, so understand the weight of that name. Always carefully consider your actions to avoid trouble." Listening to his grandfather's reminders, coupled with Nordic's overwhelming aura, a mischievous child like Leon could only softly respond, without daring to utter a word. "Behave properly and do not do anything reckless. Maintain a demeanor worthy of being an example to others. I hope that from now on, I won't hear of any further issues that tarnish the family's honor." Leon listened and dejectedly nodded. "I am sorry." Lilith, sitting next to him, was not too surprised by his grandfather's attitude because he was exactly like in the original story. He was a perfect example of a true nobleman. He adhered to laws and rules as if his life depended on them, and he extremely disliked anything undignified. Because of this, Lilith felt like crying. Very timely, she cried without tears as she looked at the steak in front of her. Having never learned anything about noble etiquette, Lilith wondered what she should eat the steak with. Maybe if she cheated a little, there would be a chance. Leon, sitting next to her, saw that his cousin had not eaten anything, so he asked with concern, "Why are not you eating anything?" Theo spoke up, "Lilith, are you full already?" Facing the two of them, Lilith could only awkwardly shake her head. "No, that is not it." Their conversation quickly caught Aunt Ordia's attention. She also asked with concern what was wrong with Lilith. And in the blink of an eye, the little girl became the spotlight of the entire dining room. Oh my, why did things turn out like this? How should I answer? Should I admit that I really do not know table manners? Would that be better? Both my grandfather and aunt know that I have never used these kinds of utensils, but they have probably been very worried about my father. Lilith thought uneasily, if they witness my clumsiness, will they feel worse? Why has not father arrived yet? The two brothers sitting on either side saw their cousin not saying a word, and they looked at each other and nodded as if understanding something. Just then, Duke Enoch opened the door and entered. Sorry, I am late. Seeing her father, Lilith immediately regained her spirits, cheering inwardly. Father's here, James Brown, my savior. Catching his daughter's pleading eyes, the Duke immediately understood the problem. Lilith, let us eat together. But at that moment, Aunt Ordia suddenly exclaimed, Oh my God, Leon! Lilith was startled, and turned to look at her cousin. What is wrong? What happened? She saw Leon rudely picking up the steak on his plate, and biting into it. His mother cried out in alarm, Why are you eating so rudely? Your cousin is sitting right next to you. Not only Leon but Theo as well. Oh my God, you too, Theo. Who taught you to use a knife so carelessly? Hold it properly. Amidst Aunt Ordia's frantic reminders, grandfather silently observed the situation without saying a word. After forcefully cutting the large piece of meat, Theo placed the plate of cut meat in front of Lilith. Here, eat, Lilith. Seeing the cut meat in front of her, Lilith's eyes sparkled with emotion. Oh my, these two children. How thoughtful. They are such good older brothers. Aunt Ordia still did not understand and kept nagging the two children, saying why they were behaving like that, as if they wanted to be scolded. Meanwhile, Duke Enoch breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. Ordia looked worriedly at her father. Father, I am sorry. I should have taught them, but before she could finish, he shook his head and said, Enough. Let us eat. Seeing that, everyone had to drop the previous topic and eat together. Little Lilith put a piece of steak into her mouth. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth meat was incredibly delicious. It felt like her whole body was radiating with vitality. This is so blissful. Sitting opposite her, the Duke smiled happily seeing his daughter eating so deliciously. Grandfather also took a moment to care for his granddaughter. Is it good? Lilith hurriedly nodded. Yes, Grandpa, it is very delicious. Grandfather pondered and then continued, Good, then eat a lot. After dinner, night quickly fell over the mansion. Lilith was led by her father into her own room. Arriving here, Lilith exclaimed wow, once again, and this was who knows how many times she had said that today. Do you like it, my daughter? Of course, she loved the room. Oh, look at this bed. How soft and comfortable. Duke Enoch lay down next to her and called her name. Hey, little princess. The boy we met in the alley earlier, do you remember? Seeing her father mention this, Lilith seriously nodded. That is Cheshire, she said to herself. Facing his daughter, the Duke seriously promised, I have to go find that boy right away. I will locate him soon. And when I find where he lives, let us go ask if he needs help. Thank you, father, but there is no need to rush. Lilith happily nodded. In fact, she had just thought about it. It was a bit unfortunate, but for the time being, no matter what her father did, it would be difficult to find Cheshire. They had met by chance just now, but such a thing would not happen a second time. According to the original story, Duke Enoch and Cheshire would not meet again for another 2 years. Currently, Cheshire was being hidden and raised in Marquis Onyx's mansion. Meanwhile, having returned after 7 years of disappearance, Enoch was still unfamiliar with the capital's activities. He was not someone who would resort to illegal guilds operating in the underworld to search for someone. Looking at her father's contemplative face, Lilith snuggled into his arms and thought to herself, I guess I will have to help. Then she comforted him, Let us go to sleep, father, and do not worry too much. Lilith made up her mind, Your daughter will take care of everything. The next morning, a beautiful early morning at the Duke's mansion. The butler led 2 maids into Lilith's room and introduced them to her as her personal maids. The 2 maids were named Jetty and June. These are the maids who will take care of Miss. The young master will be confined from today. Oh no, he won't leave his study. Will Miss be all right? Standing before the butler, the little girl nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. Of course. Her father would be very busy with his responsibilities as the head of the family after being absent for 7 years. Of course, she understood these things. The butler cheerfully continued the introduction. Jetty and June are both experienced. They passed a 50-to-1 selection round to become your personal maids. Hearing this, the energetic maid with short hair introduced herself. I am Jetty, miss. I secured the position of Mrs. Personal Maid by winning the tournament in bathwater temperature adjustment, drawing, and making snacks. I am incredibly proud. And next to me is June. We're sisters, and I am the older one. Lilith was surprised and exclaimed, wait a minute, there are tournaments for those things really. It was now the other maid's turn. I am Yoon. I hold the record for 47 push-ups and 55 sit-ups, with a long jump of 3 meters, topping the overall rankings. Miss, please believe that I will serve you wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Lilith became even more confused, wondering why those skills were necessary in taking care of a 7-year-old child. But whatever. The little girl politely bowed to the 2 maids. Nice to meet you both, Jetty and June. The little lady's politeness naturally moved the 2 maids to tears. Miss, why are you so small and cute? Oh my, look at those chubby cheeks. They look like 2 dumplings, as if they will melt. The butler, standing beside them, smiled happily and clapped his hands. All right, that is enough, girls. We must end the greetings. Now, we will announce Mrs. Schedule for today. The master has requested that we begin your education starting today, and your tutor will arrive at 10 a.m. From everyone's expressions, Lilith realized that they seemed to feel guilty for making her study the day after she arrived in the capital. But coincidentally, this was exactly what Lilith wanted. She excitedly replied, yes, Uncle Rem. I can study, and I am very good at it. I will try my best. Looking at the little one's serious demeanor, the butler awkwardly wiped his sweat. Oh my, I should take note of this. You are really like the young master when he was your age. But today is just the first day, so it will mostly be introductions, and there won't be anything too difficult. A little later, during the lesson, a woman's voice rang out. Now look. There are 2 apples, right? But then 2 more apples appeared. Like that, so now there are 4 apples. This woman with red hair was the math tutor, Countess Lena. 2 times 2 equals 4. Listening to the teacher's lesson, Lilith felt speechless and clasped her hands. At this age, I am learning elementary multiplication. The teacher continued to ask, now if 2 more apples appear, so they appear 3 times, how many apples will there be? Leon quickly raised his hand and answered that 2 times 3 equals 6. The teacher had to remind him, young master, please let Miss answer. You already know this knowledge, do not you? Theo also agreed with the teacher's thought. That is right, Leon. Don't interrupt while Lilith is learning. Listening to their conversation, Lilith became even more frustrated. It would be better to let him interrupt. She could learn etiquette and liberal arts, because they were necessary, but sitting and solving these elementary math problems was a completely different story. The teacher's voice rang out. Is it too difficult for you? Lilith lied and answered, yes, then heard her reassure and continue. Why do not you try? It is okay to be wrong. So just think about it. Seeing his cousin hesitate, Leon interrupted again. Hey, kid, do you want me to tell you the answer? The teacher and Theo simultaneously and frustratedly reminded. Young master, no, I told you not to interrupt. Lilith frustratedly closed her eyes while doodling on the paper. She thought there was no time for this because she needed to find Cheshire as soon as possible. Cheshire became her family son in the autumn of his 13th year. Based on the age difference with her father, Cheshire must be currently 11 years old, meaning he would have to endure 2 years of abuse in Marquis Onyx's house. That is not okay. I need to help father find Cheshire sooner. To do that, first, I need to find someone. That is the future head of the Intelligence Guild, the one who will become father's ally in the future. If I can find that person first and pull them to our side, not only will rescuing Cheshire become easier, but everything else will go much smoother. But to meet that person, Lilith needed to sneak out. However, in the body of a 7-year-old child, there were too many obstacles, and now she was stuck solving math problems in the study. She had already memorized all the multiplication tables from her previous life. Suddenly, the teacher exclaimed in surprise, little miss, how did you do that? While Lilith was still bewildered, Her two cousins also huddled around to see her work in panic. "Oh my little one, you are so smart. You solved it without any calculations." Hearing that, Lilith unconsciously looked down at her work, causing her to widen her eyes. "Oh my god, I wrote the entire multiplication table up to 19. Oh my god, this is bad." Lilith started to tremble. How could she get out of this situation? A 7-year-old writing the 19 times table. Wait a minute. A light bulb went off in her head. Maybe the situation was not so bad. There were children in this world who were good at mental calculations, right? Lilith quickly decided to use the fastest speed to complete the basic classes and reduce wasted time to be able to help her father sooner. Immediately, she cheerfully asked the teacher, "Teacher, did I do it correctly?" The teacher was completely bewildered. How did you do that?" Lilith smiled innocently and replied that it was because she had explained it very clearly, so she could do it. The flattery made the teacher's jaw drop again. "No, I have not taught you anything yet." Lilith chuckled and continued, "If 2 apples appear 3 times, there will be 6. Thank you for teaching me." However, the teacher still did not agree. "But I did not teach you that if 19 apples appear 9 times, the total will be 171. Seeing that, Lilith shouted, "Teacher." The little girl silently prayed in her heart, "Please just let this go." On the outside, she pretended to be calm and suggested, "You said that after multiplication comes division, right? Learning this is so fun, so please teach me more." The child's reaction made the teacher ponder for a long time. Suddenly, her eyes stopped, and she bent down and spoke to Lilith excitedly. "I believe that the princess is a once-in-a-millennium genius, no doubt, and a rare talent." "Oh my god, what is going on?" The teacher clasped Lilith's small hands. "Princess, from now on, I will do my best to support your studies." At that time, Lilith did not know that she had not realized this action would lead to a great disaster later on. After the lesson, Lilith, along with her 2 cousins and her aunt, went to a bakery in the capital. The delicious, fresh pastries made the little girl feel very happy and satisfied. "How is it, Lilith? Is it delicious?" The little girl nodded happily and replied, "It is the most delicious ever." So the 2 brothers sitting on either side kept feeding their cousin delicious pastries. "Haha, so cute. Mother, Lilith really looks like a little squirrel." Aunt Ordia, sitting next to them, watched the children interact and felt their happiness. "She looks so cute when she eats well. Remember to eat slowly, or you will get a stomachache." Lilith obediently nodded and thought to herself, to be able to eat such expensive macarons, this is heaven. Just then, Aunt Ordia suddenly stood up and looked out the window, where a carriage had just stopped. "Oh, is that Countess Ballerina? Oh, Marika is here too." Hearing the name Marika, Leon immediately panicked. "What, Miss Marika?" Then he hid behind his adorable cousin, making Lilith confused. "What is wrong, brother? Why are you hiding like that? I can't hear anything." Leon helplessly hugged his cousin and whined, "Really, it is so annoying." Seeing that, Theo, sitting next to them, helplessly explained that Leon did not like Marika very much. A few days ago, when she came to visit, Leon tried to scare her with a giant spider. Then Marika got hurt, so Mother scolded him. Hearing this, Lilith realized that Marika was the victim of the giant spider incident. From the doorway, a beautiful young lady in a green dress with shiny hair walked in cheerfully, calling Leon's name. But when she saw Leon tightly hugging another little girl, Marika's footsteps stopped. Her face darkened as she asked each word, "What is going on, Leon? Who is this girl?" Marika's completely changed attitude made Lilith shudder, wondering, why did the atmosphere suddenly become like a love battle? "Who is this girl?" Marika angrily asked, while Leon coldly replied, "Why do you care?" Her cousin's attitude scared Lilith, and she screamed inwardly, "Oh my god. Why did you say it like that? This is not a romantic scene between a middle-aged couple." At this time, Ordia approached and asked, "Marika, how's your forehead? Is it much better?" Marika smiled brightly and replied, pointing at Lilith, "Yes, madam. I am much better." "But who is this girl?" Ordia smiled and replied, "She is Leon's cousin." Immediately, Marika became surprised. "What? Oh right, Duke Rubinstein is probably on his way here. Is it true that his grace has returned?" Ordia confirmed, "Yes, just yesterday." Hearing this, Marika breathed a sigh of relief. You should have told me sooner, madam. Then she tossed Leon aside and rushed over to Lilith. Nice to meet you. Are you the Duke's daughter? You look just like an angel. You startled me. I almost got jealous of you. I am Marika Ballerina, 12 years old. The older girl's quick change of face made Lilith feel a bit amused, but she gently introduced herself. I am Lilith Rubinstein, 7 years old. You are so beautiful, like a princess. Marika blushed at the compliment. Thank you, Lilith. And one more thing, I have sworn to spend my life with Leon. Ignoring Leon's helpless protests, are you crazy? Who decided that? Marika smiled and patted Lilith's shoulder. We will be family, so you can call me Big Sister. Let us talk casually and get close, okay? Observing her cousin's helpless expression, Lilith also felt that this was truly surreal. Unexpectedly, she saw Leon as a suitable partner, not Theo. Does Marika like that kind of bad boy? That evening, at the Duke's mansion, Enoch flung open the door and entered the room, calling his daughter's name, my princess. Being hugged tightly, Lilith could not help but remind him, Father, really, the door almost fell off. Have you had dinner yet? Hearing that, the Duke let go of his daughter and replied, What time is it now? I ate in my study earlier. Hearing his answer, Lilith smiled happily. Good, because you did not skip a meal. I also went out and ate something delicious with Aunt and my brothers. We even went to the tailor to get my measurements and order clothes. Aunt bought me 10 outfits. Listening to his daughter talk about her day, the Duke laughed loudly and asked her if she liked it. Lilith, of course, loved it because her aunt even bought her a princess dress. When the two of them were lying on the bed, before falling asleep, the Duke said, Wait a minute. You studied all day today, right? Lilith shook her head and replied that it was not all day, only until about 3 p.m. Duke Enoch's eyes softened as he looked at his child. Sorry, my princess. I only intended for you to learn etiquette, but your grandfather made me add all sorts of things. Hearing these words, Lilith was surprised. What are you talking about, father? Of course, a person needs to learn everything, and studying is fun. Enoch asked suspiciously. Really? Lilith repeatedly confirmed. If you did not make me study, my intelligence would probably be only that of a chimpanzee. Although he said that, the Duke still felt guilty for letting his daughter study so much. A child should have more time to play than study. Understanding her father's worries, Lilith could only find ways to reassure his tender heart that she truly liked studying more than playing. Really, father? If I find it too difficult or boring, I will tell you. But it is really fun and easy. Looking at the smile on his daughter's face, the Duke let go of the burden in his heart. I understand. Actually, your math tutor said that you are a genius, but I already knew that. Hearing the sudden compliment, Lilith's eyes widened in excitement. Really, she felt a little embarrassed at being praised for solving an elementary school problem, but if her father liked it, then it was good. The Duke embraced his daughter again, nuzzling her soft cheek. Who does my daughter take after? Who is she so smart like? Lilith smiled. Like father. I am very busy today, are not I? I have worked hard. All the Duke's fatigue vanished after the caring inquiry of his little daughter. It is okay, my dear. Our genius daughter is studying hard, so father can't just sit around either, right? Just like her father, Lilith felt happy looking at his smiling face. She did not feel too bad for making her father proud of her. This feeling was quite new, but also wonderful. Haha, a genius. It is fun being a genius, huh? But a few days later, Lilith wanted to take back that thought. The little girl really wanted to take back her stupid actions. Actually, I am not a genius. Oh my God, standing in front of the little girl was a new teacher. Yes, sir, Lilith replied weakly, causing the Duke standing next to her to reassure her. Don't worry too much, my daughter. Just answer this person's questions comfortably. If you do not know, just say you do not know. Speaking of which, the Duke could not help but recall the conversation with the math teacher last time. The math teacher had presented all of Lilith's perfect assignments and said that she was not qualified to teach the princess. Although it seemed a bit unbelievable, the teacher kept repeating that the princess was truly a genius, a true prodigy. When children show exceptional abilities in subjects like mathematics, they are recruited by the Tower for Early Childhood Education programs. Grandfather Nordic also said that he had contacted the tower, and he would personally verify Lilith's level of ability. Upon hearing that news, Enoch irritably questioned why they did not ask Lilith about this and had not discussed it with him. Grandfather Nordic replied that this was just a simple children's aptitude test. Whether the child went to the tower or not was still her decision. However, a good result would reassure Enoch, knowing that she could work at the tower later. Indeed, after hearing his father's words, Enoch fell silent. It was not a lie. Because in the Pavilion Empire, all high-level ability users were required to enlist in the military, but the tower researchers were at the bottom of the enlistment list. Only if the Empire collapsed would they ever have to participate in bloody wars. So joining the tower was something the Duke wished for his daughter. Enoch sighed, "For now, I will ask Lilith's opinion." At this time, Grandfather Nordic also bent down and asked his granddaughter, "Are you nervous? You just need to do the same as yesterday when you studied with the teachers." However, Lilith blamed herself for being too obvious. The matter had become this big because of studying math. When casting spells, formulas were used, and the ones who created those formulas were the researchers at the tower. They had one thing in common. They were all mathematical prodigies. The field of mathematics was the underlying principle behind the magic circle. That was why the tower sought out children who were good at math and supported their talent development at a young age. Lilith knew this. She had memorized the entire world settings from the original story, but she had not expected this problem. Herself, a genius, more like an idiot. At this moment, Robert looked back hesitantly and introduced, "And over there is." As the Duke knows, that is Oscar Manuel. He is the youngest tower master in history. A very beautiful young man, just like an elf, with striking golden eyes. Looking at that person, Lilith silently gasped in surprise. "It is Oscar. I did not expect to meet such an important figure so soon." Was this really the butterfly effect caused just by doing some multiplication and division? Tower Master Oscar was actually an enemy. When Enoch prepared for the rebellion and recruited high-level ability users, nobles and politicians sided with him. However, her father Enoch could not win over the tower. Oscar had not helped her father once until the very end. If her father had been able to control the tower, where this person played a crucial role, the rebellion might have taken place 3 years earlier. But then, did Oscar support the Empire? Not necessarily. Even though Lilith had read the entire original story, she still could not understand his motives. Lilith stared at the chalk in front of her, then held it in her hand, thinking, "I have decided. I will pretend to be a prodigy and establish a connection with the tower to win Oscar over to our side." Alright, having a goal feels a bit better. The little girl decided to solve the problem from today's lesson. A calculation with a fairly large number, but the little girl solved it quickly. The examiner, Robert, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wonderful!" Even Duke Enoch, witnessing it firsthand, was very surprised. "Oh, my daughter truly is a genius." But the tower master, Oscar, coldly interrupted, "Are you kidding me? Did I come here just to watch a child play with toys?" Robert, hearing that, hurriedly apologized. Facing him, Oscar's pale golden eyes became frightening as he repeated once more, "Ensure a thorough examination." Flustered, Robert immediately changed the problem on the board so that little Lilith could. Looking closely at this new problem, Lilith could not help but ask in silence, "What is this?" Internally, the little girl continuously complained, "Are you asking a 7-year-old to solve a linear equation?" Oscar stepped closer, cheerfully tilting his chin in provocation. "Try it." Lilith silently held the chalk, looking at the problem on the board. She had not intended to solve it, but this was crazy. This Oscar guy must be living in his own world, obsessed with being a genius. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl shook her head and said, "I do not know." This reaction surprised and puzzled Oscar. Robert stepped closer to comfort her. "You do not need to be sad, princess. Even the prodigies recruited by the tower can't solve this problem at just 7 years old." Both her grandfather and father picked her up and comforted her. "That is right, little princess. You did well. This problem is too difficult. Our princess is so smart. You did a good job, Lilith." But contrary to everyone else, that Oscar turned and left in a very annoyed tone, wasting time on a fool. His words immediately darkened Duke Enoch's face. Lilith sensed her father's overwhelming aura, and she predicted that things would get bad. Just as she thought, the Duke, his face cold, looked at Oscar's back and spoke, "Stop right there." Oscar, hearing that, calmly turned around to face the Duke and replied, "I said I just wasted my time on a fool." Duke Enoch was so angry that he laughed, then gritted his teeth and demanded, "Apologize to my daughter right now." Oscar calmly adjusted his cuff and pointed at his wristwatch. "You should apologize to me for wasting my precious time. You have wasted an hour and 37 minutes of mine." Enoch frowned in retort, "Who told you to come here? It is unnecessary for the Tower Master to come in person, and you came here on your own accord." Oscar shrugged provocatively. "I was just curious, since it is Enoch Rubinstein's daughter, after all. But it seems that she is no different from other disappointing children. Everyone is just infatuated with number games." His words were extremely outrageous. Enoch, of course, was not convinced, and he said that even when he was 7 years old, he could not do what his daughter had just done. Who could solve that problem at her age? Unexpectedly, Oscar pointed to himself. "Me. I solved it correctly when I was 7. Ignoring him, Enoch repeatedly demanded, "Apologize." Oscar stubbornly kept replying, "I refuse." The rude and stubborn attitude made Enoch unable to bear the anger, and he roared, "Do you have any manners?" Seeing his son get angry, Nordic had to intervene to mediate. He looked at Oscar and spoke, "Tower Master, I was the one who contacted you regarding my granddaughter. It is a pity that she did not meet your expectations. Let us consider the matter closed, and let us end it here today." Although Nordic had humbled himself, that Oscar did not seem to stop. He continued to laugh scornfully. "Is that so? It seems like Nordic has gotten old. Huh. Where's the sharp judgment I used to respect? It was unbelievable that he dared to be so disrespectful to Nordic." Duke Enoch flew into a rage and yelled, "Master of the Tower." Standing aside, listening to their conversation, Lilith clutched her clothes to control her rising anger. "Control yourself. Control yourself. Don't show it, Lilith. Nothing good will come of it. Please." However, two conflicting thoughts appeared in the little girl's mind, held together by a thin thread of reason. Why should I hold back? Should I just let the person who insulted grandfather leave so easily? Oscar waved his hand. "We will welcome your return. Your daughter is just one of the mediocre ones in this field. Don't dream. Just focus on rebuilding the family you left behind for 7 years and pass it on to the next generation." Oscar's final words successfully snapped the single thread of reason in Lilith's mind. Did he really have to go that far? So, the little girl stepped forward and said loudly, "I will solve it. Give me 5 more minutes. I will retake that test. And if I answer correctly, you will have to apologize to my grandfather and father for being rude." Faced with this request, Oscar smirked and nodded. "All right, please." Watching his daughter pick up the chalk once more, Duke Enoch anxiously advised, "My princess, you do not need to push yourself too hard." However, Lilith resolutely walked towards the board. Everyone around focused on the little girl's every move. Even Oscar was no exception. A moment later, when the last chalk mark stopped, astonishment was clearly visible on the faces of everyone standing there. Lilith finished her solution and turned to look at him. The 17-year-old Tower Master, Oscar. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the tiny 7-year-old had successfully solved the equation. A moment later, Oscar's voice rang out, "I have been completely defeated. I sincerely apologize for offending you too." He bowed his head earnestly before Enoch and Nordic. Lilith once again had to look directly at this young man because his attitude was too strange. He had been so rude just now, but now he was so serious. She had thought he would stomp his feet in anger until evening. But what is with the madness in his eyes? Oscar looked at Nordic and Enoch and suggested, "I have an educational proposal regarding your granddaughter." Sensing something ominous, Lilith shuddered. Just as she thought, he must be an X Factor. And that afternoon, under the warm sunset, Lilith sat at the dining table, feeling that everything was surreal. She wondered what she had done wrong because, afterward, Oscar had dinner with their family, and he offered to personally teach Lilith. Of course, because the opportunity presented itself, and Lilith wanted to recruit him, she had to agree to this. But while trying to force the issue, she only made things worse. While sitting at the table, the door suddenly opened, making Lilith jump. Oscar walked in, rubbing his stomach. "Thanks for the meal." Then, he sat down next to Lilith. Facing this guy, Lilith silently became wary. For some reason, he looked like a different person. Oscar looked at the little girl, then he closed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Let us study a little more." Following his voice, magical energy appeared, supporting a sheet of paper that floated right in front of Lilith. Amazing, is not it? Although she did not like this guy very much, Lilith had to admit the magic was truly wonderful. Oscar explained thoroughly, every space has coordinates. To create a magic formula, you need to know how to express the concept of space using mathematical equations. Lilith immediately understood. So, it means expressing space using methods. Meaning you need to have a general understanding of the concept of vectors, a part of advanced natural science education, to be able to create magic formulas. If so, then magic seems quite systematic. Huh. Oscar wrote on the paper. Do you know numbers smaller than 0? Lilith, of course, knew, but she feigned ignorance. There are numbers smaller than 0. Giving her a calculation, Oscar told her to solve it herself. It was the calculation 3 minus 5. Taking the paper, the little girl pondered. I guess I have to pretend to think for a while and then write the answer, right? It seemed like he was going to teach her about the concept of negative numbers. Suddenly, Oscar uttered 2 words, so small. Lilith was startled. Small? What is small? Are you talking about the number? Oscar smiled and shook his head slightly. No, I am talking about you. You are so small. Hearing these words, Lilith was startled, but his next words made her even more frightened. A 7-year-old, being this small is a bit unusual. Lilith's hand trembled as she held the pen, wondering, that is right, I am smaller than my peers, and there is a reason behind that. He has not figured something out, has he? At this moment, Oscar shrugged and continued, maybe it is because you do not eat enough to grow. Actually, Oscar, this character Lilith had read enough to remember the original story, but she still could not understand him. Was he talking nonsense, or did he really know her secret? Lilith did not know anymore. The little girl pretended nothing was wrong and mumbled, then I will eat a lot from now on. Oscar nodded with satisfaction. Eat a lot, and you need to eat healthier to grow bigger faster if you want to work with me. Lilith coldly replied, but I am not going to the tower. Oscar explained, puzzled, working at the tower would be more convenient for you. Lilith smiled and nodded. If so, then I will reconsider. That night, in her bedroom, the little girl could not help but recall the events that had transpired. The knights she had met before were also very surprised to learn that her real age was 7. Because, how could a 7-year-old be so small? Even her brother Leon had sensed it. Actually, when Lilith still thought she was just a supporting character, she had assumed that her body was just developing slower than others. But it turned out there was a reason for the slow development. Being the child of the main character, it was only natural, but she was not an ordinary person. Lilith Rubinstein, kidnapped by the royal family. This pitiful supporting character later died, and that was eventually revealed, but the truth was. At this time, the Duke came to her bedside and stroked his daughter's head. My genius princess, it is time to sleep. Lilith grumbled bashfully, don't call me a genius anymore. Enoch chuckled and hugged her tightly as usual. My daughter was the best today. Did you see how grandfather's smile stretched from ear to ear? He always told me not to act carelessly, but today he was the overexcited one. As he spoke, the Duke yawned widely, causing Lilith to chuckle and advise, if you are tired, go to sleep quickly. The Duke asked blankly, why? Can't the princess sleep? Lilith put on a wise old face and nodded, saying that the princess had something on her mind. Duke Enoch reached into her bookcase and pulled out a book. You must not be sleepy. Do you want me to read you a story? Let us see. Today's story is The Story of the Princess Trapped in the Tower. Lilith pretended to be enthusiastic out of boredom because, ever since she remembered her past life, the bedtime story routine had become quite dull. Her father loved to read her stories, so she always patiently endured and listened attentively. Today's story started quite similarly to their situation, making Lilith laugh. Once upon a time, there was a kind king and a princess. The king loved his daughter, the princess, very much. Then one day, when the princess was 7 years old, the evil king of the neighboring country kidnapped the princess. The good king, after losing his daughter, cried every day. The good king offered his treasures to the evil king and became his servant. But even so, the evil king still did not return the princess. Hearing the story up to this point, Lilith was completely stunned, while Duke Enoch grumbled about how they could be so cruel as to separate father and daughter like that. As for Lilith, she was surprised because why did the story sound more and more familiar? The good king overcame his sadness and met a boy, a very healthy boy. One day in the future, when the boy reunited with the princess, he would be able to become a precious older brother. Therefore, the good king adopted the boy. Hearing this, Lilith blurted out, "Wait a minute." Under her father's questioning gaze, the little girl explained awkwardly, "Oh, it is nothing. I just felt happy, so please continue reading, father." The story continued, and then one day, the evil king announced that the princess had fallen ill and passed away. This plot twist made Duke Enoch unable to comprehend, and he was about to close the book. The princess died just like that. What kind of nonsense story is this? However, Lilith urged her father to continue reading. She explained that it was very possible that the evil king was lying because there was no way the princess actually died. It is a story about the princess, so how could the princess die? So Enoch continued to turn the pages. The good king was furious, and he decided to take revenge with the prince. The good king and the prince defeated all the bad guys from the evil kingdom, and finally, they captured the evil king and pointed their swords at him together. "I will avenge my daughter." As he told the story, Duke Enoch acted out the motions just like in the story, causing Lilith to completely freeze. These scenes too. Those were scenes that Lilith was all too familiar with from reading the original story of this world. That rebellion, when the king was captured by Enoch, he had said some very strange words. "Enoch Rubinstein, do you think this matter will be as easy as you wish?" Along with the old king's words, Duke Enoch was shocked to see a figure appear before him. It was a girl with long, platinum blonde hair. Duke Enoch stammered, calling the girl's name, Lilith. It was indeed his daughter, but had not his daughter died at the age of 7? To reclaim his kidnapped daughter, Enoch Rubinstein had braved countless battlefields. When he learned of his daughter's death, his sword turned and pointed towards the emperor. It turned out his daughter possessed a hidden identity, and the emperor, who had known about it from early on, hid her and exploited her power. The daughter, brainwashed by the emperor, began to kill indiscriminately. Enoch Rubinstein wanted to bring his daughter back, but he could not find a way. The one who stopped her was this man. Reading up to this point, Enoch slammed the book shut, wondering, is this a children's fairy tale? Lilith saw that Enoch had stopped reading and asked, "What happened?" Enoch replied, "It is not a happy ending. I think we can stop reading now. From now on, I will read it beforehand before reading to you. It is really harmful content. I am sorry, princess." Unexpectedly, Lilith said, but anyway, it was a happy ending. Enoch was extremely surprised. "What? Where's the happy ending?" Lilith replied, "If the princess had not been kidnapped, then the good king would not have had to take revenge on the bad king, right? And in the end, the good king destroyed the evil king. So everyone would be happy, right?" Enoch asked, "Do you really think so?" Even though the princess died, Lilith replied, "There was no other way. That princess was brainwashed by the evil king. But anyway, the princess killed a lot of people." Enoch lay down in dissatisfaction. But because the princess died, it is not a happy ending." Lilith retorted, "It is a happy ending." Enoch sat up, his chest heaving, explaining to his daughter, "No, it is not. Listen, the main character is the kind king, right? The main character's beloved daughter died, right? So even if everyone else is happy, the main character is not, right? If the main character is not happy, then it is not a happy ending, Lilith. How can a father who lost his beloved daughter be happy? So, this is not a happy ending." Lilith listened to her father and thought to herself, the original story definitely had a happy ending. After Cheshire harmed Enoch Rubinstein's daughter, the story ended with the scene of a new, peaceful empire being born. So after the original story ended, what happened to the father? Living in the peaceful country built on his daughter's grave, was the main character happy? At this moment, she suddenly called out to her father, hesitantly asking him, what would happen if father was that kind king, and I was the princess? How would father live after I died? Enoch hugged her tightly and asked softly, "What do you mean? How would I live? I would not be able to live." Did the kind king think that way too? When he thought the princess was dead, he did not die immediately. Maybe he planned to kill himself after taking revenge. Lilith asked in a panic, "What? What does that mean? What if father also dies?" Enoch smiled. "You will understand when you have your own child. You will feel the same way. If I miss my little princess, I would rather follow her. I can't live without my little princess." Lilith immediately shouted in protest, "No." Her agitated look made Enoch laugh. "Look at your face. Don't worry. This is just a fairy tale. I won't lose my little princess in the first place." Lilith thought, "But you were supposed to. If things went according to the original story." At this time, Enoch continued proudly, "And even if I lost you, I would not be stupid enough to become the subordinate of an evil king. I would charge right in and rescue my princess." Lilith muttered under her breath, "It would not be that easy." Then she spoke up, "Father, I have a question. Don't all ability users have to go to the battlefield when the Emperor orders it?" Enoch nodded. "Yes, that is right." Lilith asked again, "But before, you said I did not have to go." Enoch smiled and replied, "Right, our princess does not have to go." Lilith wondered further, "Why, I am your daughter, so I am a strong ability user, right? Then should not I go?" Enoch affirmed, "No, you do not have to go. I have my own way." Lilith was extremely curious. "What does that mean?" Enoch hugged her and closed his eyes. "It is nothing. Anyway, I am so sleepy." Lying in her father's arms, Lilith thought, "Even without hearing the answer, I can still guess your plan. You will soon meet the Emperor alone. And with a 99.9% chance, you will probably ask for exemption from military service for me. The card you revealed in the negotiations with the Emperor is too obvious. From now on, you will become an obedient dog, listening to the Emperor without being able to object." The kind king could not help but become the subordinate of the evil king. Because the main character has a weakness. That is his daughter. Even if I were not kidnapped by the Emperor, you still would not be free. You would negotiate with the Emperor, so I would not be sent to the battlefield. The kind king would eventually become the pawn of the evil king. You will fight in a meaningless war. Father, the main character, is a righteous man who hates the Empire's tyranny, such as the wars of aggression. But I know. You would do anything for your princess. That is right. You are someone who is willing to take up a sword for me, Lilith. If the main character is not happy, then it is not a happy ending. Lilith, I can't live without my princess. Lilith thought, I was wrong to think that daughter was just a catalyst for the original story. Living as the Emperor's puppet. Deciding on revenge. Finally, succeeding in the rebellion. Every action you took had one goal, and that purpose was me. The original story, which I thought definitely had a happy ending, turned out to be a clear tragedy for the main character, who lost his purpose. After the original story concluded, you might have followed me. So, what I need to do is, not only help you achieve a peaceful ending like in the original story, but I have to survive. I have to stay by your side, safely. No matter what happens. After the original story ends, for the main character's happy ending, Enoch Rubinstein. Father, me too. I can also do anything for you. In this world. The highest rank, dos. And in descending order, quarto, septima, octava, noveno. Finally, the lowest rank, dies. There is an entity that oversees ability users, classified into 6 ranks. Primera. The existence of Primera is the source of magic. The being closest to God, an omnipotent existence. Because of this, Primera is only born once per generation. Since the founding of the empire, only the Pavilion royal family has produced Primera. That is the rank of the emperor. The 12th prince's rank has been determined to be quarto. The emperor was furious when he heard the news. Why was not Primera born? The emperor has had 14 children so far, but there has not been a Primera yet. The absence of the next Primera is causing unrest among the populace. At this moment, the emperor asked his subordinate, "You do not think it will never be born, do you?" The subordinate bowed his head and reassured him, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you are still young and healthy, so you will surely give birth to the next Primera." This person was the emperor of the Pavilion Empire, Nicholas von Pavilion, 48 years old. 7 years ago, when Enoch left, the emperor was furious. Enoch's absence was a tremendous loss of power. For those who wait patiently, their time will come. If he had not been patient and forced Enoch to submit right then, he would have died long ago. And Primera, who consumes life force instead of mana, has a lifespan twice that of ordinary people. The omnipotent Primera can brainwash talented individuals to make them loyal, but it requires a significant amount of life force, especially when the target is someone as powerful as Enoch Rubinstein. The emperor muttered angrily, "Does he know the patience I have had to endure for the past 7 years?" The emperor, who bears the title of the conquering king, Nicholas, still has a few nations that are thorns in his side. He presumed that Enoch had returned to his daughter. He chuckled, thinking, "Sir Enoch will soon bring me a wonderful return gift." The next morning, 2 maids came to Lilith's room and asked, "Miss is going to the study soon, right? I will prepare your things, miss." Lilith nodded, sitting silently on the bed. Sadly, she looked at her legs, too short. I am too short. And not developing. If I keep developing this slowly, my true identity will be revealed to everyone. I need to grow up quickly. First, I have to rescue Cheesy as planned, and then I have to enter the development academy as soon as possible. Because talented people have to go there to properly use their abilities by receiving the Emperor's power. Only the Emperor can unlock the core within the hearts of talented individuals. And I need to use my ability as soon as possible. By using my ability and consuming life force, I can grow similar to others. That is how I can hide my identity. At that moment, she heard the maids whispering, "Have you heard that rumor? What is it? Another failure?" They say that the 12th prince's rank is Cordo. Oh my, really? I thought it would be Primera this time. Many people say that the gods have abandoned the royal family, because there is still no Primera. No way. Maybe it will happen soon. It is so strange. Until now, the first or second child of the royal family was always Primera. That is right. No Primera. There are many princes and princesses, but there is no crown prince yet. Isn't this the first time this has happened? Primera is the one who holds absolute power, born once every generation. So far, Primera has always been born within the royal family without exception. And only Primera, a descendant of the emperor's bloodline, can become the crown prince. Hearing this, Lilith crossed her arms and cursed inwardly, "That damn emperor. Just try giving birth 100 times. See if any Primera is born. In the royal family, there won't be any Primera in this generation." The maids were still excitedly discussing, "Surely Primera can't be born in a different family, right?" Lilith sat listening, only sneering inwardly. At that moment, the 2 maids returned, handing Lilith a very cute backpack and saying, "Miss, everything is ready. Look, the rabbit's face is puffed up, is not it?" Lilith, exceedingly happy, thought it was adorable. The maids offered to carry her to the study. Lilith nodded, "Yes, I would like that." She thought to herself, "It is time to start Chesh's rescue mission. I can't delay any longer." Suddenly, she called out to the maid, "Sister, wait. Where's the infirmary?" The scene changed to the doctor, still drowsy, blinking as he came out to see who it was. He immediately woke up when he saw the person in front of him. Who is this? Could it be the princess? Lilith nodded. "Yes, that is right. My name is Lilith. Pleased to meet you, Flynn." The doctor asked in surprise, "How do you know my name? I have not had a chance to introduce myself." Lilith replied, "She said that Flynn is a very smart doctor. She said that if I go to see Flynn when I am sick, I will get better right away." Lilith smirked, then became flustered. "Haha, that is right, I am quite competent. But did you come here because you are not feeling well?" Lilith smiled brightly, holding out the flowers in her hand, and said, "No, I just wanted to say hello. This is a present. The spring fragrance is so pleasant, so I picked flowers from the garden." The doctor was touched. "Thank you, princess." He hurriedly turned around, muttering, "The infirmary is a bit gloomy, but it will look beautiful if I put these flowers in a vase. Let us see, a suitable vase." At that moment, Lilith spoke, "By the way, Flynn, do you have fairy tears here?" The doctor paused. "Fairy tears? Ah, do you mean salvation?" Lilith nodded immediately. "Yes, that is right." The doctor said, "We have it here." "Do you need it?" Lilith replied. They say it is a very precious medicine. Could I also have some? The doctor said, as a rare and mysterious medicinal herb, salvation is under the exclusive control of the royal family to ensure limited circulation. It is also awarded once a month to some families, permitted by the emperor. As a direct descendant of the Rubinstein family, you are certainly eligible, young lady. Lilith happily replied, I see. I read in a book that it was something really good. Can you give me some? I want to make tea for my father. The doctor was deeply moved. Oh my, what a little angel. The princess wants to make tea for her father. Of course, I will give you some. Just write your name here. Please come back anytime. Lilith immediately accepted and replied, Thank you. She quickly signed her name and said to herself, I am ready. The next problem, now how do I sneak out? Children need a guardian to go out in spring. If I ask to go out, I might be dragged right back inside. In that case, who would be strong enough to sneak me out and protect me while I am outside? Jetty and June, no good. My personal guards, no good. Sir Louis, who is supposed to be the ace of the Rubinstein Private Legion. No good. The answer is. At this moment, her two older brothers appeared and suggested, let us go play together when we are done with our studies. In Lilith's mind, she already had the answer to her previous question. My older brothers. Those twins are talented. They graduated from the training academy and unlocked their abilities. Moreover, their rank is dos. In this family, they are the strongest after father. The first challenge is to convince these twins to leave. At this moment, the little girl lay down on the bed and complained, I am too tired to play. I am hungry. Hearing this, her brother suggested, then let us go to the dining room. Lilith replied, the food there is not good. Her brother scratched his head in confusion. So what should we do? Is there anything you want to eat? Lilith cunningly replied, yes, but it is not here. It is the food we used to eat when I lived with father in the old house. The two brothers nodded and discussed, I understand. That must be commoner's food, right? Should we ask the chef to make it? Are you stupid? How would a noble family chef know what commoners eat? So what do we do now? Well, we could go out to eat. Could not we, Lilith? Should we go to a commoner's restaurant? Lilith smiled inwardly upon hearing this. This is going too smoothly. She pretended to ask, will the adults allow us to do that? Her brother nodded. You are right. If we tell father that we are going to a commoner's restaurant, we will get scolded terribly. Her brother started thinking for a while. Lilith tried to urge him on with a cute tone. Brother, Lilith is hungry. Her brother immediately indulged her. Oh, then let us sneak out. A moment later, Lilith crawled through the hole under her brother's worried gaze. Lilith, are you okay? The only way to leave unnoticed, without guards or maids, is through this brilliant plan. It is the plan that Captain Theo came up with, and it is now being executed. The two brothers argued again. Why did not you make the hole bigger, Theo? You are so stupid. A bigger hole would be too noticeable. At this moment, Lilith was delighted. I successfully crawled through the dog hole, appearing before my two brothers. Her thoughtful brother dusted off the dirt on her. All right, let us go, the three of us. Suddenly, at this moment, her brother felt unwell. Lilith asked in a panic, what is wrong, brother? Are you all right? Her brother held his head, saying, no. I am fine. Seeing this, his younger brother was also worried. What? Again? Are you sure you are not causing trouble by going out like this? Why do not you go inside and rest? Her older brother chuckled. No, I am fine. Really? Usually, about 5 days after getting a headache like this, it happens. Lilith was startled and remembered. Oh, that is right. Theo has a rare disease. So, he just said it happens 5 days later, meaning he is talking about a seizure, right? The role of one of the twins, who is destined to die in the original story. 1. A stepping stone for Cheshire's growth. 2. A way to stir the reader's hearts. His meaning of existence is to gently heal Cheshire, whose heart has closed off after years of abuse, and then leave the stage after he has fulfilled his purpose. The author is so cruel. Theo's illness is called mana clash. It is a rare disease where divine energy and magical energy clash within his body, causing periodic seizures. Theo will die next spring after he is knighted at the age of 16. In short, he is living on borrowed time. At this moment, Theo smiled and asked Lilith, shall we go now, Lilith? Why is your face like that? Are you hurt? Lilith, startled, regained her composure. Not at all. She thought sadly, brother, please, do not be so kind to me anymore. Although the disease is said to be incurable, there is actually a way to counteract mana clash, recorded in an ancient text. It mentions something called the Saint's Heart. Of course, it is a metaphorical phrase, and no one knows exactly what it refers to. In the end, Cheshire figured out its meaning. After Theo's death, Cheshire, knowing it was meaningless, became obsessed with interpreting the ancient text. He eventually found the Saint's Heart and placed it on Theo's grave. Cheshire in the original story went through so much to find it. There is no way I can find it that easily. Wait a minute. Am I an idiot? I already know what it is. Lilith is a devoted reader who has read the original story multiple times. She became joyful, thinking, save him. I can do it. He has endured immense pain during every seizure, but now he won't have to suffer it anymore. Seeing his sister like that, Theo asked, what did you just say, Lilith? Lilith excitedly waved her hands, immersed in her reasoning. She suggested, take me out and buy me something pretty. Theo kindly agreed, sure, I will buy you anything. Very quickly, they arrived in town together. Lilith happily pointed, I want to go there too. Willie Duncan's grocery, owned by a former magic swordsman and his attendant. The sign does not look very trustworthy, but among the shops in the area, this is the biggest. They will probably have it. I am sure they will have the Saint's Heart. At this moment, the owner cheerfully asked, you look like nobles. What brings you here? The two brothers looked at each other hesitantly. Only Lilith was busy searching with her eyes. She quickly found her target. That is it. Lilith pointed at an object and spoke up. It is so pretty. I want this. The three men were stunned. Lilith happily exclaimed, the shimmering purple sparkles. It is mesmerizing. It really looks like the stars in the night sky. The owner chuckled, haha, young lady, that is a mana beast core. It was taken from the body of a slain mana beast. It is very unsuitable as a toy for a noble lady. Lilith firmly said, I want to buy it. Her brother immediately refused. No, absolutely not. It is very dangerous. Lilith wondered, why, how is it dangerous? Her brother explained, mana constantly leaks from the core. If you carry it around, you will become addicted to it. Only those who can control mana can handle something like this. The owner chimed in, yes, that is right. Even this is not made of ordinary glass. It is crafted with special block glass, which has the effect of partially sealing the mana. Lilith put her hands on her hips and confidently said, it is okay. I can handle it too. Her brother asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? You have not even been to the training academy yet, kid. Lilith affirmed, I am telling you, I can handle it. Her brother was firm with her, no means no. Stop whining. Lilith pursed her lips and thought, it is 5 days until the next seizure. If I do not get this now, I won't have another chance to get it without being suspicious. I know how to avoid the pain. I do not want him to suffer it. There is no other choice. It is time to use my ultimate move. She fell back onto the ground, declaring, if you do not buy this for me, I won't leave. Time to use the whining privilege. Only children can do this. A moment later, item purchased. 6 glass block low-grade monster core successfully obtained by Lilith. The two brothers were still whispering, Mother will kill you. Don't use such vulgar language. Lilith happily said to the two of them, thank you, brother. It is so beautiful. Theo asked her, you like it? Lilith smiled, yes, my brother is the best. Leon, from afar, thought to himself, he has been tricked. Very quickly, the three arrived at number 13 Street, Valentine District, Rico's restaurant. The two brothers asked suspiciously, Lilith, are you serious? Did you really eat things like this when you lived in Xenon? Are they actually good? Lilith affirmed, very delicious. She thought to herself, this is the Rico's restaurant that father visited in the original story. Looks like I found it without any trouble. Ho ho, I have the best memory. Her brother raised his hand to call the owner. He requested, give me everything on the menu. I will pay double, so please pay attention to the cooking. My little sister is very excited. The owner smiled, yes, I understand. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lilith suddenly called out, Sister, wait. Hearing this, her brother quietly admonished her. Hey, Lilith, hey, you should not speak loudly to commoners when we are out like this. Theo said, Leon, do not be so strict. Leon thought that Lilith had not adapted well yet. She needs to adapt quickly. If she makes a mistake in front of grandfather later, she will get scolded. At this moment, the little girl reached into her pocket. She took out a gold coin and gave it to the owner. It turned out this place was disguised as an ordinary restaurant. Lilith knew it was not on the menu. A secret information guild called Red Kite. Lilith used a specific term to ask the owner if they had pickled herring. Facing the little girl, the owner was a little surprised. Then he bowed his head and said, We do not sell that dish separately, but we will prepare it if you request it. Do you have any specific recipe you would like? Lilith happily replied, Yes. Can I talk while watching you cook? So the two went into the kitchen together. The owner went down to the basement, calling out, Rico, there is a customer looking for you. Lilith was led to a room. The door quickly opened slightly. A person who deeply hated those with abilities, the nobles and the royal family. The head of the Red Kite Information Guild, Rico. He wore a mask, smiled eerily at Lilith, and said, Please, have a seat. Lilith said, Thank you, and sat down. She sensed, the atmosphere is so scary. Then she sighed and said, Please wait a moment. I am a little nervous, you see. Rico asked how Lilith knew about this place. Lilith shyly asked back, Are you curious about that? I can answer, but... Principle of transaction. Number 1, you have to pay to buy information. If you are curious, then give me useful information. Not money, but information equivalent to the information I am looking for. Rico replied, I see. Then I do not need to know it. I take payment up front. So, let us get down to business. If you need any information, please pay the transaction fee first. Lilith immediately asked, Duke Enoch Robenstein, who disappeared 7 years ago, has returned to the capital. Do you know about that? Rico replied, I do. Lilith smiled and continued, so you already knew. Then one more thing. I am his daughter, 7-year-old Lilith Robenstein. Rico nodded, I also know that. Did you come here to play a prank? Lilith quickly explained, No, not at all. Actually, I did not come here to buy information. I came here to ask you for a favor. Regarding information, I already know everything I need to know. For example, you have a son you are hiding from Marquis Onyx. You must be surprised. This is quite exclusive information. Rico nodded, Yes, I am indeed surprised. The 7-year-old daughter of Duke Robenstein, who has lived in Xenon all her life without knowing her identity, came to the capital for the first time about 4 days ago. So I wonder how you learned that fact, and I am very curious about your purpose in meeting me. I also heard that the tower personally came to test your ability, because you are a talented individual. Lilith was slightly surprised. He really knows everything. She did not beat around the bush and said directly, Anyway, I want to save that child. The Marquis secret I just told you. Pass it on anonymously to anyone who can save your son. Rico asked back, So you need a messenger. Who is the recipient? Lilith replied, My father. Rico asked incredulously, Excuse me, your father, you mean Duke Enoch Robenstein? Lilith nodded, Yes. All my father knows now is his face, so it will take time to find him. My father has returned to the capital after a long time. That is why he does not really know how things work here. And he has to take care of family matters, and soon he has to return to the knighthood. Rico rested his chin on his hand and said in astonishment, There is no way a 7-year-old would come to see me on their own. I am not sure if this is the Duke's instruction. Lilith immediately replied, No, I came here alone. My father does not know anything. Rico chuckled, Yes, of course. That is why you asked me to send the information anonymously, because he would not know where to begin. You can tell him yourself, so why go through all this trouble? Lilith was silent for a moment. Then said, after telling him, I will have to explain how I know this. Rico became even more interested and laughed, Aha. It seems you have a little secret, young lady. You can't carelessly reveal it, but you also do not want to hide it from your father. Lilith replied with satisfaction, Exactly. So, I am looking for a substitute here. Simply put. Rico replied, It is because it is a little suspicious, right? He also thought for a moment, then said, I understand. Should I spread the news about Onyx's descendant and an illegitimate child to Duke Enoch Rubenstein? Lilith excitedly replied, Yes, that is enough. At this moment, Rico continued, Then, in exchange for sending this message to the Duke, tell me what your true identity is. I want to know more about you. And how did you find out this information? Lilith muttered, wondering, Isn't it all for profit? If you hide your name and relay this information, he will tell you my secret. He probably does not know me very well. I have not been in business for just a day or two. Hearing this, Rico could not help but laugh. Lilith continued, Later on, I will have a lot of secrets I want to share with my father. I have brought a gift with the meaning of continuing our transactions in the future. Rico immediately said, I am sorry, but I only deal in information. Lilith affirmed, It is not money. I said there is nothing I do not know. I know that you, Rico, have earned quite a bit of money. Just open it. You will be very pleased. Rico slowly opened it. Then asked, What is this? Lilith immediately said, This is the universal antidote, salvation. It can cure all illnesses. Rico held his head and laughed derisively. Until now, I have always been left behind by others, but this is the first time I have been able to keep up with them. What are you planning? How did the Duke find out my secret? Answer me. Lilith trembled and said, My father does not know anything, so. Sit down. Calmly sit down and talk. Just talk. I will handle it myself, so you do not need to help me. At this moment, Rico suddenly cut his hand, letting fresh blood drip down. Then he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, frightening Lilith to death. Rico asked again, You know what this is, right? That is why you took it out. Those damn royals are hoarding the stuff. Even hundreds of millions are not enough to buy it. As Rico spoke, he used the salvation Lilith had just given him to heal his wound. Your family is granted special favors, but you won't avoid punishment if you recklessly trade it outside. Lilith scratched her head, feigning ignorance. Is that so? Well then, Rico, as long as you use it carefully and do not get caught, it will be fine. Well then, if everything is done, I will excuse myself. Rico's voice froze. Lilith, please stop right there. He slowly walked towards her. Lilith screamed in fear, Wait a minute, you do not need to show me your face, you. Rico said softly, Please, look at me. Lilith peeked with one eye and asked, You won't kill me without a reason, right? Rico replied, I never break the rules when making a deal. I will always return something equivalent to what I have received. Behind the mask, it turned out to be a handsome young man. He used his face to exchange secrets with Lilith. Today's transaction was established between the two. Outside, the sky had turned to dusk. The whispers of two people echoed, You are not like yourself at all, Rico. What are you really thinking? Why let that little girl see your face? Rico asked, The children who are at the Rubenstein house, our people, who are they? The owner replied, The two J sisters. Rico said, Pass the information about Onyx's descendant and the illegitimate child to Enoch Rubenstein. The owner asked in surprise, Rico, are you serious? Lilith nodded, Right, you know how important salvation is to me. The owner replied, I know, but we have to be careful. Who is he? Even your sister, Annie, knows what kind of person he is. He even put on a grand show to see that girl off. The Duke is definitely plotting something. Have you forgotten? Your sister is suffering because of magic. Rico replied, Think about that little girl's request. It is just forwarding Count Onyx's secret to her father. That is why she came to me. He remembered Lilith's expression as he said, One dose of antidote is not enough, is it? Because you will need more than that. So, just trust me. Since we are friends anyway, Rico chuckled softly, then continued, She wants to give me the antidote. So I will trust her just this once. I do not know if that will actually happen or not. The savior I have been waiting for all this time. At this moment, Lilith was lying happily on the bed and thinking, finding Rico was such a good idea. Rico told Lilith, If you return home, we will contact you through the guild member stationed at Duke Rubenstein's mansion. Lilith reasoned inwardly, probably one of the servants. If I want to keep in touch with Rico, it will be easier if he becomes my personal bodyguard. I have become very close with Jetty in June. At this moment, the maid came over to praise her. Oh my, Our Lady draws so beautifully. Is this a jellyfish? Have you ever seen a jellyfish, miss? Lilith explained, this is my father. The maid was startled. Really? Oh, now that I look at it again, I see that it really does resemble the Duke. Very much so. Ho, milady. May I draw a picture of this? Lilith nodded in agreement. Yes. So the maid quickly bent down and started drawing with rustling sounds. Wow, your drawing is amazing, Lilith complimented the maid. Who is this? The maid replied. She is my friend. Her name is Rachel. The short-haired maid also suddenly appeared and said, she is my friend too. Rachel is also working as a maid here. She is a descendant of Onyx. Lilith was startled and wondered, why is Marquis Onyx here? A thought flashed through Lilith's mind. Could it be these two? She could not help but call out, sister, both of you. Please help me a lot in the future, okay? The two maids immediately replied, of course, miss. On this side, Enoch was sitting silently in thought. A week ago, I met a boy on the island. Being treated like a lowly person on the island has become commonplace, but I was particularly concerned about that boy. However, he is Marquis Onyx's illegitimate child. The anonymous test paper only had the letter L on it, leaving Enoch extremely perplexed. I am not sure who it is, but if the information about the boy being abused is true, I have to find him quickly. Damn it. Why does it have to be Onyx? Coincidentally, Enoch did not have any close relationship with Marquis Onyx. He thought to himself, I need to figure out a way to visit naturally as soon as possible. Just then, the door opened and a familiar voice called out, Father. Enoch quickly put away the letter, my princess. My dear, are your classes over? Lilith said cheerfully. Yes, today was my first art class, and it was so much fun. The teacher told me about famous sculptors and their artwork. Do you know this? It is a piece of art created by a sculptor named Lindell, and it is very famous. It is called Heaven's Gate, and it looks so beautiful. I really want to meet that sculptor in person, but I guess that is not possible, is it? Hearing this, Enoch asked, why not? If it is a famous work of art, it should be at the Sinjin Art Museum. Right, I can take you there. Lilith pouted, no, it is not there. My teacher asked, but they mentioned Marquis Onyx. He is the one who bought it. Enoch wondered in surprise, are they saying that artwork is at his house? He happily told Lilith, you can see it. Lilith pretended to be excited, really, but how? Enoch replied, I will try contacting him. Let us just visit and check it out. The scene quickly changed to a person bowing. Welcome, Duke Rubenstein. Enoch said politely, thank you for kindly welcoming me despite the sudden request. My daughter really wanted to see that artwork. Marquis Onyx said, it is no trouble at all. I was happy to receive your letter. This is my wife and our son, Jonathan. His wife began to bow in greeting. The child also bowed politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke Rubenstein. I am Jonathan Onyx. Lilith cursed inwardly. So it is you, the infamous Mr. X. Jonathan came to shake Lilith's hand, and it is also an honor to meet the lovely young miss. Lilith feigned sweetness. The pleasure is all mine. Enoch spoke up from behind. My daughter seems to like your son. Lilith inwardly groaned. That is not it at all. Marquis Onyx laughed, furthering the misunderstanding. What an honor. The two of you really suit each other. The mother instructed, treat the princess well. We will be seeing each other often in the future. We never know what the future holds, do we? At this moment, Jonathan stepped forward and suggested, if you do not mind, may I introduce the mansion's artworks to the princess? Lilith nodded. Yes, I really want to see Heaven's Gate. Marquis Onyx said, all right, Jonathan. Sounds good. I have trained the servants to enhance the experience of this place. Lilith politely approached the servants and said, hello. Jonathan thought, there is no need to greet the servants like that. Lilith, unconcerned, said to them, please take good care of me. I am here to see Heaven's Gate. Please show it to me. The servants happily agreed. Yes, miss. The two held hands and walked, seemingly carrying out some secret transaction. Lilith thought to herself, I wonder if the location of the room is written on this piece of paper. Well, let us go inside and see the painting. Jonathan stood aside smugly thinking, just as father said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, I must impress the Duke somehow. My rank is Octa level Cheshire, so personal connections are very important. At this moment, Lilith suddenly shouted, "It is so magical." Jonathan immediately began to explain, "Miss, so that is the meaning behind this artwork. Verdun, a masterpiece from the same era as Lindell." He did not finish his sentence before Lilith ran off somewhere else. Jonathan was extremely annoyed and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I have been ignored this whole time. I even showed her Heaven's Gate, which she wanted to see, but there is no appreciation at all. If I knew this would happen, I would not have been so polite. I am not someone who appreciates art, but I also have to take care of her, oh my god. No, calm down, calm down. This girl can change my life." Thinking this, he forced a smile, "Miss, shall we go to the next exhibition room?" But when he turned around, the young miss was no longer there. This made Jonathan furious. Damn it. What a stubborn, disobedient girl. Lilith was currently following the instructions. There is a side door at the end of the third-floor exhibition hall in the annex. That door leads to a secret passage underground. The child is on the second basement floor, in the last room. At this moment, Cheshire was trembling, lying on the dirty floor. Whispers kept ringing in his ears. Mother is tired of running away like this. It would be better to die together. Cheshire. The nightmare frightened the boy, and he sat up abruptly. If you approach the Duke, Father won't let you live. It will be a disgrace if your existence is known to him. Cheshire thought to himself, if so, then in the end, I just have to die. Really, is there no way out of this hell besides death? Will I ever feel such warmth again? If God is real, please send me a little angel. Please get me out of this hell. I want to live. Just then, the door in front of Cheshire was flung open by Lilith. The little girl, like a small angel, declared resolutely, "Cheshire, I will get you out of here." Cheshire was surprised. "How did you get here?" Lilith froze, unsure how to answer. But then she suddenly saw Cheshire's pitiful bruised eyes. She hesitantly approached him. "We need to hurry." She thought to herself, "I was wrong. So stupid. The first time I met you, I should have ignored everything and let Father bring me here. For you, every minute, every second here must have been like hell. The past week has been full of happiness for me." Lilith said tearfully, "I am sorry." Cheshire wondered what she was apologizing for. "Why are you crying?" Lilith reached up and wiped her tears. Then she extended her hand towards Cheshire and said, "Let us go, Cheshire." Cheshire was surprised and thought to himself, "She wants me to go outside, leave here. Who is she really? How can she get me out of this hell? Who are you?" Lilith replied, "Lilith." Cheshire asked seriously, "I did not ask for your name." Lilith said sincerely, "After we get out safely, I will explain. Now let us get out of here. Please, trust me just this once. Wherever we go, it will be better than this hell." Cheshire listened to her silently. He also felt, that is right. Even if it is not heaven, it is okay. Because it will definitely be better than this hell. "I did not expect you to take my hand so easily." He shyly placed his hand on Lilith's and said, "You told me to take it." Lilith nodded and asked, "You will come with me, right?" Truly relieved, she smiled and said, "I am really, really sorry I was late. From now on, no one will be able to hurt you. I will use this cane to teach them a lesson." Cheshire wondered, "How can you? You are much smaller than me." Puffing and panting sounds echoed through the old hallway. Lilith wearily complained inwardly, "Learys, please save me. With my short legs, I had to climb up from the second basement floor. I am really tired." "Are we here?" Seeing Cheshire suddenly stop, she asked worriedly, "What is wrong? Is someone there?" Cheshire turned his head and replied, "No. But from this point on, there will be servants." Lilith said unconcernedly, "It is okay. Even if we get caught, it is not a big deal, but as long as we do not get caught, everything is fine. Come on." Cheshire looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. Lilith remembered, the key will be retrieved if it is left on the second window frame along the corridor in the annex. She quickly found it. But then she sadly realized she was too short. She could not reach it with her hand. At this moment, Cheshire stepped forward and asked, "Are you going to leave it on the window frame?" Lilith nodded. "Yes, that is right." Cheshire easily helped place the key. They worked really well together, continuing to run. The exit door was right in front of their eyes. On this side, Jonathan was stomping his feet in frustration. Now, where did she really go? Lilith and Cheshire stopped, unexpectedly encountering Jonathan ahead. He was surprised. What, this bastard, how could he? Lilith, hiding behind Cheshire, spoke up. Oh, hello. Shouldn't we quickly go back to the room? Lilith pushed Cheshire and said run. Jonathan immediately instructed the servants, catch that bastard quickly. Lilith thought she had to seize this opportunity. She ran away with the servants. Unexpectedly, Jonathan grabbed her and said, Princess, please stay here. Lilith clutched her neck in pain and cried, choking. Jonathan immediately panicked. I am sorry. But, wait. Can you talk to me for a bit? Lilith thought to herself, if Cheshire wants to escape, now's the time. Hurry up. She suddenly kicked Jonathan's leg again. Then, she created a situation. Thud, she fell to the ground. She cursed inwardly, that cruel villain, treating a child like that. Go, just keep running. With the same cold ruthlessness as in the original story, I told him to leave me and go. The servants were not having an easy time chasing Jonathan. Lilith gasped, Hu, so fast. Jonathan missed a punch at Cheshire, who was returning to the spot, and asked, Can't you go back to your room? He missed and fell down himself. Seeing Jonathan return, Lilith angrily scolded, Idiot, I told you to go ahead. Anyway, you can't escape with me. To Lilith's surprise. What? What is this? Can he teleport? Cheshire told her, let us run. Lilith was astonished, wondering, what is this? That is right, it is not teleportation. The original work focuses all abilities on the two main characters. According to Cheshire's fifth setting. Surprisingly, this rogue character can manipulate time density. If he wants, the opponent's movements will appear in slow motion. Even my father and Cheshire, how can they fail with such overpowered characters on both sides? Haha, get out of the way, my work here is done. All that is left is just a bit. At the same time, Marquis Onyx set down his teacup and said, at that time, there were so many rumors. Those who did not understand the Duke's circumstances said quite a lot. Is that so? But parents with children will surely understand how and in what state of mind the Duke welcomed the princess 7 years ago. Enoch replied politely, I understand. Thank you for your understanding. He thought to himself, there is no trace of the child's presence at all. Maybe he is in a remote and isolated room. Or, perhaps something has gone wrong. But is that child the boy I just saw earlier? Marquis Onyx replied awkwardly, yes, that is right. Our family has always had very few children. Enoch inwardly assessed him. Quite a predictable reaction. I should probably get closer to that secluded room. So he stood up and suggested, I can also take a look around the exhibition rooms, right? Marquis Onyx politely gestured, I will personally guide you. At this moment, Lilith's panicked voice rang out, Father. Along with it came Jonathan's voice, wait a minute, princess, please. Lilith arrived, leading Cheshire by the hand, and waved, calling, Father. Do you remember this boy? It seems the Count invited him too. Marquis Onyx's face turned pale when he saw Cheshire and he asked, Yes, but why are you here? Enoch thought to himself, shouldn't you have hidden him carefully? A 7-year-old child found him. Lilith put on an innocent look and said, Father, the Marquis's house is so big, is not it? It has so many rooms. I wandered around and met this boy. Enoch blinked and looked at the boy. He noticed his extremely pitiful and tattered current state. Marquis Onyx was panicking and gritting his teeth. Damn it. Listening to the father and daughter talking to each other, where did you meet the boy? In a room in the basement. But it seems the Marquis has not cleaned the basement. His room was dark, smelly, and there were even rats. So gross. Hearing this, Enoch stood up and asked, Ah, right. Marquis Onyx hesitantly spoke up, Duke, I mean, that boy is actually like. Lilith interrupted, looks a lot like you, Marquis. This is the illegitimate child that the Marquis has been hiding. Enoch said, Marquis, let us talk privately. A while later, Lilith sat on a chair with Cheshire, thinking to herself, surely, Father will handle everything properly, right? So, that is why Rachel gave me the ointment. The ointment that came with that note. She nudged Cheshire and said, lower your head. Cheshire also spoke up, your lips are chapped. Lilith wagged her finger. It is okay. It does not hurt that much. Lilith gestured as if she wanted to apply the ointment to Cheshire's wound-covered body. He obediently let her apply the ointment. Lilith said, earlier, thank you for not abandoning me and even taking me with you, but why did you keep getting hit even though you could dodge? Didn't you want to talk to me? At this moment, Cheshire replied, if I dodged it, would anything change? It would only make them angrier. Even if I ran away, there is nowhere to go. If I do not want to starve on the streets, I have no choice but to endure and live in the house, even if I get beaten. Lilith was startled to realize, no matter how good his abilities are, he is still only 11 years old. Moreover, without any legal status, it is clearly very difficult to survive without a guardian in this miserable empire. She said softly, you are right. I am sorry. I said something really stupid. Cheshire asked, is your father Duke Rubenstein? Lilith nodded, yes, that is right. Did you know? Cheshire replied, I heard Jonathan say so. He mentioned being close to your father. Lilith chuckled, that is ridiculous. That is wishful thinking. My father must be crazy to be close to someone who hits children. My father brought me here today because he wanted me to see the artworks on display. But the real reason I came here today was not for those artworks. It was for you. I came to save you. A friend told me you were here. It was Rachel. Cheshire suddenly asked, why did you look for me? Do you know who I am? Lilith asked in a panic, what is going on? Don't you remember me? We met last time. You remember everything but are pretending not to. Huh. Hey, Cheshire, I have been thinking about you since then. I wanted to see you again. Cheshire asked, why? Lilith sighed and replied, well, it is just that simple. Anyone can like someone without a reason. I really like you. Cheshire's face went blank upon hearing this. Then he said, now I understand. You see me as a toy, do not you? So you will feed me and let me sleep at your house, right? Lilith froze in place, asking back, what? What are you talking about? How can a person be a toy? I will be friends with you. Cheshire turned away and replied, I am the Duke's daughter. How can we be friends? Lilith affirmed, we can. Don't you like that? Cheshire replied in a low voice, no. At this moment, the door behind them opened. Enoch walked over and called his daughter. Lilith happily ran towards him and called, Father. Enoch stared at the boy in front of him. Making the boy extremely nervous, he could not help but gulp. Enoch said to the two children, let us go home. Very quickly, they returned to the castle. In front of Lilith's room, Enoch signaled the two children to be quiet. I will talk to your grandfather first, then come back. Until then, be quiet and do not let anyone know. At this time, the two older brothers also happened to appear. They wondered, who is this child? Lilith excitedly replied, brothers, say hello to him, he is Cheshire. Enoch smiled from behind and said, hello, princess, from today, Lilith's friend will stay here, his name is Cheshire. One brother asked in surprise, what, he lives here, which noble family does he belong to? Enoch replied, he is a commoner, that is how it is now. The two brothers stared at the newcomer. The look made Cheshire freeze, quickly turning away to avoid it. Enoch spoke again, I will talk to your grandfather about Lilith's friend staying here and will be back later, so, do not tell anyone until then, and play quietly. Leon glanced at Lilith holding Cheshire's hand. Then hurriedly pulled her away and asked, hey, kid, you said you would go out with me to catch spiders today. Lilith happily nodded yes. Cheshire, are you coming too? Brother Leon asked her jealously, didn't we plan to do it together? Lilith immediately replied, but, Cheshire can come too. She thought to herself, that is weird. Why is Leon acting like this? In the original story, when they met, they were supposed to become close. Why are they so hostile now? Theo politely smiled and asked, should we greet each other? They said your name is Cheshire. I am Theo Antras, 12 years old. While speaking, Theo's expression suddenly froze. Lilith curiously asked, what is wrong, brother? Theo replied, oh, it is nothing. Leon crossed his arms and said disdainfully, there is a smell, from him. Lilith was surprised. I do not smell anything. The unintentional words made Cheshire unconsciously lower his head. At this moment, Enoch appeared behind him and patted the boy on the shoulder. Ego, all right, Cheshire, let us take a bath with me. You guys go play with Lilith first. At this time, Lilith turned around, slightly annoyed. She asked Leon, brother, what is going on between you and Cheshire? You keep staring at him in a scary way, and you said he smells too. Leon replied, well, he does smell. Lilith disagreed. However, it is not right to say it out loud like that. Leon angrily asked, what does that have to do with anything? I am just saying that because he actually stinks. Theo intervened between the two, suggesting, both of you stop. That is right, Lilith. It does not matter. Leon talks like that to anyone, really. Lilith pouted. That is a bad habit. Don't do that to Cheshire. At this time, Leon angrily asked Lilith, hey, are you seriously taking his side now? Lilith asked blankly, what are you talking about? What do you mean by taking his side? Leon angrily replied, you said you were going to see the artwork, and then suddenly brought a friend home. Is he really going to live here? Lilith nodded. Yeah, Cheshire has nowhere else to go. If you have a problem, you should talk to me. Well, go ahead. Brother, Leon angrily brushed past and yelled, I do not know. The two siblings stood frozen in place. In the end, why did this happen? Earlier, 3 said to Enoch, in that case, if the princess gets bored in the future, or if the boy is no longer useful, then make sure to handle it cleanly so that no ridiculous stories get out. Nobles like us. You know how important reputation is. Enoch silently looked at Cheshire's wounded body. The sound of running water was very relaxing. Enoch chuckled refreshingly. It has been a while since I have done this. My daughter really does not like it when I tell her to bathe with me. She is growing up fast, so she has been bathing by herself since last year. Cheshire asked in surprise, you two used to bathe together before. Enoch nodded, really? He thoughtfully washed Cheshire's hair. Cheshire suddenly called him, sir. Didn't you say you were just going to kill me? Enoch asked back in surprise, what? Cheshire replied, I know everything. I have lived this long only thanks to your daughter. I have seen many commoners taken in by nobles to live with them. Anyway, if they are hated, they will be kicked out and killed. I have one thing to ask you. Although I know this is inconvenient, please pay me a little. When I am old enough to find work outside, as soon as possible, I will leave and live quietly without attracting attention. Enoch was surprised and thought to himself, you have prepared these words for a long time, have not you? You are just an 11-year-old child, he called, Cheshire. Children do not need to work. I did not bring you here to pay you or order you around, nor to please my daughter. If you had somewhere to go, I would have let you go. Cheshire wondered, why are you being so nice to me? Enoch replied, I suppose even if it were not you, I would not be able to ignore it. Neither I nor my daughter could. Even so, if you still feel uncomfortable or suspicious of me, do you have something you want to ask me? On this side, grandfather said in a low voice, I understand. Get out. Enoch asked back in surprise, that is it. Grandfather also asked, so what more do you want? Enoch replied, no. After disappearing for 7 years and causing so much trouble, now coming back and saying things that hurt your heart, yet you agree so easily. However, I am glad you can look at your actions objectively. I was worried and prepared to persuade you. Thinking that you would object, grandfather replied, you say persuade, but in reality, you will still do whatever you want, right? Since I did not want a meaningless argument, I told you to decide for yourself. Really, you have become much more tolerant, have not you? When Enoch was young, we used to argue a lot. How difficult it was to make your son, who always questioned the class system, understand. Fortunately, Enoch reconciled and finally grew up according to the rules. However, it never really grasped the absurdity of the class system and the aristocratic society full of self-esteem. It was simply a child's dutiful, desired obedience to his father. Grandfather continued, I always felt guilty about that, and I still regret it immensely. Forcing my child to do my bidding, that is what I truly regret. I should not have done that. If I knew the result would be 7 years of disappearance. Hearing his father say that, Enoch smiled happily. I am more grateful for your decision at that time than anyone else. If I had been more stubborn at that time and actually won against you. Wow, that is scary. Our princess would not be in this world anymore. Thank you, father, sincerely. Since Lilith was born, my world has changed. For the first time, I felt life was worth living. Seeing her grow up every day, I understood what happiness is. I also want to create a better world for her, although it is not an easy thing to do. Grandfather interrupted, There is nothing you can't do. I am old now. All that is left is to step into the grave, so I won't interfere with what you want to do anymore. It is still not too late. Do whatever you want. Even if you sell the family or destroy everything, this old man won't get in your way. Enoch was touched to hear his father say that. Then both father and son laughed loudly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Lilith thought to herself, is this a buff for the main character? Drawing skills, really remarkable. Who can look at a comic book and create such a surreal jellyfish? At least buff reasonably. I am not the main character, so I really feel sorry for myself. Cheshire asked Lilith, why are you covering it up? Everything is clear. But you said to draw a jellyfish. Why did not you draw it? Huh? Lilith asked, isn't this a jellyfish? Cheshire asked Lilith back, isn't that your father? Lilith was extremely happy. Yeah, like my father. Cheshire nodded again in confirmation. Yeah. Lilith was touched. Oh my god, that is right. My painting, the one everyone keeps saying looks like a jellyfish. Haha, what a relief. So, can I give this painting to father? Cheshire remembered Enoch's words. My daughter is very talented, so she will have to go to the training center soon. I am worried about sending her alone, but if you go with her, I will feel more at ease. Cheshire immediately refused. I can't go because I have no status. Lilith smiled and replied, don't worry about that. I will be your guarantor, then you can register now. Cheshire was surprised. What? Why? Such a high-ranking person, someone called a noble above all other nobles, is truly a respectable person. Why are you being so nice to me? Maybe because of her. The one who is dearly loved by her father. At this time, Cheshire asked, do you like your father? Lilith was surprised. Huh? Why such a sudden question? Since he is my father, of course I like him. Looking at Cheshire's face, she thought to herself, or maybe not. She thought and continued, my father is someone everyone likes, so I like him too, okay? My father is wonderful and kind, right? Cheshire nodded, yes. Lilith asked again, then why do not you become my father's son? Cheshire asked back in surprise, what? Lilith crossed her arms and said, you really are the son of a bad father. Just because someone gave birth to you does not mean they are really a father. Your place should be like this. Seeing Cheshire's expression, Lilith asked again, don't believe it. My father will definitely accept you as family. Cheshire said, you do not have to do that. I do not need a family. I have drawn 10 pictures now. I can sleep now, right? Seeing Cheshire get up, Lilith nodded slightly. Ow, yes. Cheshire asked, where is the servant's room? Lilith wondered, why the servant's room? So, the two children lay next to each other. Lilith said happily good night. So it is Cheshire, being forced into bed. Lilith stared at the person next to her. She thought to herself, it seems like he is sleeping soundly. He probably won't wake up, right? Lilith gently wiped the medicine on Cheshire's face, the wounds healing wherever she wiped. Then she silently stared at the boy again. Remembering Cheshire's words earlier, I do not need a family at all, she thought to herself, even though he says that. I know that Cheshire longs for family love more than anyone, abandoned by his mother and father, abused by his father. Listen, Cheshire, I will tell you a very special secret, just for you. You are the main character of this world. The main character always faces trials, but whatever the trial, it will eventually pass, so that you do not have to suffer too much. I will help you, and then I will definitely become your family. Very quickly, Lilith breathed evenly and fell asleep. Only Cheshire lying next to her was wide awake. He thought to himself, what a strange child. Really strange. Saving someone who has no connection to her at all. I thought it was just a whim of nobles to care about commoners. Yes, that is right. Just like a toy thrown away after people get tired of it, I have witnessed many commoners catch the eye of nobles. However, I was glad that I had a place to lie down without starving for a while. Unless I wanted to die at the hands of my birth father or die elsewhere, I would take advantage of this noble lady's temporary concern. I will become your family. Why did she say that? Strange. I do not believe you. If you are going to throw me away, do not be nice to me. Very quickly, the door was opened by someone again. Enoch walked in, pulled the blanket over Cheshire and thought to himself, no, you should share the blanket. Why is our princess sleeping alone like this? This kid is good at drawing, is not he? Let us see, Lilith, is this the jellyfish? Not a jellyfish, but me, there are eyes and a nose. Haha, He chuckled when he saw the words, "This is not father." "Good night, our princess." Enoch gently placed a kiss on his little daughter's forehead. The next day, Lilith was sitting looking down at the yard. She spotted Cheshire sitting alone on a chair. She sighed to herself, "He must be very bored. I wish I could play with him while studying." Oscar sprawled on the chair and said, "So boring." Lilith pouted. "Then do not come," Oscar replied. "I agreed to hold a special class once a week. I can't break my promise." Lilith thought to herself, "He looks very bored. Should I ask a question?" She held out her notebook and said, "I do not know this. Can you show me?" Oscar immediately exposed her. "Lie. It is not that you do not know." "Nonsense. Do not you find it boring since you already know everything?" Lilith replied. "I do not know everything," Oscar replied. "Yeah, sure, if you say so. You will be going to the training academy soon, right? Enlistment is mandatory at age 9, but anyone can enter from age 7. "When is your birthday?" Lilith replied. "It is May 19th, Oscar replied. "Less than a month left. You might go see your mother, right?" Lilith was surprised. "Mother, why?" Oscar laughed and asked, "Didn't your father tell you?" Lilith thought to herself, "I never thought much about it, and father always tried to cover it up or ignore it." In the original, it only said that the daughter had died. There was not a single line about Enoch Rubinstein's wife. "I really did not think about it until now, mother." Lilith asked, "Does the master of the magic tower know my mother?" Oscar nodded. "Of course. She is very famous." Lilith was curious. "What kind of person is she?" Oscar chuckled. "You want to know? Judging by your reaction now, it seems like this is the first time you have heard about your mother, father too, and even the people in this family. Is there any reason why I should tell you?" Lilith rolled her eyes. "I am curious. Please tell me," Oscar replied. "If so, I think I can tell you. Marchioness Selena Ludendorff, she is known as a mage. She retired 5 years ago and is currently a researcher at an ability training institute." Lilith was surprised. Marchioness. Seeing her reaction, Oscar sighed and continued. "After your father disappeared, she remarried to Marquis Ludendorff without looking back." Lilith lowered her head. "I understand. Remarried." Seeing this, Oscar laughed. "That reaction, are you shocked? It seems like she does not care whether you live or die, right? Look at her remarrying, having children, and living well with another man. You can." Lilith replied coldly, "No, I am not shocked." Oscar was suspicious, really. Lilith bowed her head and sighed. "Yes, mother has her own life too. She is young and talented, so she should live and do what she wants." Oscar replied, "Well, that is true. She is a young and capable mage, from a good family. So, she married your father, who was the most successful at the time. However, is not that too cruel? It could be anything with the husband, but you are the child she carried and gave birth to." Lilith replied, "Father took me away and hid as soon as I was born." "Right. Mother probably does not even know where I am, so how would she know?" Oscar chuckled and said, "How naive. Your mother is a mage, a talented young person, not even 30 years old. How could she have retired and be working comfortably at a training institute? The place you and your father ran away to," that woman told the emperor. "In exchange for her retirement, moreover, she got a promise from the emperor that her son would not be drafted. Do you understand what I mean? She sold her own daughter for her son." Lilith's eyes widened. "So that is how it is, if that is true. In the original story, I was kidnapped, transferred to a training institute. After confirming my rank, I was locked up. He said that my mother is working at the training institute now. Then mother knows everything. That old process, the mother in the original witnessed everything." "This is shocking," Oscar laughed and asked. "Now you are shocked, are not you?" Lilith nodded. "Yes, a little." Oscar's expression turned serious again. He said, "After you arrive at the training institute, come to the magic tower immediately. I will allow you to work early with the authority of this body." Lilith immediately turned away, sulking. "Why me? I do not like it." Oscar was surprised. "What? Why?" Lilith replied, "I will stay at home. Why do I have to go there?" Oscar was startled. "If you do not enter the magic tower, you will have to go to the battlefield. Even if you are young, there is no mercy. Young soldiers have to go and subdue demons with 100 teeth." Lilith retorted, "However, I won't go. I do not want to be away from father." Oscar laughed. "It is good to have something to believe in." "Why? Did your father tell you not to do anything? He is letting you live like a princess who does not need to lift a finger." You can't enjoy such luxury without paying the price. Just like your mother sold you to protect her son, so will your father, instead of letting you live like a princess. Do you think he will send you to the battlefield? Not even your father can tell the emperor to go to war as he pleases, especially a war of aggression. Your father has opposed everything. However, your father has a daughter. Good news for the emperor, it will be easy to threaten him with you. Do you want to become your father's weakness, making him unable to say anything in front of the emperor? Go kill innocent people, and that is okay, Lilith thought to herself. That won't happen. As long as I am not in the top 3 of the class obligated to go to the military, I have prepared countermeasures. I am curious about Oscar's intention to help. Isn't he really the #1 mischievous character? From the way he speaks, it seems like he does not like the emperor. Then, why in the original? Even though father asked him to help with the revolution, he stubbornly refused. When the rebels arrived at the palace, surprisingly, next to the emperor was the tower master, Oscar. Oscar just watched the emperor's death. The reason why Oscar did that? It was after I appeared as the final villain, maybe. Cheshire tried to kill me instead of my panicking father, and Oscar was the one who blocked Cheshire at that time. Oscar, who had never used his own power, strangely coughed up blood and fought Cheshire in the end. I thought he was my enemy, because I sided with the villain in the confrontation. So why did he help me and just watch the emperor's death? At this time, Oscar reminded, relax your face, you will get wrinkles. Lilith sighed, phew, it is so hard to understand. Oscar wondered, what is hard? Lilith hinted, the tower master. I can't understand what he is thinking. Oscar pursed his lips, trying to hold back a laugh. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. Lilith wondered, why are you so nice to me? Does he have a thing for me? Is he the type to blush a little, or something? She was startled to find, is he actually blushing a little? At this time, Oscar shrugged and said, I love geniuses. Lilith realized with slight annoyance, he is teasing everyone. At this time, Oscar called her, hey. They are fighting. Huh. Lilith looked out the window in surprise. Cheshire and Leon. The two of them are grabbing each other's heads and fighting. Lilith ran down in a panic. I have to go there. Oscar's smile disappeared as he looked down coldly. A faint smile quickly reappeared. The age gap is quite interesting. His smile also softened when he saw Lilith. She is mature inside and good at acting, indeed. At this time, Lilith came running over and yelled, stop it. What do you think you are doing? Get out. Let him go. Leon, enraged, let go of Cheshire. Lilith worriedly approached Cheshire and asked, are you okay? She thought to herself, the wounds will be hard to heal. I promised I would not let anyone hit you. But now. She angrily asked Leon, why did you hit him? Why? Say something. Why did you hit him? Leon replied, don't be friends with him. I told you not to. Because he is a bad person. Lilith was surprised. What do you mean? Leon excitedly replied, he is. He stopped mid-sentence. Then he said to Lilith with a puzzled look, anyway, listen to me. Don't play with this thug. I do not like being rude about the commoner topic either. Lilith was surprised. What are you talking about? She thought to herself, am I hearing this right? Leon talked about commoners, really, even if it is someone who looks down on Cheshire, it should not be Leon. Though he is flashy on the outside, is not he a great older brother who scolded the people cursing Cheshire behind his back? Why is this happening? What is wrong? Where did everything go wrong? Is it because I saved Cheshire a little earlier? No, it can't be. At this time, she spoke, am I not a commoner? Leon asked back in surprise, what? Lilith replied, I think I was born and lived as a commoner until now. If I was not father's daughter, you would not even talk to me, Leon hurriedly explained. Hey, that is not it. Lilith continued, I also had commoner friends when I lived in Jenin. Aunt Susan and Uncle Joe are also commoners. Everyone was kind, and I still miss them. I won't make friends just because they are nobles. Cheshire is my friend. So, do not hit or look down on him. Leon trembled with anger. You are closer to him than me. You like him more than me. Lilith thought to herself, that is right. Leon is still immature. I want him to understand, but I can't order him to do that. She turned away sulkily. I liked you, but now I am not so sure. Because I hate violent people the most in the world. Leon gritted his teeth, trembling. Then he turned around and walked away sullenly. At this time, Lilith hurriedly checked on Cheshire. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Cheshire brushed off his clothes and replied, I am fine. Lilith sadly lowered her head. I am sorry. This happened as soon as I brought you here. I promised I would not let anyone look down on you. Cheshire said in a low voice, Why are you apologizing to me? He did the right thing. I think he misunderstood my words. Lilith asked in surprise, What do you mean? Cheshire replied, He came to me and asked if I was your real friend, and I said no. Lilith wondered, So what did you say? Cheshire scratched his head. I said I was a toy. I thought if I said I was your friend, he would hate me. If not a friend, I just said I was a toy. I guess he understood my words the opposite way. A toy, not a friend, but a toy. I was going to explain, but he did not give me a chance. Lilith's eyes widened. Is that how it happened? Cheshire was puzzled. You said something strange, right? I am sorry. Lilith held her head in panic. No, I am the one at fault. Okay. Promise. Cheshire nodded. Okay. When Lilith arrived at Leon's room, it was very noisy inside. She opened the door and called softly, Brother. Their mother said, You two should talk. I will go out now. At this time, Lilith approached and called gently, Brother. Leon asked with his arms crossed, What? Lilith said, I heard the reason why you hit Cheshire. You were angry because Cheshire called me a toy, right? Leon replied angrily, Exactly, that kid is horrible. Who calls someone a toy like that? Lilith explained, You are mistaken. Cheshire said he was my toy, not that I was his toy. Leon was surprised. What? Lilith sighed. Actually, I was the one who called Cheshire a toy. Of course, it was just a joke. I should not have joked about that. Anyway, he said that because he thought calling himself my friend might make you hate him. Leon frowned. That is ridiculous. Why would I hate him? Lilith replied, Isn't it because you do not like him? You even glared at him yesterday. Leon hurriedly said, It is not that I do not like him. Maybe it is, because you are closer to him. Lilith was extremely surprised. What? Leon said shyly, If you bring him home and say you want to live with him, that means you really like him, right? I was trying to get closer to you, but then he suddenly appeared. I was angry because it seemed like you liked him more than me. Lilith's eyes widened. I never thought of that. I assumed he did not like him because he was just a commoner. So, he was jealous. She approached and said, Brother, Cheshire is my friend, but you are my family. Look at me, okay? I always thought father was my only family. That is why, when I lived in Xenon, I envied kids with siblings. And then, when I came here, I got a brother, right? You are also very cool and handsome. Oh, and you are good at catching spiders and kind too. Lately I have been feeling very happy. I used to think having father was enough, but it is so wonderful to have brothers to play with. You are family, always by my side every day. Even if I have many friends in the future, you will always be the most important person to me. Leon asked happily, Really? Lilith nodded. Yeah, really. Let us play together a lot and eat delicious food later. Leon replied cheerfully, Sure. He asked again, But, is he better, or am I better? Lilith replied without hesitation, Of course you. Leon pressed his advantage. Then, is Theo better, or am I better? Lilith cleverly replied, You are better. Uncle, or you? Lilith hesitated. That is a bit difficult. Leon burst out laughing. I understand. I will pass this time, father. The next day, Leon sat on a chair and said arrogantly, Hey, I am sorry for hitting you yesterday. I misunderstood you. Violence is not good anyway, so I apologize. It is not Lilith making me say this, I mean it. Cheshire replied, It is okay. I said something weird anyway. Leon nodded, All right. Let us talk normally. You forgive me, right? Cheshire nodded, Yeah. Theo, on the bed, said with a smile, Leon's way of talking is a bit strange, but he is not a bad kid. Please understand. You said your name is Cheshire, right? I am Theo. Make yourself comfortable. Although this is not my house. Cheshire thought to himself, Is he hurting anywhere? At this time, Leon spoke up, Hey, if you are going to live here from now on, you will need to adjust the ranking a bit. Cheshire was surprised. Ranking. Leon said smugly, Lilith said she likes me more than you. Cheshire froze. What? Leon laughed loudly with satisfaction. Look at your face, full of defeat. And she said she likes me more than Theo, too. Yeah, really. If you do not believe me, you can ask Lilith. Even Uncle can't win. How can you? Consider me an exception. So, I am number one. No objections, okay? The person Lilith loves the most. Cheshire stared blankly. That is the ranking. Theo, on the bed, spoke up. Hey, Leon. Wait a minute. So, between you and Cheshire, who does she like more? Leon laughed and replied. That is not what you are asking. Probably third, right? Haha. At this time, Cheshire spoke up. I will take third place. Theo was surprised. Huh? You are giving in. How kind. Leon asked. What are you guys talking about, idiot? That is for Lilith to decide. Theo was curious. What is Lilith doing now? Leon replied. Probably listening to a lecture. Why, do you want to ask? Are you confident you will beat me? Theo tried to get out of bed but felt dizzy. Leon worried. Hey, Theo, are you all right? Theo said shakily, no, then kept panting. Ice, is it happening again? Leon shouted. Wait, I will call a servant. Cheshire also realized. His health does not seem very good. Theo experienced terrible pain. Unable to breathe, he fell to the floor. Cheshire was worried and did not know what to do. He rushed to hold Theo's hands, preventing him from hurting himself. Enoch Rubinstein asked his daughter, Your birthday is coming up soon, is not it? The little girl coyly replied that it was still a long way off, but he gently said, It is less than a month away. He excitedly asked her, What do you want? Tell Daddy. This year, I will buy my little princess anything she desires. Hearing her father say that, the little girl paused to think carefully. Little Lilith hesitantly shared with her father, What I want might not even exist. Then she quickly added, The Island Festival is coming up soon. Could you go see it with me, Daddy? Perhaps Enoch had already guessed her thoughts. He said to himself, Come to think of it, that is when the Children's Day Festival takes place, lasting through the first 2 weeks of next month. He immediately recalled the activities held during the Children's Day Festival. During the holiday, children from noble families would often recite poetry or go horseback riding. Enoch tried hard to guess his daughter's thoughts, but what Lilith mentioned was likely the festival for commoner children, where toy stalls lined the sparkling streets, and one could watch clowns perform and puppet shows. It was truly a paradise for children. He picked up his little daughter and said happily, Why not? Let us just go. Let us go. But the little girl looked worried. No. Please just act like you did not hear anything. It won't work. Grandfather won't like it. So. Lilith spoke firmly to her father. Silly Daddy, if I go out with you, everyone will recognize us, and they will have to bow. He smiled to encourage her. Don't worry. That day Daddy will be disguised as James Brown. Let us sneak out together to eat delicious food, and buy those princess shoes you liked last year. Seeing that, the little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at her father. Really? He promised her, really? Daddy is the best, he replied. Am I the best? Then give Daddy a kiss. Suddenly, there was a loud scream from outside. He thought, Is this Theo? Then said, Princess, come outside with Daddy for a moment. The little girl made a request that surprised him. Put me down, hurry, please put me down quickly. Lilith left her father's arms and ran forward. He panicked. No, wait. The little girl took off her necklace. Enoch did not expect it was not that magic. Why did Lilith have it? The little girl ran quickly into the room. Inside the room, the young master was suffering in agonizing pain. A maid constantly encouraged him. Young master, please try to endure just a little longer. His whole body was trembling as waves of pain kept hitting him. The mother clasped her hands in prayer. Please try to hold on. Everything will be all right. I am so sorry. Just then, Enoch and Lilith entered the room. Everyone was worried about the young master's health. The little girl ran straight into the room, calling out, Big brother. Everyone panicked and told Lilith, No, do not, get back. The maid said, Young lady, please do not come closer. But Lilith refused to listen. She ran to his sickbed and hugged the young master tightly. The little girl held his neck firmly. Brother, do not hurt anymore. Please make the pain go away. Suddenly, as if an electric current were radiating out, her brother cried out. The little girl continued to plead. Please get healthy again. Don't let it be useless. It can't be, please. The young master breathed a sigh of relief. He forced himself up and opened his eyes to look at the little girl. The maid standing nearby repeatedly asked him, "Are you okay? Do you feel any better?" The mother rushed over to ask, "My dear, are you all right?" He said, "Yes, mother." Feeling relieved, she exulted, "Oh my, I am so glad. Thank the heavens." Leon was surprised. "What? You do not feel pain anymore? How did it stop so suddenly?" The maid was relieved, tears of joy falling. "This is wonderful, Lady Ordia. This seizure passed so quickly." The mother gently stroked the young master's face and said, "Yes, this is the first time." "Oh Lord, thank you all so much." Lilith suddenly realized something seemed a bit off. Everyone was so relieved that no one noticed the stone. No one wondered why the seizure stopped. Wasn't it thanks to the stone that helped him feel better? No one was paying attention at all. Enoch felt hesitant about this matter, his heart feeling heavy. He gently checked in, "Are you okay, Theo?" The boy replied, "I am fine, it does not hurt anymore." Enoch was relieved. "I see, that is a relief." He spoke to the mother, "Sister, he just had a seizure, right?" She said, "Yes, about 10 minutes ago." He thought for a moment, "That is strange. I remember before, he always had to struggle for 3 hours." Little Lilith's eyes lit up. Just as expected from the main character, so sharp. The little girl handed the stone back and said joyfully, "I am so happy for you, brother. Could it be, because I prayed for the pain to go away quickly that you felt better sooner? Maybe that really is the reason." "Thank you, Lilith. You must have been very surprised." She replied, "Yes, but as long as you are not in pain anymore, it is wonderful." Enoch called his daughter, and she politely answered, "Yes, Daddy." He noticed the stone she gave to Theo and asked, "Where did you get that?" Lilith answered honestly, "This. I got it the last time we went out. I thought it was pretty, so Theo bought it for me." "Theo, it was a bit expensive." Little Lilith said, "Actually, it was expensive. I really wanted it, so I pestered him to buy it. So please do not scold him, okay?" The lady comforted her, "No, my dear, I won't do that." In contrast to the girl, Enoch still found this matter puzzling. Enoch spoke with his sister, "I think we need to call a priest to check Theo's condition." She was surprised. "You know about his illness, why call a priest?" "I think the reason the seizure was shorter and less frequent is because of that necklace. It is not just a piece of jewelry. It is a form of weak black magic." Everyone was stunned. This was something made of black magic, was not it? It seemed that the energy conflict was mitigated by temporarily increasing the amount of magic in the boy's body. So if he keeps that on him, Theo won't have seizures anymore, the bishop said. "That is correct, my lady." He explained, "As you know, energy conflict is the result of an imbalance between divine energy and magical energy. It occurs in individuals who possess both types at a 50/50 ratio. Usually, one side should be dominant." The magical energy from the monster core increased the magic level in the boy's body, and it seems the two types of energy are no longer in conflict. Theo stared intently at the necklace. The king said, "Is that even possible? This child has suffered from that disease for so long, and this is the only cure." The bishop said, "Yes. We never thought that external monster energy could affect him this way." Ordia sobbed, "Oh Lord, my dear child." Now, Enoch understood and comforted his sister. Afterward, the bishop advised the family, however, since the balance between divine and magical energy will return one day, until a core cure is found, collecting more monster hearts and keeping them with him will be the best way. That way, he won't have seizures anymore. "I see. Thank you, truly thank you." The bishop replied, "It is nothing. We are the ones who should say thank you. Energy conflict is an incurable disease that has been a headache for our church." The bishop chatted with Enoch. "It was the Duke who contacted us, right? What do you think about resolving energy conflict using monster hearts?" He recalled the moment little Lilith ran over and took off her necklace. He recounted, "It was just a coincidence. My daughter carries this as a toy. When she arrived, my nephew's condition improved." The bishop chuckled, "I see. Perhaps that coincidence is the answer from God." It seemed Lady Antre's prayers had been answered by God. Enoch appeared skeptical about little Lilith. The next morning, Cheshire arrived in front of the palace. The boy stood outside the door, looking worried. I wonder what kind of illness could be so serious. He intended to knock, but his reason would not let him. He told himself, no, a commoner living off his master should not worry in vain. Then he turned to leave. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Little Lilith quickly called. Cheshire, Leon asked him, did you come to visit Theo? Lilith joyfully told him, Brother Theo is better now, he is sleeping right now. Hearing that, Cheshire felt more at ease. I see. Ordia asked the boy, so you are Cheshire, the one Enoch brought back. He politely replied, yes, madam. She said, I heard you helped Theo until the servants came to assist. Leon said to him, thank you. Honestly. Ordia saw the wound on his cheek. She gently touched his face. You are hurt. He said, I am fine, madam. She called a maid over and asked her to treat the child. She bowed. Yes, Lady Ordia. Cheshire said to himself, the people in this family really are strange. Little Lilith cheered. I think the afternoon snack is mashed apples. Can we have dinner together later? Seeing how cute the girl was, Ordia said, how could I refuse a request from such a lovely girl? Let us do that. Lilith held Cheshire's hand and continued, along with Daddy and Cheshire too. Leon was eager. Hey, me too. She laughed happily. Of course, I will eat with you too. Seeing the children happy and united, Ordia felt happy as well. The weather is very nice tonight. Shall we set the table outdoors? The little girl expressed her excitement. That sounds wonderful. Cheshire turned to look at the little girl. The little girl grinned, looking very adorable. He felt shy and stared at her silently. His hand trembled. He felt a very strange sensation. Everyone led Cheshire inside to have the meal. For days later, the atmosphere was much livelier. Lilith's cheers rang out. This is so much fun. The festive atmosphere continued to fill the Duke's mansion. Theo whispered to himself that I had found a cure for the rare disease that had tormented Theo for a lifetime. Because of it, Duke Antrace had gone abroad to find a cure, so he would soon be able to return. Lilith looked up at the sky, sighed in relief, and smiled. It is all thanks to me. Theo asked the little girl, Lilith, your birthday is coming up soon, is not it? The girl said, yes. What should I give you as a gift? The girl declined. There is no need. Now that you are better and not in pain anymore, that is the best gift. Theo was moved by the girl's words. A while later, Leon arrived dripping with sweat to call the two children. Goodness, are you two playing? Honestly, where is that kid Cheshire? Just then, the boy behind him spoke up, right here. Lilith ran to Cheshire. There seemed to be something else making him feel happy. The little girl politely handed him a water bottle. Drink quickly. You have worked hard. Unable to refuse her enthusiasm, he thanked her for her kindness. Good news arrived. Daddy had decided to become Cheshire's guardian, and after that, we could study together. Lilith said, our schedules are identical except for two things. I have special math tutoring with Oscar, and Cheshire is studying swordsmanship with Daddy. After 2 years of swordsmanship training with Daddy, Cheshire would catch up and become a master swordsman within 2 years. Lilith was amazed and surprised. Is it really that easy? She chatted with him. Cheshire, come over here. She whispered in his ear, you have not forgotten that we decided to do that thing today, right? Cheshire was surprised. What? Maybe you should just go with Uncle and then come back. The little girl stubbornly refused. No, I promised you. He said, all right, then. From afar, Theo curiously said, hey, why are you two always whispering to each other? What are you saying? Lilith was quick to respond, no, we are not saying anything. Theo did not believe it. He said jealously, stop it. How can you be saying nothing? Come here and tell me what you two just discussed. Lilith joked, I do not want to. In the afternoon, Enoch disguised himself as James to go down to the street with the two kids. He asked, are you two ready? Lilith teased her father, yes, big brother James Brown, let us go. But Cheshire felt worried and uneasy. Is it okay for us to do this? Contrary to his mood, the little girl confidently affirmed, of course. James told him, let us have a lot of fun today. They arrived at the festival. Lilith really loved the atmosphere here. The little girl was very happy. Cheshire stood still, looking up at the lights and the bustling atmosphere. In his heart, he felt very joyful and happy. Lilith thought to herself, it seems Cheshire really likes this place. The story says that in the original work, Daddy and Cheshire came to this place. I must not forget that emotional scene. In the original work, at the beginning, the relationship between Daddy and Cheshire was not very close. What do I mean? Well, of course, after losing his daughter, Enoch Rubinstein became a duke as cold as the north wind, and Cheshire was naturally very aloof. But as everyone knows, Enoch Rubinstein was never a heartless person. Although he could not be close, he always cared for Cheshire. Even though he could not feel the father-son bond, he clumsily tried to be a father. Enoch reached out to the boy. The festival, there is a festival outside. The boy's voice lowered as he replied, yes. The two of them talked for a while, and Enoch suggested, let us go out. Returning to the bustling festival scene, Lilith appeared delighted. This is so much fun. My mood is so much better. James gently asked her, Princess, are you having fun? The girl grinned widely. Then she turned to ask Cheshire, is it fun for you too? The boy was shy, not knowing how to answer her. Suddenly, Lilith spotted something. She recognized someone very familiar. He had also recognized the little girl. Is that Uncle Axion? He stopped to talk to James. What are you doing here? James confusedly scratched his head. Isn't this the captain? You must have gone through a lot of trouble, right? The bodyguard pointed at James and said, how can someone be so insolent? Don't you know who this is? Axion told the guard to stop and not say another word. He turned his gaze toward little Lilith. The little girl was polite. Hello, uncle. Axion appeared cold and confused. He told the guard, he is my friend. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. What, a friend? He questioned Master James. Why are you wandering around the commoner residential area without any regard for etiquette? Do you want to enjoy the fun before revealing your identity? James could only laugh and reply cheerfully, Captain, you are always a busy man, yet now you are even managing public order. Axion clarified, no, I am just conducting a personal investigation. James was surprised by this and exclaimed, an investigation. I heard that there have been many reports of missing children in residential areas lately, so I came to find out the truth myself. Hearing about the complicated case, James was surprised. What? While little Lilith simply thought to herself, nothing is more pointless than commoners reporting crimes. The commoner residential areas were no different from a lawless world. Crimes were prosecuted under royal law only when nobles were involved. If commoners were beaten or disappeared, even if reported to the police, it would not be resolved. The little girl looked at Uncle Axion with admiration. What a wonderful person, a noble using his power to investigate crimes on behalf of commoners. He could be considered a unicorn in this cruel world. She said in her mind that anyway, only a righteous person like this could become Daddy's closest confidant. Before leaving, he reminded James, don't get your identity discovered. Have fun and then go back quietly. The return ceremony is the day after tomorrow. James waved goodbye and teased him. Stop nagging, I got it. Thank you. The little girl called him back. She placed a candy in his hand. Axion was very surprised. What? The little girl said, this is a cool candy. Please eat it and do your best. Goodbye, uncle. He walked back, clutching the candy and thinking. James and his children continued to enjoy the festival. They were attracted by a competition ahead. The host introduced an extremely attractive program. The first prize is a pair of Lala shoes. The entry fee is only 5,000 tur. Join now for your beloved daughters. This year's theme was The Adventures of Princess Lala, items from the famous fairy tale The Adventures of Princess Lala, which was extremely popular across the empire. Lilith stared intently at the shoes and said in her head, I wanted those last year, but I gave up because they were too expensive. She also thought, the other girls will go crazy for these. The host invited people enthusiastically. Strong mothers can also participate. Second prize will be a set of Banabani Bunny pajamas, a set for both adults and children. James immediately thought of his daughter. He asked her opinion. Princess, the little girl was startled. No need, Daddy. It is fine. I do not like Princess Lala anymore. He realized this was a sign from God. He immediately led Lilith and Cheshire onto the stage. The little girl insisted, no, is this really okay? The host asked, finally someone has joined, your name is? He immediately said he was James Brown. He used a pen to write the name James Brown, but father and child events were for children. He should not make his son feel left out, right? According to the event rules, all children must participate too. Okay. Lilith was worried. What? He clarified, not only should mothers participate, but others as well. This was clearly a way to lure children in. The little girl expressed concern. If you have to carry 2 people, my father will be at a disadvantage. The manager told her, no, little princess, that is the rule. Cheshire said self-consciously, hey, I am not his son. Hearing that, James gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He lifted him up. Look, it is easy. Don't worry, Daddy will win. Lilith was also worried. Is it really okay? He lifted the little girl onto his shoulders. He took firm steps. Suddenly, they saw a muscular man walking by. He said wittily, a young man leading 2 cute siblings. That is great. Let us have a match. James shook his hand and chuckled. You are in really good shape. Lilith said in her head, one punch from this big uncle is enough to send someone to see their ancestors. How can we beat him? The competition began. The coordinator said, many people have entered. Let us start quickly. Now, 5 teams of strong fathers and mothers, sit down and stand up until only 5 teams are left. Billy smiled to encourage James, maybe because you are young, you have great stamina. James complimented Billy back, your stamina is also very good. Lilith cheered for her father, Daddy, do not lose, he promised her, all right, princess. The host said the next part was still sitting and standing, however, should we increase the difficulty a bit? Fathers, please spin 10 times before picking up your children. Start. James began to perform. Seeing that Uncle James was very determined for this competition, Cheshire asked curiously, does he absolutely have to win? What is Lala anyway? The little girl sighed. We can't turn back now. This is a battle of honor. We cannot lose. Hearing that, he groaned helplessly. Elsewhere, Axion continued his investigation. As he walked, he thought, cases of missing children are increasing, and it is currently Children's Day. He said to the guards, he must be hiding somewhere. Axion pieced together the collected facts. In just 1 month, more than 20 commoner children had gone missing. The common characteristic among those children was fair skin and a lovely face. If they were sold to nobles, they would make a lot of money. He held a photo of the suspect and told his team, we still have not found him. Does the man look like this? His comrade said startlingly, yes. We have never seen anyone like that. Is that so? The 2 of them stood still, terrified. Axion guessed they must have taken bribes and pretended not to see anything. He said sternly, this is an order. No matter what happens today, you must find this person. If you fail, you will be held responsible. They ran ahead in fear. Yes, Duke, as you command. He folded the piece of paper, appearing exhausted by the whole ordeal. Opening his palm, he gazed at the candy for a moment. He recalled the little girl's words, this is a cool candy. Please eat it and do your best, and he sensed that she looked much healthier than when they first met. The girl was like a doll, yet she shared many resemblances with her father. Axion wandered around the festival, saying wistfully to himself, everyone has a child. He thought, what if? He was the one who had once held Lilith hostage and witnessed the gates of hell. Am I really getting old, worrying about everything? Returning to the intense race, only 2 contestants remained, Billy and James. Give them a huge round of applause to cheer them on. Hundreds of people below cheered enthusiastically. Cheshire clapped along, though he could not hide the worry on his face. The host continued to coordinate the competition, announcing the rules. The rules for the final round are very simple. Inside these 5 wooden crates you see here, 5 children are hiding. I will ask questions about the fathers that the children will answer. After hearing the child's response, the 2 fathers must guess which box their child is in. I should warn you, the children have taken a voice-altering potion, so you won't be able to judge by their voices. James stood confidently before Billy. This time, I will definitely win. There is nothing about my little princess that I do not know. Billy taunted him in return. Is it really that easy? There is nothing I do not know about my Emily, either. The host continued the explanation. The remaining boxes hide children who were eliminated in the previous rounds. Now, let us start with the first question. What is your father's favorite food? Hearing the question, James immediately thought, just like my little princess scrambled eggs with ketchup. Several answers rang out. Dark beer, potato soup, mashed carrots, chicken breast soup, sausages. But none of them matched James's thoughts. He felt disappointed. as if his world were collapsing. Billy said excitedly, I do not even need a second question to guess. Can I choose right now? The host said, Of course, go ahead and guess. James interrupted, Wait a minute. He grabbed Billy's wrist. Hey! Let us listen to one more question. After all, we have sweated through this together. It would be quite sad if you did not agree. Billy laughed heartily. Oh my, this young man is quite funny. Fine, I will let it slide this time. Host, please ask one more question. The host welcomed Billy's spirit. How kind of you. James whispered toward the boxes. Princess, Daddy is feeling very sad. How could you guess wrong? Do better next time, okay? The host began to shout. Now for the next question. What is your father's shoe size? James crossed his arms confidently. This is a bit tricky, but there is no way my daughter would not know. A series of answers were given that left him helpless. 14 pelina, for pili, I do not know. He was bewildered. Wait, where is the princess? If the shoe size is 14 pelina, that is clearly Billy's. The 4 pelina must be a mistake for her mother's size. James felt a pang of pain. Someone shouted 14 pelina. Don't you know your father's shoe size? We have been to the shoe store together so many times. Billy smiled triumphantly. Can we open the boxes now? Billy chose the first box, as expected. The little girl rejoiced. Daddy. Billy was happy to see her. My daughter, you did so well. Seeing the two of them so happy, James forced a smile. He stepped toward the remaining boxes to make his choice. Should I use a little bit of my power? But his conscience would not allow it. He had to play fair. He decided to open box number 2. He opened it, and it was not Lilith. The final result was clear. Today's winners are Billy Black and Emily Black. Let us present them with the Princess Lala shoes. Billy shook hands with James in thanks. That was fun, young man. I own a tavern in the next alley. Stop by sometime, and I will treat you to a cold beer. James replied cheerfully, Thank you. I had a great time too. I will visit next time. They walked away happily. James then realized Lilith still had not come out. He said, Princess, are you angry? He opened the next box to look, but the little girl was not there. A little girl ran down to find her mother. He opened box number 3. Honestly, this is not Daddy's fault. How could you not guess something so simple? Daddy is very sad. By the time he opened box number 4 and still did not see Lilith, he started to panic. The last child can't be Lilith, right? Cheshire bolted onto the stage. The boy quickly opened the final box. Lilith was not there. James found the host to question him. Are you saying my daughter is not in there, not in any of the boxes? James looked him in the eye. Are you kidding me? You were watching the kids the whole time. The host replied honestly, I do not even know what your daughter looks like. Can you let go of me? He turned to walk away. James was furious. He grabbed the host by the collar. Stop the nonsense and bring my daughter out here. The man said, Are you crazy? You lost your daughter, and now you are taking it out on me. Just then, a security team passed by. What is going on over there? They broke up the scuffle between James and the host. James turned pale. It felt like this was not just a simple disappearance. It was more like a kidnapping. Recalling Axian's earlier words, it was quite bold. After all, even if commoners reported crimes for 100 days straight, they would not receive legal protection. At that moment, James wondered, they kidnapped children without worrying about the security forces. Axian had warned that while the security forces might be well known, lately they were practically useless. They had grown weaker during the 7 years he was in seclusion. He chuckled bitterly. If I were a commoner without power, would I just have to endure this? This damn country has not changed at all. In a rage, he taught the guards and the host a lesson. Someone else said, Hey, what do you think you are doing? I am calling the guards. He grabbed the host by the collar again. What are you doing? James gritted his teeth and asked, Where is my daughter? The man said, I do not know. He decided to shed his disguise and return to his identity as Enoch. I ask you again, where is my daughter? The host's face turned gray. He realized the man had power. I am sorry, I will talk. Candlelight flickered to life. To the question of whether the daughter of the most powerful person in the world and the protagonist of the story could be rescued after being kidnapped, the answer was yes. Of course, this was getting interesting. Lilith said to herself, I was just minding my own business when I was suddenly stuffed into a sack and brought to this middle-of-nowhere place. I hope Cheshire is okay. At least he is with Daddy. Footsteps approached the iron cage, where Lilith was held. Look at this brat. She is not crying at all. A henchman arrived. He pulled out a knife in front of her. Hey, are not you scared? The little girl trembled. I am exposed. I am so scared. Please let me go home. He moved close to the cage. No, no. From now on, you will never be able to go home again. The little girl wondered why. You will live somewhere else, but do not hate it too much. One day, you will have to thank me. I will take you to a place much bigger and better than the house you live in. Nobles will feed you delicious food and love you, so do not be sad. The little girl realized then that he was a human trafficker. If so, was this man the mastermind behind the missing children case Uncle Axion was investigating? If I really were the daughter of a commoner, there would truly be no way to escape safely, right? I must sit quietly and wait for Daddy to come. At the same time, another man rushed in with news. Hey Greg, there is no time. We have to move fast. He panicked. What? What happened? I heard the night captain is coming. The residential area has been too noisy lately, so it seems they intend to investigate directly and punish us with their power. Greg's face could not hide his worry. What? You mean Duke Libra? He said. Why would someone of such high social status care about this lowly class? Doesn't he have anything better to do? Greg said resentfully. I told you, this is such a nuisance. We need to hand this child over to Viscount Blyman. If we do that, we can make 10 million tur. No, there is no time. When will the Viscount even arrive? Your face is already known everywhere, so hide for a while until things settle down. I have called for a boat. Go straight to the port. The little girl cried out. What? Escaping abroad? Hey, mister. Greg asked for his partner's opinion. What about the kid? She really is beautiful. Killing her or leaving her behind would be a waste. Put her on the boat too. We will sell her abroad. The little girl was terrified. No way. I need to stall for time until Daddy arrives. The little girl said, Misters, can't you just let me go? Just let me go, because when my father arrives. She realized she almost let the truth slip. Wait, if I say I am Enoch Rubinstein's daughter, what will happen? First of all, there is no guarantee they will believe me. But even if they do, there is still a problem. I have seen both their faces. There is no way to survive after daring to face a noble. Even if I were released unharmed and pleaded for them, they would still have to die. And they know that very well. If they want to live, they won't hesitate to kill me, right? Greg asked threateningly. What? Who is your father? The girl's voice trembled. My father is a very scary person. The two men burst into laughter. The little girl was only afraid. Daddy, when you arrive. What if they escape before Daddy gets here? I am so scared. What should I do? They picked up the cage holding Lilith. If everything is ready, let us go. Keep quiet and use the back door. The little girl pleaded with Greg. Wait, mister. The other man opened the door. Damn it, you gave me a fright. What do you want? Enoch had arrived. He caught them trying to flee with Lilith. The little girl called out, Daddy. Lilith burst into tears. Greg said, Oh, Daddy, didn't the brat say her father was very scary? What is this, coming to save your daughter? You are quite confident. Do you think that just because you say Daddy's here, we will just give her back to you? And why could not you protect your beautiful daughter in the first place? The little girl saw him pull out a knife. She screamed, Daddy, be careful. Enoch grabbed his wrist firmly, stopping him. The man was stunned. What the hell? He tied the man's hands tightly behind his back. Then he smashed the door open to rescue his daughter. Oh, there was the sound of something breaking. Enoch stepped in to deal with Greg. You are not half bad, are you? Greg flashed a sinister, threatening face at him. But it is not enough. I do not know what that idiot told you, but I am tired of this. Regardless, I will continue to live a life fueled by swords and knives. He lunged at Enoch. Enoch struck his wrist. The knife flew away. The man was bewildered and terrified because he had failed, and the swords and knives kept falling. Greg admitted defeat, kneeling before Enoch. What is this? This is. Enoch Rubinstein could not suppress his rage. He grabbed the man's throat tightly. Using all his strength to pin him down, he caused the man immense pain. Witnessing the scene, Lilith fearfully covered her mouth, not saying a word. Daddy is truly terrifying. Enoch was livid, pressing down on his neck with force. He used his extraordinary strength to deal with the man appropriately. He even used his special ability to restrain the man's head. The little girl called out, "Daddy." The cage was still locked. "Daddy is sorry, little princess." He found a way to unlock the iron cage to rescue her. He opened his arms to welcome her. "Come here." Lilith shed tears of happiness and fell into her father's arms. The two of them embraced each other. Lilith Brown felt very guilty. "Daddy, I am sorry. I am sorry I made you take me to the festival for no reason." Enoch Rubinstein himself was the one feeling tormented. "Why are you apologizing? No, princess, I am sorry. I am sorry that I had no other choice but to live in a place like this." Daddy is the adult. Outside, the moon had risen high. As soon as Enoch carried Lilith outside, he saw two others standing there. Axion and Cheshire. How? When the boy heard where the kidnapper's base was, I wondered where the kid had run off to. The boy had run to find Axion. Enoch felt a bit apologetic. "I was very worried. It is dangerous to go alone. I am sorry. I had to go rescue Lilith." Cheshire looked away in disappointment. "No, I am sorry. I was not able to help at all." Enoch sighed. "I do not understand what you are talking about. I do not even know why everyone thinks they are bad people." Axion finally spoke up. "You do not need to know." Enoch took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, what about the rest of the organization?" Axion quickly interrupted. "Don't worry, that person has caught them all." At this, Enoch was completely taken aback. A burly man nearby seemed very relaxed. Enoch went over to check in. "You have not gone home yet," Billy burst out laughing. "Ah, thank heavens. Is the little girl hurt anywhere?" "I came back because I heard too much noise. I heard these guys are the type where being beaten for 10 days would not be enough. It took quite some time, but I did my best." This was beyond Enoch's imagination. As expected of someone with such extraordinary muscles. Billy was also concerned for Lilith. "Is the princess all right?" Enoch held the child tightly. "Yes, she has fallen asleep from exhaustion." Billy showed a face of sympathy. "I see. This is the reality of the world. I do not know when our children will be able to walk around in peace." This issue seemed difficult even for Enoch. "That is true." The burly Uncle Billy reached for something. That is right. These shoes. I am not sure if they are the right size, but since I made some money, I bought a pair. It has been a long day. Remember to stop by my tavern for a beer." Enoch was very willing. Of course. A man in the castle looked displeased. "What? How dare that bastard touch something so valuable?" Nicholas thought that Enoch's daughter was a bargaining chip that had taken 7 years to create. If anything were to happen, the butler standing opposite said, "Axion is personally investigating. Everyone involved has been arrested and will be punished." Nicholas waved his hand dismissively. That is not necessary. Pass the word that they will be under the jurisdiction of the royal family. That is an order. Those bastards will be punished to death. Furthermore, Axion won't be able to touch them if they are nobles. Find all the nobles involved in this and punish them. The butler did not understand. Are the nobles guilty too? Why would you do something that might make the nobility resent you, Your Highness? The one called Your Highness smiled slyly. The honest and upright Duke Enoch would want it that way. He is probably very angry about what happened. As someone watching him, I must show that sincerity. At a large manor. Lilith woke up groggily. Is it already daytime? Two maids suddenly pushed the door open and ran in. How do you feel now that you are awake? Does it hurt anywhere? What Lilith cared about was not herself. Daddy and Cheshire. Did anything happen to them? Is he okay? The two of them recounted to her. The Duke was here, but when we arrived, he left. Probably to handle what happened yesterday. And Cheshire is safe. He could not sleep and just sat by your side, my lady. We had to urge Cheshire to leave and go to sleep. Lilith sighed in relief. Oh, I see. By the way, does everyone know what happened yesterday? Even grandfather. The maid was suddenly awkward. Well, how should I put it? About that. Don't worry, my lady. The great master does not know anything yet. Not everyone in the house knows what happened to you yesterday. That is right. We only heard that you had an accident. The reason we know the truth is because the old boss told us. Of course, Lilith knew who that old boss was. They are talking about Rico. The maid asked happily, my lady. Would you like to wash up? Lilith replied excitedly, yes. The little girl was curious. But how did Rico, the old boss know? The maid said while wiping her face. The old boss was very worried because you went out to play yesterday. Lately, there have been many cases of missing children. Lilith's head was spinning. I see. But I did not tell you that my going out was a secret. The maid cleared her throat. I am very sorry. Please understand. Our duty is to report every movement of every member of this family. Anyway, the old boss stationed 10 disguised guards around you. Neither the Duke nor you noticed. It is not that the Duke could not save you, but just in case something unexpected happened, it was to ensure your safety. Lilith was a bit worried. That was not necessary at all. If he did that, Daddy would have noticed. June seemed to let something slip. That is not it. The Red Hawks are. Our knights, that is it. They are all trained veterans. Lilith disagreed. Even so, my father is a master swordsman. How could he not realize someone was following him? June smiled triumphantly. But they followed you the whole way. Did the Duke notice? That person even shook hands with the Duke and said hello. This news was truly shocking to Lilith. Was it Uncle Billy? She laughed foolishly. I did not think of that. As expected, it was good that I won over Rico. June added, even so, the beloved Duke did not notice. If there was a problem, I was also ordered to watch until the end and intervene, if necessary. Lilith did not ask anything else. Please send my thanks to your old boss for me. June smiled positively, of course. It is time, my lady. There is no more time. Today, you must look your most beautiful. Rico was still reading the letter Lilith sent. By the way, while sending the antidote for your sister, I am writing this first letter to you as well. How is the person using the medicine? Is she getting better? I hope she recovers soon. Is that okay? Could you send me a reply? If it is too much trouble, please just draw a circle here. Oh, and I have a question. Do you know Baron Joseph Lutman? He is a person from the Key tribe originally from the island. I think Rico knows. Where is he now? If you know where Joseph is, please tell me. But in exchange, I need to provide information, right? I guess I will have to find some big information soon. Please stay healthy until then. A line of text caught Rico's eye. The man named Joseph Lutman. Until about 2 years ago, he was still active in the system, a political genius. Eyes that could see the flow of power, Jungian techniques to select talented people, propaganda, agitation, and strategy. His entire political capacity far exceeded the nobles who had existed for a long time in the political world. He was a very smart man. How could she know and seek out a man who disappeared 2 years ago? Billy slammed a wine glass on the table. Hey Rico, have a drink. Rico was very willing. Thank you for yesterday. Billy felt happy. You worked hard too. It has been a long time since I could teach bad guys a lesson they will remember, and the problem with the 10-year-old child has been resolved. By the way, did you choose the Duke, Duke Rubenstein? What is wrong? Didn't you say to try and establish contact with the Duke and protect the lady of that family? Rico's expression dimmed. Actually, I was helped by that little girl. I have not met the Duke in person, so I do not know what he is like. On the contrary, Billy was very impressed. Hey, words can't describe it. He is perfect. Just from his eyes, it is enough to see that Rubenstein is a good man, far exceeding my expectations. Honestly, there is no place like the Rubenstein family. Isn't the Duke's return this time also a message from God? The Red Hawks were looking for someone who could lead the uprising against this rotten empire. However, this could only be carried out by a strong person untainted by power. The leader of the uprising must be a capable noble. Therefore, the family they were targeting was the Rubenstein clan. Although praised as the family holding power second only to the royal family, they were an upright family without flaws. Meanwhile, Rico was truly surprised that the young lady had come to find him first. Was this really a message from God? There was one truth Billy had to admit, though it would be difficult: he seems like a decent person, and he does not look greedy. It goes without saying, could it be that the revolution can only be achieved through military strength? After 7 years in hiding, he had no political experience. Even Rico was worried. Enoch Rubinstein's current position in the political world was like that of a newborn baby. Not only did he lack connections with the central nobility, but because he had been absent for so long, he would also have difficulty discerning the flow of power. To awaken Enoch Rubinstein in such a short period of time. Wait a minute. That is impossible. Why was Lilith searching for Joseph at a time like this? Joseph Lutman, he was exactly the person Enoch needed most right now. How did this young lady know? Could it be that she is living her second life? Back at the manor, the two maids had helped Lilith get dressed up. Oh my. Oh, I can't believe it. Would you like to look in the mirror for a moment, my lady? Even Lilith was astonished. Oh my God, is that me? It is amazing. After all, I am the daughter of the protagonist. Both maids were exhausted. Our Lady is the best. You have turned completely white, sister. Every gesture and movement Lilith made was adorable. The two girls were even more dramatic than her. My lady, you are the best. You are so cute. It is crazy. You look like a living doll. But Lilith felt something was missing. If she applied a little makeup, she would look more mature and pretty. She turned back to look at the vanity. But, can't I wear a little makeup? Princess Lala has red lips. Her idea was quickly dismissed. Oh, that won't do, my lady. You are already very beautiful as you are. If you put on red lipstick, it won't suit you well. Cosmetics are not good for your skin. Oh dear, it is late already. Master Theo asked me to call the two of them once the young lady was ready. My lady, please wait a moment. I will quickly bring the young masters over. Today was the day Lilith was to host a tea party. Ladies from central noble families would attend, and their daughters and sons were invited as well. Perhaps she was intended to socialize with noble children her age. Since the original work was a novel aimed at a male audience, there were no chapters describing social gatherings. So, what can I do? This is the reality within the novel. I am the daughter of Duke Rubinstein. World peace will be forged by Father and Cheshire, and I want to witness it. I will display the proper character of a noble family, and from there, dominate the high society. I am the protagonist, for I am the daughter. Lilith whipped around toward the vanity. She quickly approached it. Something definitely is missing. I will just try it once. If it looks too weird, I will wipe it off. Thinking became doing, and Lilith began to apply powder. In my past life, I was too busy to ever wear makeup. Let us try this. Does it look good? At the very least, I certainly look more mature, do not I? Cheshire was outside the door. I heard you were awake. Are you in a room? May I come in? Lilith called from inside. Yes, please come in. With her permission, Cheshire pushed the door open. Lilith slowly turned her head. Hello, Cheshire. What is the matter? Leon and Theo also poked their heads in. Hey kid, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. Wait, is not that a witch octopus? In the end, the maids had to remove Lilith's makeup. Cheshire reassured her, it looked fine. I am serious. Lilith just lowered her head. All right, thank you. Even if he was being dishonest, Cheshire wanted her to be happy. Just now. It was not that bad. Cheshire Rubinstein was someone who could not lie. Because he always closed his eyes tightly whenever he had to lie, it was easy to tell. Lilith did not know why she remembered his habits from the original work so clearly. Leon continued to tease her with a laugh. You look just like a witch octopus earlier. Lilith flared up. Hey, I told you not to call me an octopus. Theo did not encourage that behavior either. That is right. Stop it. Lilith, you look very beautiful today, like a princess. But Leon, do you really plan on not meeting the other children? If so, why did you come out? He replied. The servant said the kid looked very pretty, so I came to check. Do I have to look at Erica Ballerine's face on such a sunny day? Speak of the devil and she shall appear. Everyone. Leon's attitude changed instantly. What? Why is she here so early? Theo shook his head. Running away won't help. Leon shook his brother's shoulders. Hey, swap earrings with me, Theo protested vehemently. Are you crazy? No way. Ultimately, he had to give in to Leon's wish. Erica ran up and hugged him tightly. Leon. Lilith really wanted to burst out laughing because the two of them had swapped earrings. No one could tell them apart now. Erica looked as beautiful as a child model today. Perhaps because she was 12 already, she looked quite mature. Compared to her, The more she thought about it, the more disappointed Lilith felt. Isn't that girl truly beautiful? Cheshire turned away. I do not know. Lilith kept rambling. She is taller than me. That is right. I am just a witch octopus. Cheshire was speechless. I never called you an octopus. Lilith suddenly looked dejected. When will I finally grow up? Cheshire froze for a moment. Then his face turned bright red. Not yet. Actually, never mind. Erica excitedly ran over to shake hands. Hello, it has been a long time. How have you been? Lilith welcomed her as well. Hello, sister. You look just like a princess today. Erica chuckled. Oh, what a pity. And you still look like a little angel. But who is this? This is the first time I have seen this face. Someone new. Theo stepped forward to explain. He is Cheshire. Recently, my uncle decided to take care of him, so he is staying with us now. Erica nodded. Oh, I see. But Leon, why are you being so nice to me today? You even bothered to explain things. The real Leon stormed over in annoyance. Good grief, what nice. You are such a pain. Erica did not seem to realize anything. Now that is more like Leon. Lilith smiled to herself. So she likes bad boys, huh? Another character walked up to Lilith. Nice to meet you. Leon did not like him at all. Why are you here? No one invited you. He ignored Leon completely. It is an honor to meet the young Lady Rubenstein. My name is Damon, from the house of Count Martini. Lilith searched her memory. That name sounds familiar. Who is it? Right, I remember now. Goodness, he is bad news. This was a typical minor antagonist. Damon had once slandered Cheshire. I can't believe they took in someone of such low birth like you. The Rubenstein family is too old-fashioned. Lilith felt he was truly despicable. Nice to meet you, Martini Damon. My name is Lilith Rubenstein. Damon appeared surprised. Oh, you are quite well versed in etiquette. I heard you grew up with commoners. I was worried we would not be able to communicate. Leon blurted out, good grief, this bastard is always like this. He heard this and whipped around to look at Leon, making Lilith feel a bit awkward. It probably did not sound like Theo's way of speaking. Damon chuckled. Well, take the Western etiquette of the Antres family, for example. Even though they were born nobles, there are still those who pay no attention to manners at all. Leon answered bluntly, yeah, mind your own business. A moment later, Damon noticed Cheshire. But is the Duke taking on a guardian role? Then my information is out of date. Which family are you from? Leon said out of spite. He is a commoner. Stop staring. Damon was shocked. What? Is that true? Why would the Duke? So you are a playmate. You are lucky to have caught the young lady's eye and received an education from such an excellent family. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Work hard so the Duke protecting you won't be disappointed. Cheshire gave a perfunctory reply. Thanks for the reminder. Damon still would not shut up. Everyone, let us not just stand here. Why do not we have some tea and get to know each other better? Erica called out from a distance. Oh my, have you finished greeting everyone? Great, let us go. Leon, lead the way. Lilith held Cheshire's hand to go along. Let us just give it a try for now. Suddenly Damon stopped them. Wait. Surely you are not coming along, are you? There is a clear boundary between nobles and commoners. It would be more polite to pretend you are feeling unwell. Both Lilith and Leon could not keep their cool. Hey, what was that? Watch it. The words you just said are very serious. But Cheshire held the two of them back. Perhaps he did not want to make a scene. I have to go practice anyway. See you later. Lilith called after him. Wait a moment, Cheshire. Yet Damon acted as nonchalant as ever. Now then, shall we go? Lilith really wanted to punch him in the face. This bastard is lucky. The dining table was fully prepared with various dishes. Damon bragged for 30 minutes straight, and even though no one was listening, he continued vigorously. And so, I won the trophy in the horse racing competition last year. By the way, do you two from the Entrees family plan on competing in the horse race again? Theo said, no, we will be participating in the hunt. Taking the opportunity, Damon showed off. Why? Is it because you two switched to hunting because you lack the confidence to beat me? A wise choice. Leon looked disgusted. So unlucky. The other two boys did not know what else to say. When it comes to riding, no one can compare to Martini Damon. He will probably win again this year, right? I will be participating in the poetry reading. Alicia finally spoke up. Is the young lady participating this year? Which category do you plan to enter? Lilith stammered. I have not thought about it yet. Damon bragged once more. Young lady, I do not know about other things, but you should come watch the horse race. It won't be tense at all since the winner has already been decided. Leon was too tired to argue. There won't be any dispute, right? Erica suddenly got excited. Oh my, why is Theo acting like this today? You are as adorable as Leon, are not you? Lilith made a bold decision. Enough. You will pay for this. I will show everyone. Many minor villains would have to grit their teeth at the sight of him storming off in anger. That is right. I think I will participate in the horse race along with Cheshire. The next day, Enoch took the two children to look at horses. Cheshire asked worriedly, but can I really participate in the competition? Enoch smiled and said, of course. Since I am your guardian, if you win, the prize will belong to our family. Hearing that, Cheshire felt more motivated. Then I will do my best. Enoch added, pick the horse you like best. Cheshire walked ahead to look around. Yes, sir. The most excited one was probably Lilith. The immutable law of the original work, rule number 1, there is no definition of second place in the protagonist's dictionary. Cheshire might have never ridden a horse before, but in the end, victory would surely be his. This horse racing competition would not only take down that annoying Damon, but it would also help Cheshire's name and talent become widely known. It was truly a win-win situation. Enoch reminded her from behind, Princess, you should pick one too. Lilith would let Cheshire win, so she just needed to pick any horse. Maybe. It seemed she had spotted the most wonderful horse. Daddy, look. Enoch observed it. Ow, this horse is truly beautiful. Lilith decided on the spot, I will choose this one. The horse dealer said awkwardly, ah, my lady. You are looking for a horse to ride in the spring festival horse race, right? If so, I am very sorry, but this horse is not for sale. Enoch was a bit confused. Why not? Is there a problem? The man gave a strained smile. This one's name is Zephyr. This is the horse that won the horse racing competition last year, with the young master, of the House of Martini. Lilith asked directly, is this the Martini family's horse? But if it already has an owner, why is it here? The dealer explained. He was injured during training. Well, he is mostly healed now, but he will never be the same as before. Lilith suddenly felt uneasy. Wait, so they abandoned him, the horse that won for them. Lilith looked very anxious. Mister, so Zephyr will stay here if no one buys him. The dealer shook his head. No. Since he was raised to be a racehorse, he won't be sold. The principle is to eliminate horses that no longer have value. Usually, they are sent to the slaughterhouse. Lilith did not understand why they would kill him. A perfectly healthy horse like this, it was ridiculous. Enoch stopped her. Little princess, perhaps he has no other choice. Keeping a horse that cannot be sold would be a financial loss. Given that, Lilith had to use her ultimate move. Daddy, I want to bring Zephyr home. He looks so sad. I do not have to win the competition, right? Enoch could not hide his joy at seeing her like that. Of course. Just take this one. My daughter only needs to learn to smile. She does not need a racehorse. The dealer found it even harder to speak. But Duke, the problem with Zephyr is not just the injury. It seems he is incredibly attached to his former owner, and won't listen to anyone else. A few people tried to buy him because he is so handsome, but he absolutely refuses to let anyone ride him and behaves very aggressively. He is too dangerous for the young lady. I will introduce you to other, better horses. Lilith could not just stand by. Daddy, I like Zephyr, please. The children's horse race uses magic to prevent falls anyway, right? You can support me while I practice. Enoch asked again. Do you like that horse that much? The little girl was resolute. Yes, I do, and if I do not take him, he will die. Please, Daddy. In the face of such cuteness, Enoch could not help but soften his heart. Oh, my little angel. All right, then. We will take this one. Afterward, he began teaching Cheshire. The most important thing when riding a horse is your sitting posture. Your head, back, and heels must be aligned with the ground. But do not be too stiff. You are doing very well. Suddenly, Enoch felt a chill down his spine. Princess, for now Daddy needs to hold the horse's side and lead Cheshire around for a lap, okay? Lilith waved blankly. Yes, Daddy. Don't worry about me. Please be careful. Lilith looked toward the stall. He was still so wary. Even just leading him here had been a struggle. Zephyr, do not worry. I do not want to ride you. You do not have to let me ride. I did not bring you back just for the competition. Cheshire will win anyway. Zephyr turned his face away indifferently. He completely ignored Lilith's presence. But she did not give up. Do you miss your owner? Probably so, since you do not want to let anyone else ride you. All right. There are 2 weeks left until the competition. I will slowly earn Zephyr's trust. The next day came. The day after that. And the day after that. On the 11th day, Zephyr even looked annoyed when Cheshire's black horse tried to flirt with him. Lilith arrived just in time. I am late, I am sorry. I was supposed to be here earlier, but the master of the tower the master of the magic tower kept extending today's lesson. Do you want to hear something crazy? I am only 7 years old, and he is making me learn linear equations. Can you believe it? And just like that, 10 days passed. Cheshire seemed to have grown accustomed to riding. Furthermore, he looked very serious and professional. Lilith sat nearby and admired him. Cheshire, he is really good. Enoch walked over to her side. Princess, what are you doing here? Lilith observed his glittering outfit. Today is father's nightly reinstatement ceremony. She replied, I am watching Cheshire. Enoch poked her cheek. Does Zephyr still not want the little princess to ride him? Lilith nodded. He says he needs more time to heal his emotional wounds. I won't force him to let me ride. Her attitude made Enoch chuckle. Listen to our little angel talk. Yes, do not worry. Zephyr will soon understand your heart. Lilith suddenly called out, Daddy. Today is the nightly reinstatement ceremony, right? If you go, will you meet His Majesty the Emperor? Enoch said, probably so. Lilith did not seem to be speaking unconsciously. Daddy, back then, when the Emperor ordered you to the battlefield, did not you disobey? Enoch was speechless. What? Who told you that? She said, the master of the magic tower did. What if His Majesty orders you to the battlefield again? Enoch did not understand why that fellow was telling a child all sorts of things. Then Daddy must go. You know Daddy is very strong, right? If scary monsters invade, my princess will be in danger, so Daddy has to set out first and clear them out. Lilith brought up the truth, not a war against monsters. I mean a war of invasion against other countries, the kind of war where they steal land from people who are living happily and kill them. Daddy won't do that, right? Enoch was stunned for a long moment. Lilith did not seem to notice his expression. Just as you did before, tell the Emperor that you do not want to participate in that kind of war. Because that kind of war is evil. Lord James, why are not you answering? Enoch forced a smile. Daddy will say that. Lilith could not help but hug him tightly. Daddy, I will be okay. I just do not want you to have to fight in an evil battle because of me. Can you promise me? Please promise quickly. At that exact moment, Enoch did not smile at all. Yes, all right. Daddy promises. The following dawn, Lilith went to find Zephyr as she did every day. I thought you were sleeping, but you are awake. I could only sneak out at dawn because Daddy is not home today. My father went to the Imperial Palace. He will be there for 2 nights. Zephyr, this is some of the good medicine left over after I sent some to Rico yesterday. I dissolved it in water and kept it warm to bring here. By the way, he is a friend of mine. I am going to wrap this around your injured leg. Actually, I planned to do this while you were sleeping and then slip away. Stand still, okay? If you move, I will get hurt. Good boy. You know, I asked Dr. Flynn about this medicine. He said it is very good, but it only works on humans and has no effect on animals, so it probably won't help. But you never know. I guess you are not moving because your leg still hurts a lot. That is what Uncle Rick said. I hope you get better soon. Don't misunderstand me. I am not doing this because I want you to let me ride. You do not have to do that. As I said, I do not need to participate in the competition. Cheshire will win anyway, so it does not matter. So if you do not feel like running, you do not have to. You should only run when you want to. Suddenly, Zephyr remembered the words Damon had said. No resting, don't sleep, run. The competition is very close. Why are you getting slower and slower? Run faster. Faster. What am I supposed to do with this pathetic speed? Those words were so different from Lilith's. I know your injured leg makes you slower than before, and that is frustrating. But being fast all the time is not necessarily a good thing. There are things you can only notice when you slow down. Every word Damon spoke was for profit. You were born to run. There is only one way to prove your value as a racehorse: compete, win, and be the fastest horse. Lilith's words were so warm. The term racehorse sounds a bit strange, does not it? A horse born only to run. I mean, there are still many fun things and delicious foods in this world. In the end, Damon had abandoned Zephyr. Oh, this horse, I just bought a new one. With your condition, it is probably hopeless. If you want to carry me again, try to get back to your original form. Someone who had never ridden before like Lilith did not care about that. You do not have to run fast to be loved. You do not have to win competitions to be cherished. So truly, even if you can't run fast like before, it is okay. I just want you to be healthier. Both your leg and your heart. Lilith spoke until she fell asleep beside Zephyr. Suddenly, someone walked up. What are you doing here? Lilith woke up in a daze. Huh, when did I fall asleep? She jumped up when she saw the man in front of her. It was Lilith's grandfather. Oh no, grandfather would not like her being like this. Lilith quickly scrambled up. Grandfather, I just came out to feed the horse and fell asleep. I am sorry, grandfather. He did not scold her but asked, is this the horse you bought to participate in the riding competition? Lilith answered nervously, Zephyr, yes, sir. He brought up the issue. I heard, he does not even let you ride. Then you should change to another horse. Lilith was immediate and firm, I can't. Zephyr is a horse with a wounded soul. If I abandon him and find another horse just because he won't let me ride, then he will probably close his heart forever. That is why I want to wait for Zephyr. Grandfather, so I do not think I can participate in the riding competition. I was supposed to enter and win a prize. I am sorry. He asked in confusion. When did I tell you to win the competition? So, you have never ridden a horse before, have you? After hearing Lilith's answer, suddenly, he touched her shoe. Then he walked into the horse stall. After that, he chose a horse he usually rode. He had Lilith sit in front of him. Then he guided the horse to run. Lilith was a bit startled but seemed to love it. Grandfather, I can see the entire village from here. It is so beautiful. Grandfather, are not you supposed to come back with father tomorrow? He acted as if he did not want to mention it. The noble party was yesterday. The official reinstatement ceremony is today, but why on earth would I stay there? I would have to spend an extra half day looking at that bratty son's face. It is like torture. So I would rather come back. Lilith covered her mouth to hide a laugh. I see. He did not quite understand. Why are you laughing? Lilith could not help but giggle. You look very happy, grandfather. That makes me feel happy too. Anyway, you are glad that my father returned. Are not you? You have always missed him, she said. He glanced away. Not at all. Everything was peaceful when that troublemaker was not here. Lilith added, oh, come on really, when I was in Xenon, Daddy always said he missed you very much. I know that because of me, you and Daddy were separated for many years. I am truly sorry for that. He felt a pang of guilt. You certainly apologize a lot. Your father is the one who caused all this trouble. Why are you always the one saying sorry? Lilith could not hide her sadness. But it is all because of me. Daddy left this place because of me, and now, because of me, Daddy has to go to war. He does not want to fight in a brutal war that harms innocent people, but he is forced to do it because of me, right? Grandfather, I am really okay, so please tell Daddy not to participate in the war, okay? He seemed to be deep in thought. This might be hard for you to understand, but life does not always go as we want. When you gain something, you must lose something. When you want to protect one thing, you are forced to give up another. Your father has never hesitated to lose or give up on anything. When he was young, he wanted the emperor to abolish the hierarchy system. I had to stop him from making that unreasonable demand countless times. But in the end, your father adapted and survived, hiding his true nature because of me because he believed it was his duty to obey his parents. This time will be no different. In the moment of choice, he will always set aside his personal beliefs. He endured because I am his father, and now, he does it because you are his daughter. He will make the choice that makes you the happiest, and thus, I cannot fulfill your wish. Because if you had to live on the line between life and death every day, I would not be able to bear watching you. Your father surely feels that emotion even more intensely than I do. All we can do is hope for a day when this world truly changes. At the vast and luxurious castle, Enoch met someone who left him completely stunned. That woman was Selena. On the day of the ceremony celebrating Enoch's return, he stood before a figure who was anything but ordinary. O son of Pavilion, your subject Enoch Rubinstein greets the great Nicholas. Nicholas immediately rose from his seat. Welcome back, Sword of the Empire, my loyal vassal. You have returned after wandering for a long time, ready once again to serve this empire. No words can describe my joy. Enoch spoke in a low voice. This servant deeply apologizes for causing you worry. Nicholas's tone carried a hint of artificiality. For what reason would I scrutinize your past mistakes? I only hope that you will once again hold your sword firmly according to my will, fulfilling the peacekeeping duties of a holy knight. Though he did not want to, Enoch could only accept. Everything shall be as you wish, great Nicholas. The atmosphere carried a silence that was suffocatingly still. Nicholas mentioned Lilith. You should have brought your daughter along. I was very much looking forward to meeting her. Enoch's expression remained devoid of even a hint of a smile. Yet Nicholas continued to ramble on. She carries the Rubinstein blood, so there is no need to test her abilities, is there? Knowing the Empire now has another talented person ready to sacrifice for the common good. You can't imagine how delighted I am. Come closer. Nicholas slowly pulled back the curtain. An unbelievable sight met Enoch's eyes. The images of familiar people appeared before him through photographs. Nicholas's words interjected, there are many familiar faces, are not there? The memory behind each photo was a painful past. It was unclear which of Nicholas's words were true. Those who were ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, I cannot help but honor them. I am also deeply saddened. Even if it is for the peace of the Empire, I am still sending my people to their deaths. War is cruel. Amidst the chaos of battle, no one can guarantee survival. Even so, for this land, for the people of the Empire, we are not permitted to falter. This time, Enoch spoke up, Your Highness. Do you have something to say? Nicholas's gaze gradually revealed his true nature. Like a candle that goes out when blown, or a fragile object that breaks if held too tightly. She is a very precious girl who cannot be observed from afar. An indescribable feeling of unease rose within Enoch. Every one of Nicholas's words was like a knife. Who would want to send their child to the battlefield? In my heart, I only hope your daughter can grow up in peace. A part of me even wants to use my power to ensure things are easier for her. But you understand, do not you? You are not the only one who is a father. Countless parents across this land would protest such unfair treatment. Who would want to send their child to the battlefield? But you have the power to protect your daughter. If you choose to take up the duty in your child's stead, no one will dare speak out against it. There are always battles where we cannot look each other in the eye. You have always said that ruling the continent is meaningless, but everything is for the subjects I love. I will make this empire stronger, so that no one dares challenge us. Enoch asked with a dark expression, Are you preparing for an invasion? Nicholas spoke with a touch of provocation, Yes. You have always been steadfast. However, this time, I hope you have a different answer. Just as the empire has changed over the past 7 years. Surely you have changed as well, now that you are a father. The more he listened, the more Enoch could not hide his irritation. Nicholas laughed triumphantly. Winter is the best time. It is the season when life must hold its breath. The scent of blood will be drowned out by the snowstorm. Enoch's steps felt heavy as he walked. He walked past Nicholas with a grim face. Finally, he managed to utter, "I will prepare." As soon as he left the door, Axion asked, "What did His Highness say to you?" Enoch replied, "The usual." Axion added, "Someone wants to see you before you leave." That person was Selena. Enoch turned his head in surprise. "Why does Selena want to see me?" Axion shook his head. "How should I know? Maybe she wants to talk about her daughter. The child is not just yours. As a mother, Selena has the right to see her daughter." Enoch had heard that she had a new family. If Selena wanted to see Lilith, he thought he should give her a chance. He decided he would face Selena. Axion stopped being a third wheel. "See you later." Selena started the conversation first. "It has been a long time. How are you?" Enoch's attitude was not very pleasant. "Yeah. What do you need?" Selena sighed. "Still the same as before, huh? Getting straight to the point. First of all, I am sorry. As you probably know, I was the one who told His Highness about you." This was something Enoch had not cared about. "It is fine. Even if you had not said anything, His Highness would have found me eventually. You do not need to feel guilty." Hearing that, Selena felt somewhat relieved. "Really, I received quite a lot in return for telling him about you. I was allowed to retire, and my son was exempted from military service." Enoch's response left her dissatisfied. "I know." Selena changed the subject. "Why did you come back? If it were you, I thought you could find a way to escape." Enoch replied, "My daughter wanted to come to the capital." She nodded, "I see. How is she? Are you raising her well?" Mentioning the child, Enoch became animated. "Yes. Her name is Lilith. She is very kind, cheerful, and incredibly beautiful. She is a bit shorter than other kids her age, but she will surely grow taller soon. And she is a bit of a picky eater." Even Selena did not expect him to have this expression. "I thought you had not changed at all, but I was wrong." Enoch took the initiative to ask, "You came to talk about her, right? I will let you see her, but I have not told her about you yet." Selena interrupted, "No, Enoch. I came to ask you do not tell her about me. Won't she be joining soon? I am working at the training center. We will probably run into each other at least once." Enoch thought he had misheard. "You do not need to see her." Selena was a bit flustered. "Well, doing that might make her feel confused. I have started a new family and have a son. I can't be a mother to that child. My son is 5 years old. He is also currently at the training center. So as a precaution, if Lilith meets me and happens to say something foolish, it would negatively affect my son's mental state. You understand, do not you?" "I am sorry. Having a child truly changes a person's disposition. You know that well. For the sake of my child, there is nothing I would not dare do. Sorry again. Take care." Enoch watched Selena's retreating figure, without saying a word. Suddenly, he felt as if more trouble had been added. How exhausting. Evening at the palace. Enoch called out while Lilith was reading a book, "Princess." Well, you know. You know." Lilith gradually lost patience. "What is it? Stop beating around the bush and just say it, Daddy." Enoch found it very difficult to speak. "Don't you want to see your mother again?" Lilith guessed that her father had likely met her mother before returning. "Mother, that is sudden." Enoch spoke more. "That is right. Since returning to the island, it is only natural that you would be curious, but until now you have not said anything." Lilith's reading was interrupted. "Did you meet Mother at the palace? Does she want to meet me? I am a bit hesitant about it. Since coming to the island, I thought maybe she was somewhere, but, it is not like I really want to see her. Besides, it would probably be very awkward if we met. Do we even need a mother?" Enoch turned toward her. "Aren't you curious? You used to ask Daddy where Mother was, did not you?" Lilith answered as if she had prepared beforehand. "That is because I thought everyone only had a father, like I do." When my friend said that normal families also have mothers, I became curious. Besides, up until now there has only been daddy, so if a mother was added, it would be strange. If it is not mandatory to see her again, I do not want to. I do not even want to know. Do I have to see her? Enoch sighed. No, it is not like that. If you feel that way, then let us just leave things as they are. You do not have to see her, and you do not need to know about her. Yes, all right. Understood. Now then, let us go to sleep. Enoch observed Lilith's expression as she slept. He suddenly had many thoughts that were difficult to explain clearly. Perhaps he should set them aside for now. Lilith was not fully asleep yet. That must have been a difficult welcome ceremony. It is all my fault. She hugged Enoch from behind. Daddy, I love you most in the world. Enoch's mood improved slightly. I love you too. Lilith said before falling into a deep sleep. As long as I have daddy, I am very happy. Let us live happily together, just the two of us. Early the next morning, the recipient of the letter responded, the friend who needed the antidote is doing much better. When I mentioned you, she said she really wanted to meet you once. Thank you. Lilith was very happy to receive the news. I only asked about his sister's health. I did not expect a reply. Maybe Rico is kinder than I thought. Rico added more, the person you are curious about, Joseph Lutman, is currently in the Voltarak territory in the central region. 2 years ago, he lost his entire family and left the capital, vanishing into thin air. Currently, he is a bit deranged. You can find him in the gambling district of Voltarak City. Since he is a young noble, if you want to use him, you will have to win his favor first. Suddenly Lilith found it hard to understand. But would Rico really give information that easily? Isn't give and take the principle. A few lines Rico added. The usual form of payment is a gift, but since you are a special guest, I will make it free this time. Lilith felt quite happy. I am touched. I almost shed a tear. Rico gave instructions. If you plan to relay this news to your father, ask Jerry. Also, I hope you achieve good results in the tournament, and happy birthday in advance. Lilith turned to her maid. Jetty, please cut off this last part and help me burn the rest. Jetty asked while burning it, what should I write to the Duke now, my lady? Lilith thought carefully. Duke Enoch Rubinstein, listen well. Jetty forced a smile. Isn't that a bit condescending? Regardless, Lilith followed her instinct. It is fine. Jetty's special skill was being able to write in many different styles of handwriting. Jetty had been curious for a long time. My lady, may I ask you something? What are you? You are living a second life, are not you? There is no way this could happen without magic. But more importantly, that letter. Am I thinking what I think I am thinking? Then, could it be that you are? Lilith naturally could not confess. Sister. Rule number 1 of the Red Hawks. Jetty did not expect her to use her own move against her. If you want information, you have to provide something of equal value. Honestly, where could I possibly find information to trade for your identity? All right, I won't ask anymore. At the Duke Rubinstein Manor, the training grounds. Enoch could not stop remembering Lilith's words. As long as I have daddy, I am very happy. Let us live happily together. Enoch did not know whether to be happy or sad. Until now, the fact that she does not have a mother did not matter. I have always thought that way. But there are certainly things a father cannot give his child, and there will be more of those things as she grows up, especially since she is a girl. Enoch looked over at Cheshire. He saw him chewing something in his mouth. Enoch asked, what is wrong? Do you feel unwell? Cheshire put his hand to his mouth. No, sir. Enoch's face turned pale. Hey, what are you? Cheshire's intention was unclear. Enoch could not hide his surprise when he saw it. A tooth. He stared at him. Ah, you have not finished losing your baby teeth yet, have you? The memory of his daughter's first baby tooth appeared in Enoch's mind. Wait, the princess will also lose all her baby teeth soon. Enoch's actions seemed a bit flustered. You. Cheshire, do you always pull your teeth yourself like that? Aren't you afraid? Cheshire was calmer than he was. What is there to be afraid of? Enoch did not know what else to say. This child is quite brave, is not he? No, more importantly. When did you pull the first tooth? How many have you pulled? Cheshire recounted. My front tooth fell out when I was 6. Now, except for the ones in the back, almost all of them have fallen out. Enoch heard it like a strange story. I see. His head was spinning. Wait, 6 years old. In Enoch's office. He was reading about the time baby teeth start to loosen. My daughter is already 7 years old. Not only is there no sign of her teeth loosening, but some of her baby teeth have not even grown in yet. She is developing too slowly. What is the reason? Is it because I did not breastfeed her? Is it because I did not give her solid food until after 5 months, or because she is eating food lacking nutrients? How foolish of me. It is because I supplemented solid food too late. Enoch looked up and met someone's eyes. Rem, could you not just barge in like that? He sighed. About 10 times I knocked so hard I almost punched through it, young master. I wondered what was capturing your attention so much. Leave the child care to the professional servants. You should focus on your pile of troubles, young master. Please handle these today, and the stack of letters as well. Enoch stared blankly at what Rem brought. I do not even have time to take care of my little one, so why do I have to do all this? Wait, this. This mark is the same as the one from the person who told me about Cheshire's whereabouts. In the letter, it was written, listen carefully, Duke Enoch Rubinstein, giving up your beliefs is not the only way to protect your daughter. Will you submit to the cunning ancient serpent? Is that truly the future you want? The world you yearned for when you were young this country will change. You can do it. Only you can do it. Go find Joseph Lutman. You must have heard of him. You can find him in the gambling district of the central Voltarak estate city. The first step for a great revolution. I am certain he is the person you need. Enoch felt like he was going crazy. What on earth is this? The handwriting was different from last time. They were hiding their identity very well. Who in the world could it be? The first step for a great uprising. Enoch looked around and then stuffed it into the desk drawer. This person is out of their mind. They are blatantly telling me to start a rebellion. If anyone saw this, I would be in big trouble. Seriously, they are insane. Is it even feasible? If an uprising were that easy, someone would have done it long ago. In the Pavilion Empire, the royal family is the symbol of absolute strength, a great power said to be bestowed by the supreme god, Primera. It has been passed down exclusively through the Pavilion royal bloodline. Naturally, the empire maintains a theocratic rule. The emperor declares absolute power, granted by the gods. Opposing that is no easy feat. The emperor's abilities are truly comparable to divine power. Who is this person, and this hasty letter? Someone is watching me from somewhere. I guess so. I understand why they sent this to me. When I was young, I once dreamed of beheading the emperor with my own hands. It was just a child's fantasy. The reason I dared to have such a dream. Because I knew my own strength. The emperor one who can brainwash others at will. I am the only one who is beyond his control. But that was just reckless arrogance, a dream only an ignorant child could have. An uprising is not something that can succeed with the power of just one person. A justification is very necessary. But I have no reason. An uprising needs the support of the upper classes. But most nobles are beneficiaries of the class system, and they are perfectly content living under the emperor's rule. This person is out of their mind. They know nothing. Saying these words to me changes nothing. An uprising. At this time. Stop hiding like a coward. Come out and talk to me directly. Somewhere else. Lilith had a slight premonition. Daddy, have you read the letter I sent you yet? She sat down on the ground out of boredom. Cheshire, are you listening to me? He replied, I am. But Lilith was skeptical. Liar. What did I just say? Cheshire recounted. You said Daddy suddenly mentioned mother, and you were very sad. Even without a mother, you are fine. You said you are worried if Daddy stays lonely for the rest of his life. Now Lilith believed him. Wait, so you heard everything? Cheshire sat down beside her. I am always listening to you. Are you really okay without a mother? Lilith did not pay much attention. I am still fine. Cheshire said, then there is no need to worry. Uncle can take care of himself. If he finds someone he wants to marry, he won't be lonely. If he does not, so be it. Lilith wanted to speak but stopped. Mother being mentioned suddenly yesterday, a worry had appeared in her heart. It was about the love stories of the main characters. Now that this world had become real, the protagonists would surely continue living their lives, even after the original story ended. Once peace was restored, they should also find happiness. But there was no romance here at all. A bloody story about revolution, a novel without even a single word related to love. The uprising of DDoS. So, what if the author, when creating Daddy in Cheshire, had not sprinkled in a single grain of romantic sentiment? What if the author poured in loads of hatred, justice, and resistance but completely forgot about romance? Would Cheshire ever get married? Lilith called out hesitantly, "Cheshire, don't you want to have a family?" Cheshire said dejectedly, "Here we go again. If you are going to say something weird like, 'Please become my father's son,' then do not bother." Lilith forced a laugh. "No, it is not like that. I mean a family of your own, choosing his choice. Imagine, one day you will meet someone you love, and you will marry that person, right? Then who knows, maybe later there will be children." Cheshire still did not understand. "What are you trying to say?" Lilith gradually went deeper into the story. "Close your eyes. Imagine it, brother. Hurry up, close your eyes. You wake up one morning. The whole house is filled with the aroma of delicious food. Your beautiful wife calls out to you from the kitchen. Something like, 'Honey, could you help me change the baby's diaper?'" Lilith tried to heighten Cheshire's imagination. So you walk into the baby's room, and there is your adorable son, smiling and looking just like you and your wife. You change his diaper, bottle feed him, and he looks up at you with a wide grin. He is so cute. You pick him up and gently sway him in your arms, and then your wife comes up from behind and hugs you tightly like this, saying, "Honey, the weather is beautiful today. Let us go camping." Your face at that moment would be full of surprise. Brilliant sunlight, the sound of birds chirping, a gentle stream flowing by. The little son in your arms begins to babble, "Dada." Your wife, in a cheerful mood, inhales the scent of flowers, and then turns to look at you. "Cheshire, honey, I love you. I am so happy. Let us keep living happily like this forever." That was what Lilith wanted to say. So, that is the kind of family I am talking about. Turns out you have been watching for a long time. Cheshire finally gave it serious thought. It does not sound too bad. Living like that would be alright. Lilith took his hand. "You can do it." In her heart, she hoped it would succeed. She wondered if the author was watching, witnessing her desperate, tear-stained effort to add a little romance to the protagonist's life. Lilith's small hands held Cheshire's hand. "Go fall in love, okay?" That was the simple remark of a pure child. Then Lilith went over to Zephyr. "Of course, your hard work in writing, studying seriously, and putting effort into practicing sword swings, all those things are great. But I think love is what truly completes a person's life. Those who do not know the beauty of love, I feel sorry for them. So, definitely, Cheshire must fall in love." Cheshire likely recognized the sincerity in Lilith's words. He did not hesitate to show his emotion. Lilith laughed out loud. She was so happy. "Wait a second." Zephyr was munching on a carrot with great relish. Lilith pointed at the horse. "Cheshire, do you see that? He is eating the carrot I gave him." He was also quite surprised. "Yeah, I see it." Suddenly, Cheshire walked over and opened the stable door. "Try stroking him." Lilith was a bit hesitant as she reached out to touch Zephyr. Oh my goodness, has Zephyr finally become a good boy? "Do you want me to ride him?" This was a bit. Cheshire knelt down. "Step on here. Let us give it a try." "Come on, hurry up. Be careful, step on my shoulder." Lilith had expected something terrible to happen, but, this is so unexpected. "I am actually moving, Zephyr." He has finally opened his heart. Cheshire reminded her as he walked alongside. "Hold on tight. Take it slow. Keep your back straight, do not slouch." Lilith panicked a little. "I won't fall, will I?" He chuckled softly. "It is okay. I am right here with you." Lilith excitedly hugged Zephyr. "Thank you so much for letting me ride you." Cheshire felt happy too. Well done. Perhaps today was the happiest day of Lilith's life. Thank you. The next day, the day of the horse riding competition, Zarth Hill. Lilith set foot on the ground. Martini Damon, let us see what you have got. It is time I show you who I am. Including herself, there were only 7 participants. Since everyone wanted to protect their own ranking, few people entered events where the winner was already so obvious. Just how scary was Martini Damon that so few people joined? Enoch's expression was hard to describe. His daughter was making him very anxious. Lilith herself did not show it as much. Daddy, what on earth are you so stressed about? There is a falling prevention spell active. I am practically glued to the saddle. Even if I wanted to fall, I could not. Moreover, everything here made the news, even the smallest things. With all these reporters, tomorrow's headline would probably be Duke Rubenstein is obsessed with his daughter. Enoch found it normal. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Lilith boasted proudly, yes, and I have practiced for a full 5 hours. This number made Enoch feel even more hopeless. Exactly, only 5 hours. Aren't you worried at all? Being able to ride the horse was already a victory for Lilith. Sorry, Daddy, but I did not come here to win. I have not even practiced jumping any obstacles. I just want to have a leisurely stroll with Zephyr. Enoch asked again, do you like him that much? Lilith giggled, I love him very much. Have you ever seen a horse as beautiful as this, Daddy? Seeing her happy, Enoch felt happy too. Never. When Cheshire stepped out, he immediately caught Lilith's attention. Especially his poise and his eyes. Even Enoch had to admit, that boy is so handsome. Lilith did not know what else to say. All right, I get it. Stop pushing this protagonist aura into my head. Cheshire was just as worried as Enoch. Are you really okay with this? At least you should have tried the obstacle course. Lilith just gave a wry smile. No, just 5 hours of practicing going fast has already exhausted me. I promised Zephyr we would not compete. The fact that he is willing to practice with me this much is already a miracle. If an obstacle appears, we will just go around it. Victory belongs to you. Lilith followed her intuition. Victory naturally belonged to the protagonist. She would just sit back, watch the fun, and eat. The reporters were the most excited. They are here, finally. Our star candidate has appeared. Lilith immediately grew wary. He has finally showed up. That guy, Martini Damon. He immediately looked over at Lilith's spot. Damon stared intently at the horse. Zephyr, why are you here? And who is that kid? This was supposed to be my moment to shine. Lilith smirked inwardly. It seemed he was not the center of attention today. He bowed to Enoch. Greetings, Duke Rubenstein. It is an honor to meet you. I am Damon, the 3rd son of the House of Martini. He replied, glad to meet you. I look forward to a good match. Damon looked at Zephyr awkwardly. Yes, of course. I was quite surprised to see the Duke's daughter on the list, especially riding such a fine horse. Lilith proudly announced, hello, Martini. This is Zephyr. The reporters immediately started buzzing. Isn't that the horse that won the race last year? Why is Lord Martini's horse with the Duke's daughter? Lilith did not hesitate to share. Zephyr was injured, and the story was so sad that I could not help but bring him home to care for him. I heard his former owner sold him back to the stables after he got hurt. I do not know who the former owner was, but they must be terrible people, right? Most horses with leg injuries are sent straight to the slaughterhouse. Did they really just abandon him like that? How could anyone abandon their own friend? Damon began to panic. What are they talking about over there? Lilith's mood was not very pleasant as she recounted those things. Even Zephyr had a somber look in his eyes. Regardless, Lilith just ignored that guy. Zephyr, let us just take a leisurely stroll, shall we? We will admire the scenery as we go. Oh, they said there is a lake on Track C. If you are thirsty, we will stop there for a drink. Lilith smiled with satisfaction. Do I even need to memorize all this? Damon's bad reputation had already spread, and Cheshire was bound to win. Thus, her job was done. The race host announced over the speakers, contestants, please head to the starting positions. There will be a judge at the beginning of each stage. So, if you wish to withdraw or need assistance, please signal for help. Everyone in position. Start upon hearing the starting gun. Damon kept observing. Cheshire is definitely going to crush Martini's nose. This is getting interesting. The gun was fired. Ready. Everyone started galloping their horses. Lilith did not even touch the reins. If it were not for the falling prevention spell, I would have been bucked off long ago. What on earth is happening? Weren't we just going for a stroll, Zephyr? Now I can't even see anyone behind us anymore. This speed is making me sick, Lilith screamed. Zephyr, I think I am going to die. Zephyr seemed to hear her cry for help. Lilith gradually calmed herself down. Oh, he is slowing down now. Could this be true harmony? Just holding the reins feels overwhelming. Lilith said, I am sorry, Zephyr. I did not know you wanted to run this fast. I should have practiced more. Lilith felt completely unworthy of riding such a wonderful horse as Zephyr. While she was daydreaming, Cheshire overtook her. Lilith watched him in surprise. His horse, Walter, had moved into the lead. Cheshire still did not forget to look back at Lilith. As for her, she remained as carefree as ever. Well done, Walter. Go, Cheshire, you can do it. Now Lilith looked ahead. Wait, this is before the track B entrance. What should I do? I have not practiced jumping hurdles at all. While she was deep in thought, Zephyr continued to run. Lilith was still astonished. That is right, I am the one who did not practice. But for Zephyr, this track is probably incredibly familiar. Just how harsh must his training have been for every part of this track to be etched into his memory like this? Honestly, it is quite sad. Zephyr led Lilith across a vast landscape. This lake is so sparkling. From behind came Damon's cursing. Hurry up, now. You idiot, do you really plan on losing to that lame horse? How can you be this slow on a track without obstacles? Lilith suddenly felt angry. What did you say? Watch your filthy mouth. Since no one else was there, she did not know if she should say something. Serves you right. You talk about noble dignity and such, yet as soon as you lose, you spew nothing but trash. Remember this. What are you glaring at, you petty psycho? Some writing genius you are, huh? You only won last year because of Zephyr. Now that you do not have him by your side, you are really nothing at all, are not you? Wanting first place, keep dreaming, sweetie. And so, Damon was driven into a rage. Damon seemed to have no words left to argue. Do you want to die, you insolent brat? Lilith added fuel to the fire. Can't you even handle this? You can't even beat a beginner like me. Veins popped on Damon's face. Shut up, I said shut up, but Lilith enjoyed taunting him. No, I won't shut up. Ignoring Damon behind her, Lilith galloped away leisurely. His rage erupted as he whipped his horse hard. Run, you useless beast. Faster, I said run. This brat is dead meat. Unable to catch up, Damon resorted to foul play. Lilith felt an ominous sensation in her arm. Did he just cancel the falling prevention spell? As a result, Lilith lost her balance. Zephyr heard her scream and stopped immediately. This caused Lilith's entire body to be launched into the air. Is this for real, God? Consequently, Lilith fell painfully and rolled several times. Her clothes and hair were covered in dust and completely disheveled. Ugh, what a despicable bastard. Even if he was provoked, to cheat so openly is truly pathetic. No, this is not just cheating. It is a clear violation enough to be disqualified immediately, and even cause a scandal for an entire noble family. You arrogant fool who does not know your place, you have lost all chance of winning now. I have to go back and report this to the judges. A sound from behind made Lilith stop in her tracks. Is that you, Zephyr? Zephyr, let us go back. Let us report Damon's cheating to the judges. What an idiot. Why would he do something so easy to get caught? Only the two of us entered Zone C at the same time, and since I do not know how to use magic yet, I could not have broken it myself. That means even if there were no witnesses. Suddenly, Zephyr bit Lilith's collar. You still want to continue? Really, I can't. There is no way. Without the falling prevention spell, it is impossible. I am scared. I can't do it. Zephyr's eyes said it all. Let us keep running together. Perhaps Lilith recognized that determination, that will to win. I once thought the harsh training and abuse made him never want to run again. But I was wrong. He wants to run. Let us do it. All or nothing. Lilith decided to hold the reins tight. No matter what, I won't let go. And you, try to run so that I do not fall, okay? Let us go. This time, Zephyr ran with confidence, just as Lilith rode with confidence. Oh, so this is what horse riding feels like. If I kept using magic all the time, I would never improve. Horse and rider advanced together. Meanwhile, Damon kept blaming his horse. Why are you doing this to me? Jump, jump up. This attitude made Lilith feel tired for the horse. If I were that horse, I would probably go on strike too because of a rider like him. Despite the foul play, Lilith drew level with Damon. But she was a bit surprised by Zephyr's action. Why did he stop? Is he telling me to mock him one more time? Lilith's face was truly asking for it. Some riding prodigy you are. Even cheating could not save you, huh? Damon was like a volcano about to erupt. This brat. As Zephyr ran, Lilith took the chance to feel exhilarated. You are the best. Her spirits soared having a companion like him. Wonderful. Just one final straight stretch, and we will have made it through. What is that? The finish line. Where is Cheshire? Ah, there he is. Lilith received a victorious smile from Cheshire. And she was momentarily dazed. In that moment, Zephyr continued to gallop. The host's voice rang out. The first contestant has just crossed the finish line. The winner is Lady Lilith Rubinstein. Lilith also realized Cheshire's intention. Don't tell me. He actually stopped before the finish line to let me win. Why did he do that? Several race organizers approached her. Congratulations on your victory. Now I will remove the falling prevention spell for you. But their expressions suddenly changed. Wait. What is this? Why is the child so badly injured? Did she fall? And then, a heated argument was sparked. One person said, Are you crazy? Why was not the falling prevention spell activated properly? The other replied, That is impossible. I checked it very carefully before we started. As expected, this attracted Enoch. Lilith. What happened? Why are you injured like this? Did you fall? How could the magic have failed? Eyes full of fiery rage turned toward the organizers. Lilith saw the situation was getting tense and explained, No, Daddy, the magic worked fine. It was broken halfway through. Just then, the culprit arrived, so she confessed immediately. In Zone C, while I was riding alongside Martini, he suddenly broke the falling prevention spell from my saddle. Fear and anxiety were Damon's current state of mind. People whispered and gossiped, Hey, was it cheating? As if the boy did not know better. That is clearly a malicious act. Damon dismounted with trembling legs. In this game, victory had leaned toward Lilith. Oh my God, now he knows how to be worried. She fired a second shot. I am not good at riding without magic. I fell and was injured then. Lilith's grandfather also lost his cool. How disgraceful. We cannot simply ignore this. Lilith followed after him. Wait a moment, grandfather, I am fine. It hurts a little, but it is not very serious. Besides, I somewhat understand Lord Martini's reason. Everyone was watching him, expecting a win. He must have really wanted it. Those words increased the sympathy for Lilith. Oh my, really? What? Is she actually forgiving that boy? Lilith tried to persuade them. He did not mean to do it, so please do not punish Damon. I am begging you, grandfather. Reporters took the opportunity to write furiously. As expected of the House of Rubinstein. Yes, truly the grace of the nobility. Did she really just let it go? Truly admirable, especially for one so young. Meanwhile, Lilith had two sides to her state of mind. I won anyway, so I should take advantage of everything, should not I? This trophy represents the honor of the family and the image of a tolerant, generous noble maiden. Well, okay, this might be a bit calculated. Lilith walked over to Damon. That was a great match, Lord Martini. Damon's hesitation sparked many thoughts. Look at the boy. He won't even shake her hand. Seriously, why is he acting like that when she is obviously being so generous? Well, I guess losing the trophy must be heartbreaking. Then Damon reluctantly shook her hand. Lilith's aura was pure light. Let us compete fairly next time, okay? On the contrary, Damon was hidden in darkness. Ah. Yeah. Sorry. Furthermore, Lilith even opened her arms wide. People grew to love her even more. Unbelievable. Not just in skill but in character as well. Yes, she is the heir to the House of Rubinstein. That is the class everyone expects of her. Lilith whispered in Damon's ear, "Are you really mad? Does it sting? Does it sting?" The Capital News. The May Spring Festival honored the youngest winner in history in the horse riding competition. Count Martini's son caused a scandal with reckless cheating, but Lady Rubenstein responded with full tolerance, scoring points with the public as a model of noble ethics. The royal painter guided Lilith's posture. Hold the reins with your right hand. Let your left hand hang naturally. Exactly. A perfect posture. Lilith felt it was a bit hyperbolic. Did the emperor really send a royal painter just to paint her portrait? She asked the person beside her, "Cheshire, do you want to hold hands?" Cheshire's cheeks flushed slightly. Lilith caught that slightly large hand. It might just be me, but his hand is so warm. It was a warm spring day. The painting was hung right in the center of the hallway. Leon could not believe it. "Wow, that is so cool. I am so jealous. I won a hunting competition and nobody painted my portrait." "Why?" Theo let out a breath. "Lilith is the youngest winner ever. That is why it is so grand. You two are not the same, you know." Cheshire looked at the box. "What is that?" Leon held it up. "Ah, this. This is the Princess Lala dress." Theo joined in, "And this is her crown." Only then did Cheshire remember. Lilith's birthday was the day after this. Leon boasted, "The original Princess Lala dress does not even have gems on it. So I ordered a custom one and asked the shop to decorate it to be really sparkly. That crown was custom made too." Theo continued, "At first I was going to buy an off-the-shelf one, but those all use fake stones. They look cheap. So I decided to make a brand new one. 200 diamonds, 5 rubies." Cheshire was quite surprised by its flashiness. "Wow, that is a lot." Leon laughed as he walked. "Looks like I will have to keep her birthday gift a secret. Or maybe I will lie and say I have not prepared anything yet." Theo understood a girl's psyche. If you really do that, she will be very angry. Cheshire stood dazed for a moment. Her birthday. He went back to his room to check his pouch. This was his weekly pocket money, 1 silver coin, which was also Lilith's idea. 4 silver coins were equivalent to 40,000 tur. "I guess I could buy a nice doll with this. But she already has a pile of dolls. Regardless, it is her birthday. I want to give her something she really wants. Princess Lala." Because it was the trend, the price was very expensive. This damn Princess Lala. The only thing left is a magic wand. I wonder if she will like this. All right, let us go out. Cheshire wandered around the commoner area. "I have checked all 20 shops already. I can only buy a rabbit-shaped wallet for 10,000 tur. Even the cheapest Princess Lala magic wand costs 7 silver coins. Why is it so expensive, and the stone on top is not even real? A custom-made Princess Lala dress studded with fake stones, a Princess Lala crown with 200 diamonds and 5 rubies, and then a 10,000 tur rabbit coin purse." Thinking it over, even if the stones were fake, the cost was still more than Cheshire's gift. "Maybe I have to go earn some money. There must be a place that pays daily wages." On the other side, a sign was hung with the words, "Princess Lala's magic wand, Hero Lewis's demon-slaying sword, gotcha draw, only 500 tur per turn." Cheshire was attracted by it. A gotcha machine. I have 30,000 tur left. That means I will have at least 60 turns. As long as I hit it before I run out of money. Let us just try. Who knows, I might get lucky. Cheshire placed the money on the table. "Give me 1 turn." Meanwhile, Axion was passing by. "We have caught the smugglers, but I still feel uneasy." An old man's voice rang out. "Oh dear, another miss. Young man, you only have 1 more chance." Axion seemed to recognize him. "That child. Is not he the one Enoch picked up? I heard there was a reason behind Enoch's decision to guard him. I mean, raising a daughter alone is hard enough. Why take on extra responsibility? Enoch is not exactly a predictable person either." The shop owner said awkwardly, "Another miss. I am sorry, kid." Cheshire left in complete disappointment. That was when he bumped into Axion. "Greetings, uncle." The man behind him also panicked. "Oh, a holy night. Why would you come to a place like this, sir? May the glory and grace of Primera shine upon you." Axion asked for a reason. "What are you doing here? This area is still dangerous for children." "Don't wander alone." Cheshire did not seem happy. I am fine. Thank you for worrying about me, Uncle. Axion could see his mood at a glance. He held Cheshire's hand back. Wait. Cheshire stopped and looked at the tall man. Even Axion himself did not know why. Why did I suddenly stop the boy? He looked toward the swords. Do you want that? Did Enoch not buy it for you? Cheshire did not know how to explain no. It is not that. Axion nodded as he understood. Even if you want it, you are probably shy about saying so. He immediately blamed the other, Enoch too. So heartless. He should have bought something for the boy, at the same time as his daughter's toys. After thinking, Axion pulled Cheshire's hand. Come here. This is what you want, right, Hero Lewis? What is it called? The seller answered instead. Hero Lewis's magic sword, Sir Knight. Cheshire did nothing but shake his head. Axion was losing patience. So what is the problem, if you do not want it? Why were you trying so hard? Cheshire's face flushed slightly. Princess Lala's magic wand. As expected, Axion's expression was hard to imagine. The boy likes that thing. Even the owner was surprised. So it is not the magic sword but the magic wand. It seems the boy really wants it. He has already spent 30,000 to here. It keeps coming up empty. I feel bad for the boy too. Cheshire did not want to linger. I am fine. I am leaving. Every time he tried, Axion stopped him. Wait. He placed a gold coin on the table. Keep going until he gets it. Go on, open it. At the Rubenstein Manor. The Royal Training Center acceptance notice was sent to Lilith. Dear applicant, you have been selected for admission to the Pavilion Training Center as an outstanding individual of the Empire. This is the first round summons. Please complete the enrollment procedures by May 12, 1779, Imperial Calendar. If the applicant does not appear within 3 days of the enrollment date, without a valid reason, it will be considered a violation of military law. Lilith swung her legs back and forth. Why are you sighing, Daddy? I will be back soon. Enoch's face looked as if he were ill. Cheshire also received the notice. When I registered as his guardian, I requested that your enrollment dates be the same. Lilith only just noticed. Oh, we are enrolling together. That is not bad at all. Enoch had already thought of a reason. Do you want to postpone it for 2 years? The program officially starts at age 9, even though notices can be sent from age 7. Lilith's answer was like a bucket of cold water. No, I want to go as soon as possible. She stopped to calculate for a bit. It is absurd. I need to use my power as quickly as possible to expend my life force. Otherwise, I will stay in this state forever, hardly able to sleep for 2 whole years. That would be a disaster, a total disaster. Everyone would find out my true identity, Enoch said, gloomily stroking her head. Well, my daughter is very smart. 1 month should be enough. Lilith hugged him and giggled. Of course. Just trust me, Daddy, and do not worry. Naturally, Lilith's secret was massive. The issue was not just about enrollment. It has been several days since I sent that letter, so why have not I received a reply yet? Are they really ignoring me? Did they actually read it and not respond? I am Enoch Rubenstein's daughter, after all. She had thought that letter would ignite the fire of revolution burning in the protagonist's heart. Unlike the original story, my daughter will be safe. No matter how indifferent I seem, for your sake, I am willing to become the Emperor's dog. Is that what Daddy is thinking? No, I must believe in him. He is Enoch Rubenstein, the righteous hero who carries those values. Enoch finally spoke up. My little princess, I have to head out for a bit. Lilith asked immediately, where to? He stated the reason directly, to buy a birthday gift for my princess. Perhaps, Lilith asked further, where are you buying it then? A map appeared in Enoch's mind. It is quite far. I will use the teleportation gate at the temple to go to the capital. Lilith brightened up. So he did not ignore my letter. If Daddy is going to the capital, it must be to meet Joseph Lutman as I requested. Enoch did not seem very happy. Though I do not think I can make it back in a single day, I promise to be home before your birthday. Lilith was surprised. My birthday in 3 days. Lilith stood dazed. Daddy plans to persuade Joseph Lutman in just 3 days. Speaking of that man. 1. Enoch Rubenstein, strategist and the male lead of the story. 2. Someone the father brought to his side right at the start of the original plot. 3. In his youth, he was brilliant in imperial politics, but disappeared after an incident to live as a social outcast. Where Enoch met Joseph or how he persuaded him was never explained, but based on dialogue and plot details, persuading him in just 3 days, impossible. But I know a bit about his backstory, so that will surely help me. Lilith grew excited. I want to go too. I want to go. I want to pick out my own birthday gift. But Enoch did not seem to agree. No. I will be back shortly. I just have a friend there I plan to meet while I am at it. Lilith asked pointedly, You have a friend? Enoch felt she thought he was unsociable. Of course I do. Seizing the chance, she burst into tears. No, I do not want that. I want to go. I do not want to be alone. I do not want it to be without Daddy. I will be entering the training center soon, and won't see you often. I am so sad already. Enoch did not know what to do. Me too. I do not want to be away from my little princess, but... Through the alleys of Voltrak City in the capital, Enoch ended up bringing the little girl along. This is no place for a child. The scene before them was full of vice and blood. Enoch felt like he was losing his mind. I am crazy. Truly crazy. He cast a protective magic spell on Lilith. The smoke is not good for my daughter, so Daddy must ensure there is no noise or smoke here. Lilith thanked him happily. Daddy is such a sharp and smart protagonist, so why did it take 3 months to persuade Joseph in the original? Could Joseph really be that unshakable? Without preamble, Enoch got straight to the point. Can you check if there is a customer named Joseph Lutman here? The gatekeeper looked at him blankly. Then they looked at each other, confused. Ultimately, Lilith and her father were kicked out. Now I understand why it took so long to persuade Joseph. With her father's upright and noble personality, he had surely never been to a place like this. In the original version, just getting a meeting with him was extremely difficult. Enoch began to get flustered. There is no other choice. I will just... Lilith held him back. Wait, Daddy. Are you going to drop your disguise, say you are a duke, and demand to see your friend? That was exactly what Enoch intended. Yes, there is no other way for them to let me in. Then came Lilith's lecture. But Daddy, did not you disguise yourself as James for a reason to meet your friend? Enoch had his own worries. That friend. I think if he knew who I was, he definitely would not like me. Talking to him would be complicated. What should I do? At this point, Lilith had to show her skills. Daddy, casinos are always open to those who want to gamble. Daddy, do you know how to play poker? And so, Enoch successfully got inside. Excuse me, are you Joseph Lutman? The lifeless man looked up. Yeah, I am Joseph Lutman. What do you want? Enoch said. Do you have a moment? I want to talk to you. Joseph dismissed him immediately. Let me guess. A noble sent you. Stop wasting my time and go home. I am not leaving the spot. Enoch emphasized his words. I want to talk. Joseph looked displeased and acted out. Then wait. Until I lose everything I have. Lilith knew the original story by heart. I knew he would say that. Enoch walked over and pulled out a chair. Fine. In that case. Let me play too. Following the current stakes, Joseph added more money. I raise. 50,000 more. Enoch gave up the current round. I fold. Gradually, Joseph believed he was a novice. The guy has never actually placed a real bet. He just folds or throws in some small change. Damn it, I will be stuck here all night at this rate. Did he bring a kid along on purpose? Is he aware of his popularity? Does he hope I will soften up when I see a child? Lilith excitedly shouted, Daddy, look, we have 2 cards with the same number. Enoch nodded. SHH, be quiet, princess. Joseph smirked. A pair of 7s. Only 1 card left to draw. At best, if he is lucky, he will only have a 3 of a kind. Laughing at a measly pair, he probably thinks I have nothing but a junk hand. But if I flip my whole card, it is a flush, the 5th strongest hand. Thanks to this kid, I can end the game here. Joseph put down a lot of money. All in. The corner of Lilith's mouth curled slightly. Enoch excitedly placed his money. Then I am all in too. The dealer began his task. Let us see both hands. Joseph's eyes suddenly narrowed. Enoch's hand was a four of a kind, the third strongest hand. Joseph could not keep his cool. What on earth is this? Enoch laughed. I win. This was beyond Joseph's control. I thought it was just a pair. He seemed unable to say anything else. You let your daughter do all your dirty work, huh? Lilith waited outside the door. Joseph walked out looking haggard. Are you drawing, kid? Lilith was full of life. Are you done talking to my daddy? Joseph sat down beside her. Not exactly. It seems it is going to drag on, so I came out to get some air. Is this your family? You are in the middle, with your father and mother on either side. Lilith shook her head. No. I am in the middle, Daddy is on the left, and you are on the right. Joseph suddenly felt more tired. Hey kid, did your father tell you to do this? Does he think I will soften up just by seeing a little girl? Even during the poker game, you acted exactly as he instructed. Lilith recalled the moment. That is not it. Today was Daddy's first time playing poker. I was the one who coached him. You only had a flush at most, so I knew we would win for sure. Daddy had a four of a kind from the start. I knew it, and it was the perfect opportunity, so I just dropped a little bait. That was why Lilith had shouted back then. And boom, you took the bait immediately. Joseph stroked her head. You are a smart child. It is a pity you were not born into a noble family. Being smart does not get you far when you are just a commoner. What a waste. And your father. That man. I can't tell you everything. It is just that he came to me only to talk about crazy things. I thought he was just another noble trying to drag me into some insane conspiracy. Enoch had said back then, I want to stand up against this corrupt noble society. Please help me. Joseph had been stunned. This guy seems mentally unstable. He recounted this with a sigh. Kid, I do not know who your master is, but that is just a pipe dream. It is completely unrealistic. Tell your father not to get involved in their business. He could get killed, and so could you. But Lilith showed no signs of worry. My daddy can do it. She reminded Joseph of someone, Ella. Lilith was very much like that girl. I believe in him. Suddenly, Joseph's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not hold back his tears. I am sorry, kid. I suddenly thought of my daughter. She once said the exact same thing to me. Kid, I was wrong. Because of my own fault, I lost my entire family. The world of the powerful is a terrifying place. Just because I helped them, I lost both my wife and child. Now I regret it so much. I do not even know why I used to live like that. My poor daughter. I should have spent more time with her. I just wanted to look at her face and be by her side a little longer. I thought that path would make up for being born into a poor, lowly family, that I could give them a better life. But I was a fool. I did not even understand what was truly important. She must hate me up there. Perhaps she just wants a useless father like me to live in misery. Lilith thought completely differently. No. Your family up there. They are praying for your happiness. If I were your daughter, I would pray every day. I would pray that my father gets to do what he likes, never gets sick, and is always happy. I would wish for him to live a long and healthy life, so that when he goes to heaven, I can run out to meet him. That is how it is. I can feel it too, because I always want my daddy to be happy. I am sure your daughter wants you to be happy as well. So please do not be sad and always be happy. Maybe also gamble a bit less, uncle. It was likely the first time Joseph had heard such advice. Thank you, little one. 2 days later at the Voltarak Temple teleportation gate, before Enoch returned. Have you changed your mind? Joseph shook his head. I have not. Enoch repeated the question. You still have not changed it. Joseph was exasperated. Hey, you asked me again not even a minute ago. Then Lilith held something up. Uncle, this is something I cherish very much. Please keep it and give it to Ella when you see her. Joseph happily stroked her head. Yeah, all right. Enoch interjected from the side. You still have not changed your mind after seeing my lovely little princess. He glared at Enoch. Will you shut up? By the way, teleportation gates are not something just any family can afford. It seems your master is no ordinary person. Joseph had other thoughts as well. The guy is not stupid, but he does not know how to live gently in this world. Anything that stands out too much will soon be crushed. If I were to prepare for an uprising, I would first have to win the support of the nobles nearby. Unlike the central region, many nobles around here have no love for the royal family. With enough time and money, persuading them would not be too hard. The problem is the arrogant central nobles. Skipping the top-tier nobility, one should target key figures in the middle class. I should also establish contact with the neutral magic tower, and then... Is this a professional habit? Why am I thinking about this nonsense? But if I were allowed to dream a little, the only person I could think of is Rubinstein. But that old man is not reckless enough to launch a war at his age. If I went to find him, he probably would not even bother shrugging. What about his son? Oh right, he deserted, did not he, a real madman? The success rate of an uprising was 0. It would never happen. Enoch asked for the 4th time, so you have not changed your decision. Joseph stood his ground, take care. Enoch had said as much, yet the other party still did not understand. It was not that Joseph did not have an answer. There is no chance. But if one day I get the urge and change my mind, I will come find you. Enoch knelt to pick up Lilith. That sounds good. But Joseph needed information. At least tell me where I should go before you leave. Who is your master that has such unrealistic thoughts in his head? He suddenly froze for a few seconds. Huh. Someone possessing special power. Enoch no longer needed to hide his identity. I will wait for the day you change your mind. If you do, come to the Rubinstein Manor. Lilith waved, goodbye, uncle. He left, leaving Joseph in shock. Wait. What the hell just happened? Lilith shook her father. What if Uncle Joseph does not come? Enoch seemed nonchalant. Then there is nothing we can do, right? This was what worried Lilith. Daddy, why are you so calm? You traveled so far to pick up a friend and ended up not bringing him back. She was the one who made Enoch lose his composure. Lilith, I am a bit curious. Why is my daughter so worried? You talk as if something terrible will happen if Uncle Joseph does not show up. Do you know why Daddy wanted to be friends with Uncle Joseph? Lilith felt a bit guilty. I am not stupid. Of course I know. Uncle Joseph told me a little already. You said he needs to help you work, right? She was waiting for Enoch's response. Enoch's mood was truly unpredictable. Right. Daddy is trying to do business so my little princess can eat delicious food, wear pretty dresses, and live happily. Daddy does not want his princess to worry. It is okay if Uncle Joseph does not come here. If he does not, I will find another way. So my little princess does not need to worry. There is nothing Daddy can't do. Lilith knew well he was the domineering protagonist. Of course Daddy can do everything. Lilith also had to reconsider calmly. Daddy is right. I am enough. Now I will focus on hiding my identity well and quietly helping Daddy choose an easier path if I can. The quiet atmosphere was broken by Enoch's shout. Oh right, the birthday gift for my princess. Lilith thought it was something serious. It is okay, Daddy. I do not need a gift. Next year's birthday is fine too. Enoch protested. No, this is your first birthday since coming to the capital. Daddy will prepare the gift my daughter wants most. Ordia also complained to her father. Don't you think your gift is a bit too much? Lilith's grandfather always had his own opinions. Not at all. She likes writing, so this is the perfect gift. Your gift is just flashy but impractical. Ordia had a different view. Oh, father, it is the birthday of the lady of House Rubinstein. Can you imagine what people will say if we only host a tiny family party at home? At least the gift should match her status, so Lilith does not feel out of place. He vaguely guessed Lilith's reaction. She does not like showing off. Why make it a big deal? Ordia continued. That is why we should at least prepare a grand gift for her. She still does not feel like a noble. She complains she has nothing to wear even though there are not 50 dresses in her closet yet, and then turns around and says there is too much, and she does not know which to choose. He looked to the side. This kid. What is he doing? Who would have guessed Duke Rubinstein would take off his shirt to build something? Ordia and his father grimaced in unison. Oh my God, Enoch, you are crazy. This madman. Oh father, what should we do? Rem walked over, flustered. Master, Lady Ordia. She looked panicked. Butler, what on earth is he doing? Rem explained with difficulty that the young master is making a birthday gift for the young lady. Ordia supported her father. What kind of gift is he making? More importantly, why not leave it to a carpenter? Rem really wanted to cry out loud. Do you think I did not say that? He insisted on doing it himself because this is a gift the young lady really wanted when she was still in the South. His father was about to go crazy. Enoch, you little brat. Meanwhile, Lilith was wearing the dress and crown gifted by Theo and Leon. Brother Cheshire, stay right there, but he was running away. Stop following me. Cheshire was trying to hide a gift. I will give her the gift and flowers later tonight. I almost got caught. The birthday party is no place for me. I am sure the elders already dislike me. If I show up there, it will only make them more uncomfortable. Sorry. Cheshire had no choice but to jump up onto a wall. Lilith naturally could not jump after him. You are a jerk. From the other side of the wall, Cheshire called out, sorry, I will come to your room tonight. The next scene caught Lilith off guard. Are you crazy? Lilith was perched up high. Why are you avoiding me? Don't you want to celebrate my birthday with me? Let us eat cake together, Cheshire panicked. All right, I get it. Just stay there, hold on tight so you do not fall. I am climbing up right now. Just as he said it, Lilith really fell. Yes. Huh. I am falling no. Lilith fell, and her lips met Cheshire's. Perhaps the reason there was no romance in the plot was because the author had an old-fashioned, outdated style. Or maybe they knew that if they just threw in a sub-romance without proper investment, it would be extremely confusing. Lilith became shy. I am sorry. Cheshire asked worriedly, are you hurt anywhere? She replied demurely, I am not. What about you? Cheshire said embarrassedly, I am fine. Lilith gathered her courage and asked, you keep avoiding me. What should I do? Those flowers. You bought them for me, did not you? Cheshire nodded. Seeing that, she said quickly, then give them to me. He handed the bouquet to Lilith. She was absolutely delighted. So beautiful. What are they? Cheshire said, Aristota. Lilith was stunned. Wait, what? This is Aristota. If she remembered correctly, on a certain day in May, there was always a bouquet of Aristota in the vase on Enoch Rubinstein's desk. In the 4th year of seeing those flowers, Cheshire, being too curious, had asked, do these flowers have a special meaning? Enoch had shared, today is my daughter's birthday. Aristota is the flower that symbolizes birth. She did not expect that a day in May would be the 19th, but today truly was the day of Aristota. Lilith said radiantly, thank you so much. Out of all the gifts I have been given, I like this one best. Cheshire stood still, gazing at her. Lilith suddenly pulled his hand. Come to the party with me, and sing happy birthday to me too. Cheshire sighed, and agreed. All right. At the party, everyone sang happy birthday to Lilith. She gleefully blew out the candles. The family sent their wishes to her. Happy birthday, little princess. Happy birthday, Lilith. Congratulations, kid. She was deeply moved. Thank you, everyone. Lilith's grandfather glared at his daughter Ordia. You go first. She slowly opened the gift. This is for you, Lilith. This is a 100-carat gemstone. The blinding light scared Lilith. Enoch forced a smile and said, Sister, how can the little princess wear that? She is about to buckle under its weight. Ordia explained, I intended to craft it into something she could wear right away, but that would mean cutting the stone, and small designs are worthless. So keep it and wait until your debutante ball to wear it. Everyone will be jealous then. Lilith replied with a forced smile, Thank you, Auntie. It is so beautiful. I will keep it carefully and wear it when I grow up. Ordia praised her, such a good girl. Lilith was worried as she held her grandfather's gift. At this rate, I am really afraid of what grandfather's gift will be. If it is just a piece of paper, that is fine. Please let it not be land. Anything but land. Hearing his statement, she was stunned. It is land. I have bought a plot along the Parma River to the east, totaling about 100 acres. Enoch exclaimed in surprise, Good heavens, land along the Parma River, that must be incredibly expensive. Lilith asked tremblingly, Grandfather, really? He said calmly, This is the perfect place for horse riding. The capital is too cramped, so I hope you and Cheshire can often go there to play comfortably. Cheshire lowered his head out of shyness. Lilith grew more shocked as she read. A massive playground where I, Zephyr, and Cheshire can run freely, over 100 acres of spacious land like that. Have I really become a third-generation tycoon? Thank you so much, grandfather. Next year I will win first place in writing again, you will see. Leon asked curiously, by the way, Cheshire, where is the gift you planned to give Lilith? Lilith showed it off immediately. He gave me flowers, Leon asked blankly. Wait, what is that? She was a bit annoyed. Leon is a fool and knows nothing. I am very happy with this. Suddenly, Cheshire took out a red gift box. He shyly presented it to her. Theo was curious. Open it. Lilith was in awe of Cheshire's gift. A magic wand. Leon burst out laughing and said, Hey, you have the full Princess Lala set from head to toe now. Do not you? Enoch turned and said, Daddy's princess is so lucky. Lilith sat dazed for a moment. How did he get a magic wand? This is even more expensive than the Princess Lala shoes. Inside the box, there was also a birthday card. The girl said with a smile, Thank you, Cheshire. On the back of the card, a message was written, Thank you. Being by your side makes me feel like I am in paradise. Heart-fluttering emotions gradually surged within Lilith. She burst into tears, making Enoch worried. Are you crying? Lilith sat there sobbing. As the party ended, Enoch asked curiously, What did the card say? Aren't you going to tell Daddy? She blushed. No, it is mine. I am not telling. Lilith was startled when she saw what was in front of her. A swing. Enoch smirked. Is this what Daddy's princess wanted? She quickly ran over. Oh my God, no way. When I was in Xenon, I was so jealous of Jimmy's swing next door. She said delightedly, Thank you so much, Daddy. Enoch asked gently, Do you want Daddy to push you? Lilith's face clearly showed her delight. Enoch turned and called out, Princess, are you happy? She replied with a beaming smile, I am extremely happy, Dad. Enoch confided, I am also very happy because you are happy. I will make sure you are happy every single day, okay? Lilith obediently replied, Me too, Dad. She instinctively called out Dad once more. Her eyes began to well up as she said, I will make you happy too, just trust me. Enoch chuckled and said, I am already happy just seeing you grow up healthy and happy, my princess. Lilith snuggled her head against Enoch. I will do my best. I am so sleepy, let us go back to our rooms. He wondered, sleepy, all of a sudden. After finishing her father's heartfelt letter, Lilith whispered to herself, I have cried so much today. I can't cry anymore. The next day, only one day left before I join the training center. All right, here it is. It is time to face the final boss, the Emperor. I must keep a level head. A single mistake at the center could be a disaster. A maid approached and said, My lady, this is a gift from the master. It looks like it will be quite useful at the training center. June burst into tears, sobbing, How can I live without you? I can't do it. I just can't, Lilith said in confusion. It is not like I am going off to die. Lilith's older brother complained, So noisy. What do you think you are doing during study hours? The maid quickly replied, I am sorry, Tower Master. We will leave right away. Thank you. Lilith asked indignantly, Why did you kick them out? I finished all today's problems already. He suddenly read out a problem. What is the volume of a rectangular prism with a width, length, and height of 3, 4, and 8 respectively? Lilith immediately answered, 96. He continued, What is the length of the hypotenuse of a right triangle with legs of 2 and 4? Lilith gave the answer, 2√5. Her brother still would not stop. What is the area of a circle with a radius of 12? Right after he finished the question, she answered, 144 pi. He praised her. At this rate, you could actually graduate from the training center in just 1 month. Lilith found it hard to understand. Then why are you picking a fight? Her brother suddenly pulled out a bracelet. Here, it is a gift. I designed it myself. Lilith laughed. It looks so childish. Her comment made him snap. Do you want a beating? She clutched her head. Why did you hit me? Her brother commanded. Give me your hand. This is a magic item. Lilith was curious. Really? What kind of magic? He cautioned her. You will find out when you enter the center. Remember to wear it carefully. Time's up. Lilith dashed off. Thanks, brother, bye. He suddenly grabbed her. Why are you scurrying off like you have been waiting for this moment forever? Lilith spoke honestly. I am going to hang out with a friend. Her brother immediately interrogated her. Which friend? Upon hearing Cheshire's name, his expression shifted. I take that back. Sit down and keep studying. Lilith protested. You can't do that. He asserted firmly, I can. Lilith would not give in. A man must be responsible for his words. Her brother's irrationality was driving Lilith crazy. Your rules are. Hey, do you like that boy? Lilith answered innocently, Cheshire, of course. He is my best friend. Her brother said blankly, not the friend type. As he spoke, he drew a heart shape in the air. Lilith was bewildered. What is he trying to say? Why are you so curious about that? Her brother turned to her and said, Are you 11 already? You are just a kid, and yet you like that boy. She said, Cheshire is 4 years older than me. That sentence left her brother speechless. Lilith kept staring at him. Her brother said helplessly, I am at a loss for words. Lilith quickly asked, What is wrong with you? He then requested, Open your book. Let us study. Lilith cursed inwardly. He is so annoying. The next day, the long-awaited big day arrived. Lilith, Cheshire, we will send you letters. Eat well, and take care of yourselves. Leon fiercely advised, Little sister, if anyone bullies you, just write a letter and tell me. She smiled brightly and said, Thank you, brother. Everyone said their final goodbyes before Lilith left. Do your best and come home healthy. She waved to the family. I am going now. I thought the training center would be like kindergarten. This is basically a military boot camp. It seems the author took a lot of inspiration from the South Korean mandatory military service. Enoch called out with a trembling voice, My dear child. Lilith was startled. Oh my goodness, Dad, are you crying? Why are you crying? I am not going to die. I will work hard and be back in a month. Enoch said heartbrokenly, How can I be away from my little princess for a whole month? Little princess, even if the food is not good, make sure to eat your meals. Get along with your friends, too. Lilith answered obediently, Of course, Dad. Enoch instructed, Don't cry even if you miss me. Don't get hurt, and if you do, tell the teacher. She grinned and replied, You too, Dad. Then Enoch pulled both Lilith and Cheshire into a hug. You too, be careful. All right, Cheshire, you have not forgotten what I told you, right? You must remember it. Good, be careful. Cheshire and Lilith stole a glance at each other. She reassured herself, Don't worry, I won't ask. I know everything. Dad must have seen how special Cheshire is while teaching him. The special thing about Cheshire is that he is a 100% magic user, unlike ordinary users who have a mix of divine power and physical strength. Cheshire is the only one not subject to Emperor Primera's control. Primera's power is based on divine strength, which means anyone with even a bit of divine power can be brainwashed by him. But since Cheshire uses 100% magic, he cannot be controlled. That is why, in the original story's ending, Cheshire was able to defeat both the Emperor and me. If he found out, it would be a huge problem, so Dad told him to hide it. An announcement blared, Special trainees of Class 1026, please enter. Enoch said his final words, Princess, I will be waiting, so stay healthy and come back. Lilith gave him a kiss. Dad, I will be back. All students stood at attention. Special trainees of Class 1026, please get ready. Great Emperor Primera is arriving. Lilith looked at the gold nameplate on her shirt. Cheshire's badge was white. No way. So those colors mean. There were purple and green nameplates too. The badge colors are based on star rankings. Impressive. If the revolution succeeds, I will tell Dad to blow up this crazy training center first. A majestic voice rang out, the Emperor is arriving. Lilith caught a glimpse. That person is. She was startled to see the Emperor walking toward her. He even sat down right in front of her. Lilith became flustered. I wish to express my respects to your majesty. Nicholas said with a smile, we finally meet, little girl. Lilith thought to herself, acting like we are so close. Suddenly, the Emperor reached out his hand toward her. Then he picked her up gently. This is Emperor Nicholas of the Pavilion Empire, the villain who imprisoned me in the original story and drained my power for a lifetime. Now he is my ultimate target, the one I must destroy. The Emperor confided, I have waited for you for a long time. Lilith replied with a wide smile, It is a great honor, Your Majesty. As he walked, Nicholas told everyone about her, the only daughter of the Rubinstein family, whom I cherish and love more than anyone. The only child of my loyal knight, Enoch, captain of the Holy Knights. Lilith wondered, isn't he revealing my entire identity publicly? The Emperor touched her forehead and said, May Primera's boundless love and the glory of this empire be with you. She was panicked as something surged through her body. That is enough. Only those with Primera's power can awaken. The core of the ability users has just been opened. The Emperor asked gently, Did I make you uncomfortable? Lilith immediately replied, No, Your Majesty. Then Nicholas instructed his subordinates, While the girl is being trained, make sure to keep a closer eye on her. Both replied in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Understood. The Emperor continued to bestow power upon the other students. Everyone gasped in amazement. Lilith soon realized, Wait, is that an area of effect skill? Yet he insisted on dragging me in to play along with his show. The students with white nameplates could only wish, I want a gift too. Lilith became weary, forget making friends at this rate. Primera, granted by the Supreme Being, is a power inherited by generations of emperors of the Pavilion Empire. Even if one is born with mana, if Primera does not permit it, they cannot use magic. And just now, the Emperor opened my core. This means I am no longer a useless 7-year-old child. The Emperor does not know it yet, but one day he will regret this. Lilith was on her way to the dormitory. The teacher introduced, This is where you will stay from now on. She was impressed when she saw it. Even the nameplates match my color scheme. This place really is a good training center. The girls in the room rushed out to greet her. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Alicia Meyer. This pretty girl is Diane, and this cute girl is Michelle. We are all 9, so you can speak comfortably. Lilith replied politely, Yes, nice to meet you all. Alicia, you have an older sister named Charlotte Meyer, right? She visited my house once. Alicia said excitedly, That is right. It turns out you have met my sister. Lilith turned to talk to Diane and Michelle. Nice to meet you. Let us be friends. But are we missing someone? Michelle nodded in confirmation. He is in the room, but you do not need to say hello. Lilith wondered, surely it is the person with the dot on their badge. Roommates are not too bad, but I suspect they won't play with commoners. But why did they put commoners and nobles in the same room? Alicia asked Lilith, Are you hungry? It is snack time. The girl was quite surprised. They serve snacks here too. Alicia said, Just go get them from the canteen. Michelle irritably ordered, Go get the snacks. Jem answered bluntly, No, I am not hungry. Michelle flew into a rage and shouted, Are you doing this again? What if we want to eat? Are you going to let us starve? Go get the food. Alicia chimed in, You filthy commoner. Do you know who this is? This is Lady Rubinstein. We might let it slide, but you have to listen to us. Jem sat up abruptly, sending a chill through the group. I told you I do not want to. What does it matter who she is? If you are hungry, go get it yourselves. Lilith stood silent and still. I see. With these ranks, and with the white color, he is simply treated as a servant. They want us to be self-aware of the difference in rank like this. This training center is truly beyond saving. Lilith spoke up, He is not a servant, so why should he bring us food? Let us go get it ourselves. Her behavior left everyone impressed. Lilith, you are so kind. Jem, do you want to go? To her surprise, the boy did not care at all. Michelle was annoyed. How rude. Alicia gave up as well. Let us go, Lilith. She looked back at everyone in the hallway. Seriously. A bread delivery cart. Suddenly, she remembered something. Right. Michelle asked curiously, What is it, Lilith? Her face darkened. My Cheshire is also white. In Cheshire's room, hey, commoner. What are you to Lady Rubinstein? You two were awfully close after the entrance ceremony, were not you? Cheshire said listlessly, It is nothing. Bruce kept prying, Nothing, be honest, are you a commoner? He could only nod, but Bruce would not let it go. Is that so? Nothing else, then how do you know her? Simon spoke up. Hey, I think, looking at his actions. Bruce guessed, is it because of his face? Cheshire exuded an irresistible handsomeness. Bruce had to admit, he has a good face, so that must be why he attracted her. It feels a bit pathetic, does not it? So, basically, besides his face, he has nothing else, Simon whispered. Hey, I think it is snack time. Bruce raised his voice. You commoner, go get snacks and water from the canteen for us. Cheshire wondered, is there someone here who is default assigned to get snacks and water? Bruce explained. What are you talking about? There is no such thing. Hearing that, Cheshire said flatly, then why should I do it? Bruce pointed at the nameplate on his own shirt. Then he pointed at Cheshire's nameplate. Is this enough? He understood now. So this is why they put me with the nobles. Despite that, Cheshire still firmly refused. No, get it yourself. Bruce began to get annoyed. What did you say? Hey, what should we do with this idiot? Cheshire glanced up. Gerard was still intently reading a book. Hearing Bruce's question, he said, Why are you asking me, Bruce? I am busy reading. Bruce awkwardly apologized. Rom, seeing this, said confusedly, Please do not fight, everyone. I will do the work as I usually do. Bruce called Rom over. Hey, come here. He punched Rom once. Cheshire was horrified by the scene that just unfolded. Bruce shouted loudly, What do you want, interfering like that? I told you to only open your mouth when I allow it. Why do you keep forgetting? Rom said tremblingly. I am sorry. Cheshire stood up abruptly with his fists clenched. Fine, I will go get the stuff. Bruce smirked. See, wouldn't it have been easier if you had done that from the start? Remember not to mess up Gerard's portion. Bring it straight to him. Rom immediately chased after Cheshire. Let us go together. You do not know where the canteen is. I am saying this for your own good. Do not talk back to Bruce if you can help it. When he gets angry, his hands and feet fly everywhere. Cheshire wondered. Why do you keep stuttering? Rom said with a trembling voice. Sorry, is my voice hard to listen to? I was not like this before. Since coming here, I have suddenly started talking like this. Cheshire guessed inwardly, so he stutters because of stress. Rom kindly guided him. This is the canteen. You line up, and they will give you the snacks. Cheshire suddenly saw Lilith. As soon as she saw him, she shouted, Cheshire. I knew you would come. I just knew it. You are here to get snacks for your roommates, right? Cheshire said, No, I was hungry, so I came to get my own portion. Lilith realized, liar. Rom, hiding behind him, spoke up shyly. Hello, I am Rom, Cheshire's roommate. We came here to get snacks for our roommates. Cheshire was busted. Lilith smiled and said, Thanks for letting me know, Rom. You will be an errand boy for life if you go. Don't do what they tell you. You must not. Cheshire whispered to her, Lilith, do not act like you understand me. She felt annoyed. What? Everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Cheshire said, Nothing good comes from that. Lilith snapped, Did you think I was going to talk back? He let out a long sigh. Perhaps you would say no. Just endure for one more month. I do not want to cause more trouble. If I cause a scene here, it will affect the Duke. Lilith said sarcastically, My dad would be so happy to hear that. If you told him you were running errands for others because you did not want trouble, I am sure he would be very proud. She grabbed Rom's hand. Come here. Rom, how many people are in your room? He stammered in reply. 5. Rom said awkwardly, They can't eat all this. Lilith said boldly, It is fine. I am allowed to take extra. Rom, when you give this to them, remember to tell them. Tell them Lilith Rubinstein gave it to them. Make sure to say my name. And if I see anyone making him run errands again, tell them I will personally come straight to their room. And after that, something very big will happen. Understood. Rom obediently followed. I will do that. Lilith hurriedly shook Rom's hand. Thanks, Rom. I am glad Cheshire has a friend who does not give him a hard time. At dinner, all students were present in the dining hall. The students with white nameplates were all tiredly serving their roommates. Lilith glanced around. This is getting interesting. Meanwhile, Alice kept complaining, how annoying. All the other rooms have commoners doing it. Why do not we? Lilith looked toward Jem. Jem did not do what the other kids told him. She wished Cheshire had even half of Jem's guts. Michelle turned and said, Even if we do not have anyone, you do not need to pick up the tray. Lilith spoke maturely. We have hands and feet, so why ask others? I will do my own work. She was startled by the scene in front of her. Cheshire and Rum were carrying a whole pile of meal trays. Lilith became furious, my blood pressure. She immediately slammed her tray onto the table. Cheshire spoke up to stop her. Don't. Lilith questioned, why do I feel like you are about to do something? He advised softly, don't make a scene. All the nobles are watching. Lilith got even more annoyed. Is that so? Good. But it looks too heavy, let me help. Rum, where is your table? He replied awkwardly, at the end over there. As they walked, Rum confided, hey, just now I tried to tell Bruce, but Cheshire would not let me. Lilith said with a smile, it is okay. Then she brought the food to Bruce. As soon as he saw her, he was flustered. Nice to meet you, Lilith. I am Bruce Timber. Lilith threw the meal tray onto the table. I brought the tray for you. Bruce was panicked. Huh? Why did you? Lilith grabbed his hand tightly. Where are your hands? Are they paralyzed? Bruce replied fearfully, no. She asked irritably, then why did not you get the food yourself? If they are not paralyzed, go get it yourself now. It is the same for snacks. Don't make others do it. Bruce explained, Lilith, maybe you do not know because you just arrived, but usually those with white tags have to do these things. Lilith interrogated, is it a law? Bruce said, not exactly, but everyone does it. Lilith looked amused. So if I have a higher ranking color, I can command them, right? Bruce confirmed, that is right. She immediately pointed to her nameplate. I see. Then you should listen to me, right? From now on, get your own food. That goes for snacks and meals. Bruce's face turned pale. What? Lilith's face showed a clear, sinister look. If you do not do it yourself, just come to my room. I will break your hands. Bruce tried to explain, hey, there are a lot of people here. Is not this a bit much? That is just how it is. Everyone does it. Lilith yelled out loud. Well, do not you see my color? No way. Are you saying you won't listen to me? Bruce was speechless. No. Gerard, sitting nearby, burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he cried. That is hilarious. Lilith looked at his nameplate. It was gold. Her expression suddenly changed. Nera Schmidt. Wait, that name. Bruce ran over to ask Gerard. What should we do? He replied. What do you mean? Just listen to her. Bruce became bewildered. Huh. Gerard grinned. Listen to the kid, Bruce. Go get your own tray. Having settled it, Lilith turned and left. Gerard Schmidt, the youngest son of Duke Schmidt, destined to be his father's holy knight. According to the book, he is a villain. The night was deep. Lilith was still awake reading letters from Rico, a list of noble children to be careful around. She sat intently reading. Thanks to Rico, I knew he was at the training center, but I did not think he would be Cheshire's roommate. Cheshire joined 2 years earlier than the original script. Properly, he and Gerard should not have been in the same class and would not have met. But no matter how the story changes, the people involved still get drawn together somehow. She recalled the memories of that day. Just like how Dad could find Cheshire right after arriving at the capital, it is as if Dad has a sixth sense. The coincidental logic of the original story is truly terrifying. Gerard Schmidt, the most trusted youngest son, joined the center and ended up in the same class as me. But unlike the other 9-year-olds in class 1026, he is 11. The Duke petitioned the royals to delay his enrollment for 2 years. After graduating from the training center, he will be deployed as a young soldier, so the Duke wanted to keep him close as long as possible. Furthermore, both of Gerard's twin brothers died in battle. In the original plot, Gerard deeply admired his father, the Holy Knight. Perhaps that is why he felt inferior and envious of Cheshire, his father's foster son, who always excelled and surpassed him in every way. Throughout their deployments, he constantly clashed with Cheshire, causing dangerous situations more than once. No, he creates a real disaster. Volume 2, The Great Monster Conquest. The battle was extremely fierce. For Cheshire, fighting monsters was always difficult. Their strengths were evenly matched. The monsters neutralized more than half of Cheshire's attacks, and in areas overflowing with their power, he could not even control the density of time. Cheshire announced to everyone, the conquest ends here. Our side has suffered heavy losses, and the terrain ahead is treacherous. We are at a disadvantage. Gerard spoke up. If you are scared, the swordsmanship group can retreat. You do not realize that if we stop the conquest now, it will all be meaningless. I will take the credit, so any coward can retreat. Cheshire argued irritably, is glory more important than many lives? If there were even a shred of hope for victory, I would not stop you, but with these conditions, you will only find death. Gerard still stubbornly replied, then keep your eyes open and watch whether I die like a dog or become a hero. Cheshire shouted Gerard's name. Leon was also indignant. That lunatic won't even listen. Doesn't he know how to be afraid? No matter what you say, that guy will just do the opposite. Is he some kind of stubborn dog? What should we do? Should we go? There was no way they could succeed in that conquest on their own. To minimize the danger, the swordsmanship group had to rush after them. In the end, Cheshire still decided to move forward, and he had to regret it for a long time. That reckless battle ended in a near-total massacre. Could they survive and get out? At that moment, even surviving was extremely difficult. A warning scream rang out. Cheshire, damn it, look out. Leon unexpectedly took the blow for him. Cheshire had not even had time to process what was happening. Blood from Leon's body splattered across Cheshire's face. Reading up to here, Lilith threw a fit. Because of that bastard, Leon. It is still a long way from Volume 2 in the original story, but since I have already interfered, who knows how things will change. The biggest problem is that no matter how awful he is, from the perspective of the revolutionary side, he is still an ally. Among the 5 ducal families of the Empire, 3 are part of my father's rebellion. The Antrace family of my twin brothers, Uncle Axions, and Gerard's family. Seeing how they delayed their precious son's enrollment in the center, it is obvious. Duke Schmidt must have hated the forced enlistment system. The Schmidt family is a powerful military force and our ally. I hate it, but there is no other way. Gerard is 11 years old. He is still a child. Is there any hope before he turns bad? Will he be a sweet potato or just a regular potato? So for now, I will just raise him well. Early the next morning. During the meal, Bruce said, Are you in the DOS? I am so jealous. Gerard replied calmly, who knows, I will have to check to be sure. Bruce excitedly continued, I heard they have not mentioned the DOS for years. This time, there might be 2. It is amazing. There are 2 gold tags. There she is, Simon looked over as well. That girl. But why is she getting her own tray? Bruce speculated, I think she likes Cheshire because of his handsome face, but I really do not get the rest of it. Wait, what is this? Is that girl coming over here? Bruce quickly said, I did not make Cheshire go get anything. Lilith praised him. Good boy. She glanced toward Gerard. She suddenly placed a bottle of water on the table. Then, with a beaming smile, she told him, drink up. Gerard looked at her with a dazed expression. A moment later, he laughed and replied, thanks. She did not forget to add, enjoy your meal. Bruce's jaw dropped in shock. You are so lucky. Gerard said, did you think she wanted to be friends with you? He smirked and looked toward Cheshire. Cheshire also glanced at Gerard. What the hell? He held the water bottle in his hand as if to provoke him. Cheshire thought while eating, what does he mean by that? On the way, Alicia asked curiously Lilith, do you like Gerard? She quickly denied it, no. Alicia said with a smile, no need to be shy. More than half the girls like him. Lilith wondered, why? Is he that famous? Alicia immediately replied, of course. He is handsome. Look, even Moonwoo says so. He looks like a prince. Lilith said bluntly, Cheshire is handsomer. The faces of her 3 friends darkened. Alicia turned and called to her, hey Lilith. What is the relationship between you and Cheshire? You 2 seem really close. Lilith gleefully replied, oh, Cheshire is. She suddenly remembered Cheshire's warning not to tell anyone that he was her guardian, or that she was living at his house. Lilith had curiously asked him, why? We should tell everyone who your father is. It would make life much easier in this strange place. Cheshire had said earnestly, please, Lilith. I am begging you. Can you do that for me? Lilith seemed to understand. She knew why Cheshire wanted to hide it. He did not want his father to get into trouble. So, She gave a strained smile and replied, "We're just close friends." We entered the center together. Alicia was still curious, "But he is just a commoner." Michelle turned and said, "But he is so handsome. I want to talk to him too." Diane praised him admiringly. "I think Cheshire looks a bit cool, plus he is taller than us." Lilith felt satisfied. It seemed she did not need to worry about Cheshire's future partner. Alicia's eyes widened as she called out, "Oh my God, Lilith, look. Is he waiting for someone?" Gerard glanced toward Lilith. He called out, "Hey." She politely replied, "Hello there." Gerard suddenly handed her a bottle of water. "Take this. I am very happy that you gave me a drink earlier." Lilith took it with an expressionless face. His personality is not half bad right now. I really hope I will have a chance to change him. Special admission students had to complete a preparatory education program before joining the regular classes with the other children. Lilith softly called out to Cheshire. "Is Bruce bothering you?" He immediately said no. She continued to ask, "What about Rom? Rom is not bothering you, right? Did you sleep well last night? The bed must have been comfy, right?" Cheshire replied indifferently, "I slept well." Lilith still tried to strike up a conversation. "I did not expect them to even discriminate when it comes to snacks. Let us meet during mealtime later. I will give you some." He bluntly refused. "No, thanks." Lilith pressed further. "Are you upset about something?" Cheshire denied it. "No." But she insisted. "You definitely are." He asked wonderingly, "Why do you think that?" She replied, "You are being too blunt, like you do not want to talk to me." Cheshire justified himself. "I am always blunt." Lilith was still skeptical. "No, there is definitely something different." Cheshire suddenly called out, "Hey." "Never mind." That made Lilith snap. "This is so frustrating, tell me right now." Cheshire asked curiously, "Why did you give it to him? That guy with the yellow name tag in my room this morning, why did you give him a drink?" Lilith, stunned, replied, "Oh, that, right. Cheshire is the one who will have to get along with Gerard, so I need to tell him. He is the son of Duke Schmidt. I thought it would not hurt to get on his good side a bit, you know." Cheshire turned his face away. "I see." Lilith asked worriedly, "By the way, did he bully anyone in your room or do anything?" He replied coldly, "No, not really." Lilith smiled radiantly and said, "That is a relief. You two will be seeing a lot of each other in the future. So do not be so cold and try to be friendly with him, okay? Do you understand?" Cheshire asked irritably, "Do I have to ask your permission for the people I want to be friends with?" "I do not want to be friends with him." "So, do I have to do it just because you want me to?" Lilith became flustered. "Huh? No, that is not what I meant." He spoke with a firm voice, "Then I will handle my own business. You are the one who wants to be friends with him, not me." She tried to explain, "No, wait. It is not that I want to be friends with him. It is just." Lilith wondered to herself, what is wrong with him? Did something happen? The teacher suddenly called out, "My lady, please come here and take a seat. My name is Bella Lemoff. There will be some changes to your basic education curriculum. I will provide a brief overview of the training center's completion course. First, I will explain this course." Lilith was surprised. "I was wondering why two teachers walked in." A young, smiling male teacher said, "Let us begin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The other was a stern teacher who said, "I will not take any questions. Focus on the lecture if you do not want to miss the lesson." Lilith felt helpless. Are they discriminating again? The teacher lectured diligently. "We call the concept of supernatural power, manna. Those with manna in their bodies are called ability users, and a social class has been established based on it. Generally, the higher the level of the parents, the higher the level of the children. However, if there is a bloodline mix with a non-ability user, the amount of mana will decrease rapidly. 99% of those with mixed bloodlines like you are level 6 DS. In 1% of cases, you might receive a different class, but only level 5 Nuvino. There has never been a precedent for a person with a mixed bloodline to receive any other class." Cheshire recalled Lilith's words, "I heard that a dose has not appeared in years, and now there are two. He is the son of Duke Schmidt. I thought it would not hurt to get on his good side a bit, you know." Those words made Cheshire's heart ache. "Why do I feel like this on the podium?" The teacher continued to speak incessantly. "Perhaps you are lucky to have received the badge of an ability user, but you must always be aware of your position. You are lower-class citizens living thanks to the sacrifices of the high-ranking nobles. Therefore, you must always be welcoming to them and learn how to bow your head. The completion course of the training center is simple. The basic course involves mastering basic magic by learning theory and practical exercise. Accumulate 1,000 points from monthly evaluations to graduate. Graduation, confirm your level, receive your ability user badge, and graduate. Lilith made up her mind. We can get 1,000 points in one go. I have to work hard and go home early. I will graduate within a month. MS. Bella spoke up. Now, we will determine the attribute of the ability you possess. Ability users possess both holy power and magic power, right? Lilith excitedly replied, yes. The teacher kindly guided her. If you cast basic fire magic, we can determine your ability attribute. Do you see the white color? That is because I am a holy type ability user, with a holy power index that outweighs my magic power. Lilith was amazed. I see. MS. Bella said with a smile, since your core has been opened, you can do it too. Now, try performing fire magic. Do you see this? This is the formula for fire magic. You must imagine this shape in your mind and circulate your mana. The formula for fire magic is easy, but you can't perform it just by remembering it. You must know how to circulate mana, and I can't help you with that. Actually, remembering this formula is not hard if you have enough time. Most ability users struggle at the mana circulation step, so it is okay if your first attempt is not successful. Lilith was a bit worried. Circulating mana, that is something I do not need to do. I am someone who does not need to circulate mana or remember magic formulas. I use life force instead of mana, and I can do anything just by thinking about it, without needing to imagine formulas in my head. Because it is something my body already has. I think I should try using this flame. MS. Bella's jaw dropped in shock. Success on the very first try, as expected of the young lady of the Rubenstein house. Lilith was also startled. Wait, this is a success already. The teacher quickly took notes. That is right, my lady. You are a holy type ability user. Lilith thought pensively, the ability to make whatever I think of happen immediately. I know it. Primera. Just like the Emperor. When using supernatural power like this, one is not bound by any limits. Although there is the barrier of consuming life force, he can do anything just by imagining it. This means one can also use abilities other than magic that cannot be defined by formulas. For example, brainwashing others and controlling them like puppets. The teacher and Lilith turned to look at Cheshire. Oh my, it looks like someone else succeeded too. A bright red flame appeared. Cheshire did not seem too surprised by this. He glanced over at Lilith. She grinned and praised him. For the male lead, this is a piece of cake. During the lunch break, Gerard took the initiative to ask Cheshire, are you keeping up with the class? Cheshire was a bit suspicious. What is he doing here? The training center's restrooms were divided into separate areas for nobles and commoners. Gerard continued, I was talking about Lilith, not you. So, do you find it very difficult? Cheshire realized he was there to pick a fight. He replied, I am doing well. Gerard still threw out a mockery. You are a commoner, right? Do you even know if your father or mother is an ability user? He replied bluntly, no. The other boy smirked and said, is that so? You must have had a very hard life. I have never spoken to a commoner before, but sometimes seeing them makes me quite uncomfortable. Should I say they are very resilient, living in the gutters yet still staying strong? Sometimes they are also quite cool. Do you know that persistence? I think you know it very well. Lilith and I have decided to become friends. Cheshire calmly replied, okay. That surprised Gerard. Aren't you jealous? He explained, who she wants to be friends with is her business. Why should I be? Gerard responded with amusement. Oh, really? You say that, but your expression is quite a sight. Can't you see it? It is really funny. Do you think you are so special? Just because she is kind to you, you think you will be her only friend. Many commoners have such delusions when they become playthings for nobles. Lilith only talks to you because she likes pretty things. You should know how to keep your distance if you do not want to get hurt later. I am saying this for your own good. I am leaving now. Gerard started to walk away. Cheshire suddenly spoke up. I do not want to. Who do you think you are, suddenly meddling in other people's business and telling me to keep my distance? I came before you. Gerard asked blankly. What are you saying? Cheshire said in a powerful tone. I am saying I was her friend before you. And until she says she hates me, I will always be by her side. Like you said, living in the gutters, what I learned is persistence. When I want something. The image of Lilith suddenly appeared in Cheshire's mind. I will make sure I do not lose it until the day I die. Inside the classroom, Lilith urged Cheshire, quick, write it down. She sat and watched him fill out the registration form. He did not hesitate at all. Did father tell him already? Seeing Lilith glancing around restlessly, Cheshire asked curiously, what are you doing? Are you writing exactly what I wrote? Lilith replied playfully, that way I can be in the same class as you. What is wrong? Does it make you uncomfortable? Cheshire replied softly, no. Because I like you. Those sweet words made Lilith blush in embarrassment. She quickly regained her cheerfulness. Should I take a risk? Do you want to do the monthly evaluation together? They said we need 4 members. The monthly evaluation is done by hunting monsters created by magic in a virtual world to collect points. Cheshire replied decisively, sure. I was just about to ask you. You want to go home early, right? I will help you pass the evaluation in just one go. Lilith said in surprise, really? Cheshire replied gallantly, I will take care of your part. You do not need to do anything. Lilith could not believe it. Cheshire is giving me such special treatment. I have too. That is Cheshire, the one who used to be like a fierce cat. I can become someone special to Cheshire, even if just a little. She threw her arms around him. Maybe he will push me away soon if I keep clinging to him like this, but... She waited and waited, but there was no movement. So she had to look up at Cheshire. He suddenly reached his hand forward. Then he pulled her into a tight embrace. Let us get out of here together quickly. Lilith burst out laughing in joy. As long as I am by your side, I will always be happy. Lilith's friends praised her admiringly. You are so good, Lilith. Even the best students need a week to finish the basic training. How did you finish it in one day? Lilith said to herself, it takes a whole week just to remember those basic shapes. Basic training is complete once you remember and perform 5 basic magic formulas. One girl asked curiously, can you show me your completion certificate? Nearby, there was a child playing with a ball. The boy kept staring at the ball. He looked quite handsome and bright. Lilith took out the certificate. Lilith. Holy attribute, magic major, attack branch, fire attribute. Everyone was in awe. Only the top students have that set up, referring to the combination of magic, attack, and fire. Lilith thought, I just wrote exactly what Cheshire wrote, and now I am suddenly elite. She stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were fixed on the boy playing with the ball. She praised him. Oh, what is this so cute, her friend said. That is Kyle. He is adorable, is not he? He is only 5 years old. Lilith wondered, why is a 5-year-old here? You have to be at least 7 to enter, right? Her friend explained, his mother is a researcher here. He is not here for training, just staying with his mother in the staff housing. Lilith asked further, his color is red. So his parents are high class, right? The friend said clearly, that is right. Either both are quarto, or one is quarto, and the other is dos. Crying was suddenly heard. It turned out Bruce had snatched the ball from Kyle. Lilith walked toward the boy angrily. Bruce again. Hey, do not cry anymore, little one. Big sister will get the ball back for you. She clenched her fists and glared at Bruce. Give it here. He had no choice but to return the ball. Lilith quickly gave it to Kyle. Stop crying. Here's your ball. The crying got louder. The little boy had been frightened. Kyle's mother came running in a panic. What is wrong with mommy's boy? Why are you crying? What happened? Kyle tremblingly called for his mother. Lilith guessed, that must be his mother. Kyle suddenly pointed at her. Paul. She took my ball. Lilith tried to clear her name. No, I did not take it. Hey kid, big sister did not take it. This. Lilith was dazed. Why is she looking at me like that? She said, the ball is right here. But she discovered something even more surprising. Researcher Selena Lundendorf. Lilith stood frozen as a memory surfaced. Then you must be as pretty as your mother. Marchioness Selena Ludendorff, a famous mage who retired 5 years ago, currently a researcher at the Ability User Training Center. Is this a coincidence? What should I say? What should I say first? Selena suddenly grabbed the ball. Then she left with Kyle without saying a word. Lilith said blankly, I am sorry. Please wait a moment. Is she not going to recognize me? Lilith felt a sense of abandonment. Cheshire had witnessed everything. In the classroom, the teacher was teaching enthusiastically. Today's magic formula is. Lilith could not focus at all. This is so boring. Why did Mom look at me with those eyes? Is she worried that I am pretending to be close, even so, to walk away without a word? What is she angry about? Am I that much of a nuisance? Cheshire suddenly called Lilith's name. Why are you so distracted? She stared blankly at her notebook. There was not a single word, just a drawing of a little girl. Lilith sighed and said, I really am distracted. I wonder why. Suddenly, Cheshire asked, do you know that woman? Outside, when you got the ball for that kid. Lilith asked awkwardly, you saw that. Cheshire showed his concern for her. When you were in front of that researcher, you did not look well. Do you know her? Lilith answered hesitantly, that is my mother. That statement shocked Cheshire. That person is your mother. She gave a forced smile and said, that was the first time I met her. Cheshire was still curious, so it was the first time you two met, then why did she leave without saying anything? Lilith said honestly, I do not know. Her child was crying. Maybe that made her waver. Besides, she and I do not live together. So she probably does not want to acknowledge me. Whatever. After saying that, Lilith collapsed onto the desk. Her eyes clearly showed her sadness. We probably won't meet again. The class ended. Or so I thought. Cal suddenly appeared in front of Lilith. She was stunned. Is this for me? Cal replied with a smile. Yes. I am giving it to you to eat. Lilith said happily, thank you. And the little boy politely replied, you are welcome. She stood watching the boy from behind. My younger brother. She looked at the strawberry smoothie bottle. Then she reflexively called out to Kyle, hey. Thank you for the candy. I will enjoy it very much. And here, this is for you. Kyle's eyes crinkled in a smile. Thank you, big sister. Lilith said friendly, no problem. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Kyle. Selena appeared like a specter and picked up the boy to take him away. Kyle excitedly showed her, Mommy, big sister gave me this. Selena asked, do you have something to say? Or did my son do something wrong? Lilith replied flustered, no, it is not like that. He gave me some candy, so I gave him a smoothie back to say, thank you. Selena snatched the smoothie from Kyle's hand. My smoothie. She heartlessly threw it back to Lilith. Take it. Look, kid, children do not know any better. If he tries to talk to you again, just tell him to leave you alone. I won't ask more about what happened this afternoon. Don't do this again next time. I am asking you. Lilith shouted in confusion, about what happened just now, please wait a moment. Cheshire suddenly appeared, blocking Selena's path. His presence surprised Lilith quite a bit. Cheshire said politely, may I ask what she did wrong? Selena found it hard to understand. Cheshire asked with a growl, I am asking if she did anything wrong. Earlier, your son was crying because another kid took his ball. Lilith got the ball back for him. And just now, it seems your son was the one who approached Lilith first. Also, this fruit juice. Kyle's eyes lit up. Smoothie. Cheshire said firmly, this is just a treat for dinner. It is not poisoned. Only then did Selena say in a softer voice, I see. I am sorry. It seems I misunderstood earlier. And the smoothie, I did not mean that, I just. Cheshire protected Lilith, with all his heart. She did not do anything wrong, and she had no intention of bothering your son. So do not look at her with such disgusted eyes anymore. Don't make her feel guilty when she has not done anything wrong. If you are so worried about your child, you are the one who should teach him not to go near Lilith. Cheshire took her hand and turned to leave. Lilith's emotions were now in a mess. Cheshire, you know. Before, I told you I would be fine without a mother. At that time, I thought I really would be fine. But after seeing Mom's face, it turns out that is not the case. I thought that at least I could talk to her, you know, even if we do not live together. I even had answers ready if she asked how I was living. And my brother, I decided I would be good to him if she introduced us. But from what I just saw, it seems my mother does not want that. I am still young and I have never had a child, so I do not really know, but she is my mother. Even if she did not raise me, she is still the one who gave birth to me. A relationship where we can at least say hello. I thought we could at least have that kind of relationship. In my past life, I was an orphan. Maybe that is why I was always so jealous of my friends, because they were loved by their parents. Every time I try to recall the memories of my past life to trace the original plot, that feeling always comes rushing back. I feel so sorry for Father for having those feelings. I have been reincarnated, and unlike my past life, I am not an orphan this time. Moreover, I receive boundless love from Father. I guess I am too greedy. Is it because of the memories from my past life? I am sure that even with just Father, I am happy. After pouring her heart out, Lilith laughed and said, I am sorry for talking so much, Cheshire. He gently encouraged her, you do not need to try that hard. There are many types of people in this world. Some abandon their own children, some do not love their children, and some even discriminate between their children. Perhaps your mother feels more attached to the son she raised herself. Maybe she simply does not have the capacity to love you. So, do not push yourself too hard. You do not need to try to get love from someone who is not ready to give it. Besides, you have a father who loves you more than anyone. Those words enlightened Lilith. You are right. Father would be very sad if he saw me broken because of Mom. Father did not let me lack for anything just because Mom was not there. Lilith quickly regained her spirits. You are right. Everything you say is absolutely correct. Thank you, Cheshire. I feel much better now. Like you just said, even if I do not have a mother, I still have Father. Cheshire looked toward Lilith. She leaned her head on his shoulder. And I have you too. I wonder what Father is doing now. The scene shifted to the edge of a forest. A subordinate asked, Vice Commander, may I ask you something? He said, Go ahead. The soldier did not hesitate to ask, How long has it been since we set out on the conquest? The Vice Commander looked into the distance. What do you mean, since that day? It has only been 18 hours. Enoch appeared with a face as cold as ice. He had fought the entire pack of wolves. Every single one was dealt with mercilessly. The subordinate said worriedly, You have not slept once since we set out. How about sleeping for a bit, sir? Enoch glanced over and asked, Are you tired? He explained in fear, No, sir. How could I be tired? I just thought I was here as your assistant, not as a member of the conquest team. Enoch stated bluntly, Then keep moving. There is no time to waste. We need to finish this within a month so I can attend my daughter's graduation. The assistant continued, But sir, looking back at when I was at the training center, even as someone who graduated early, it still took me 6 whole months. Enoch said with a voice full of pride, How could you expect to be like her? My daughter is a prodigy. The assistant quickly played along. She will be out of school within a month. Of course. You are right, sir. Lilith is a prodigy. Anyway, when her class level is announced, everyone is going to lose their minds. The atmosphere has been quite bleak. It has been years since a dose has appeared. But Lilith is one. The teammate standing next to them cursed the assistant under his breath, You idiot. Enoch shared gloomily, I wonder if she has eaten yet. The assistant answered quickly, Not yet, sir. I have not eaten yet. Enoch said coldly, Who asked you? He seemed to catch on. Oh, you mean Lilith, Enoch recounted. Is the food at the training center decent these days? When I was there, the food tasted like dung. Damn it, I am going to forget my daughter's face at this rate. His comrade spoke up, Hey, she has only been enrolled for 1 day. Enoch panicked. Has it been that long already? His friend felt helpless. What is wrong with this lunatic? This is a disease. You are suffering from separation anxiety. Enoch admitted, You are right. My princess is probably the same. What if she is crying because she misses her dad? Enoch's comrade gave up. I highly doubt that. Now that she has escaped a father like you, she is probably enjoying her first taste of freedom. Enoch was furious. What do you know? The assistant asked curiously, Since you love your daughter so deeply, how do you plan to marry her off? Enoch looked at him with a murderous gaze. What did you just say? The assistant jumped. Did I say something wrong? Enoch fell into deep thought. Now that I think about it, that is indeed a concern. My daughter hates being away from me for even a second. Will she even be able to get married? So be it. If she does not want to get married, I will live with her for the rest of our lives. Morning at school. Lilith sat deep in thought. I have searched everywhere but still can't find him. Where on earth is he hiding? There is a key character in the original novel I have been looking for since I got here. A commoner mercenary who possesses extraordinary power. His name is Jimian Traha. According to the events, he was supposed to meet Cheshire at the training center. Lilith turned to ask Cheshire, "Is there any chance you have a best friend who is a guy in another room?" He replied honestly, "I do not have any friends." That statement made Lilith freeze. Wow, so proud of that, are not you? Cheshire was curious. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Lilith did not hesitate to share. I am curious about a kid. His name is Jimian Traha. He is studying martial arts like you, wears a white name tag, and has red hair. He probably started school a year late, so he is around your age, and he is quite large. Cheshire immediately asked, "Is he very handsome?" That question left Lilith blank. Cheshire turned to look at her. "Is he not?" She replied, "I do not even know what he looks like." The more she spoke, the more confused Cheshire became. "Then why are you looking for someone whose face you do not even know?" Lilith froze for a few seconds. "There is something unusual about the way you were speaking. Why are you acting like I am pursuing him for his looks?" Cheshire said sulkily, "Because you like pretty things. Isn't that also why you are trying to be close to Gerard Schmidt?" Lilith became flustered. "That is a total misunderstanding." Cheshire said bluntly, "I see." She explained, "What do you mean you see? Stop lying. Your face is screaming that you do not believe me." Cheshire asked again, "Then why did you say you liked me after only meeting me twice?" That question made Lilith blush. That is true. I did say that. I like you." After meeting Cheshire for the first time, I had traveled all the way to the Marquis's estate just to find him, and I confessed to him the second time we met. But come on, how could I not fall for the male lead? I studied him so carefully while reading all 8 volumes of the novel. From Cheshire's perspective, since he does not know that, his misunderstanding makes sense. Maybe he thinks all the time we spend together is just something that would not happen if he were ugly. He might think that. No way. Lilith said in a firm tone, "Listen carefully. I do not like your face. I like you as a person. Even if your face turned into a mangled piece of bitten cake that was thrown away, I would still keep liking you." Everyone in the class turned their attention toward the two of them. Lilith asked, "I am being sincere, do you understand?" Cheshire replied shyly, "Okay, I get it." "What was that guy's name again?" She quickly answered, "Jimian Traha." Cheshire said, "All right, I will try to find him during practical training later." Lilith smiled delightedly, "Really? Don't misunderstand, I just heard he is having trouble with the theory classes. I thought maybe someone bright like you could help him." Cheshire asked, "Formulas, is he bad at memorizing magic formulas?" Lilith replied awkwardly, "He is probably terrible at studying, but he excels in martial arts practice. You need to find him and make sure he graduates from this training center safely." Outside on the school grounds, a student was being physically assaulted. Bruce's gang was relentlessly attacking him. "You arrogant lowlife, are you crazy? Do you want to die?" Lilith rushed in like a savior. "Have you all lost your minds? Are you okay, Jem? Can you stand up?" Jimian's face was covered in wounds. Lilith questioned angrily, "Bruce, is it you again? Why did you hit Jem?" Bruce said arrogantly, "He deserved it." Lilith immediately shot back, "Why? For what reason?" Bruce shouted, "Look." One side of his cheek was swollen and bruised. "That commoner slapped me." "Jem, why did you hit Bruce?" "That bastard hit me first." "Hey, you are the one who bumped into my shoulder while walking past. If you bump into someone, you should bow and apologize, but you just glared at me," Jem countered. "Why should I? Weren't you the one who intentionally bumped into me just to start trouble?" Lilith stepped between them and yelled, "Enough. Bruce, you saw the white name tag and bumped into him because you wanted to pick a fight, right?" Bruce barked at Lilith. "So what if I did? What is the problem with picking a fight with a commoner?" "Did anyone say there was a problem? That is not the issue. Here, the color of the name tag is the law." Bruce continued, "That is right. Are you finally adapting?" So you were upset because Jem did not apologize, so you hit him first. Bruce replied nonchalantly, yes, I delivered a clean slap to his cheek. Then what Jem did was just self-defense. All of you, get in line over here. Bruce did not join the line, making Lilith snap, I said get in line, you thug. Lilith looked at everyone and said, I do not like using this method, but sadly, there are times when you have to discipline people with power and violence. Especially with thugs like this, words alone are not enough. Lilith kicked Bruce straight in the shin and asked, does it hurt? Bruce clutched his leg in pain. Why did you hit me? Why did you pick a fight with Jem, slap him, and then gang up on him? There is no reason, right, other than the fact that his name tag color is ranked below yours. I am the same, so stop making that victimized face. Listen up. From now on, none of you will pick fights with anyone wearing a white name tag for no reason. Bruce blurted out, what? Lilith glared at him, did I give you permission to speak? Furthermore, ganging up on one person is incredibly cowardly. It is a shameful act for a noble who is supposed to set an example for others. Hearing Lilith's words, Bruce whispered to his friend, what does setting an example mean? Bruce's friend replied, I do not know, shut up. I have hit all of you once today, but compared to the crime of cowardly ganging up on someone, this punishment is very light. If something like this happens again, I won't just be kicking your shins. Understood, everyone said in unison, yes, my lady, we understand. Bruce felt confused. Why did it suddenly become so formal? Lilith led Jem to a bench and cleaned his wounds. Ugh, what is this world coming to? Lilith's remark left Jem bewildered. Let me do it myself. Lilith shook her head, no, let me do it for you. Jem hesitatingly whispered a thank you. Huh, you know how to say thank you. Hey, I can be polite if you want me to. I just do not like associating with nobles. Not everyone is like Bruce. Don't be so guarded against all nobles. Jem looked at Lilith, like you. Lilith answered confidently, yeah, like me. Lilith took out some snacks and water for Jem. Here, drink this. Have a cookie too. All right, from now on, let us go to the dining hall together. Seeing Jem say nothing, Lilith turned and asked, you do not want to? Let me think about it. After looking at Lilith for a long time, Jem agreed. Fine. Lilith was surprised. Really? Promise. Then we should introduce ourselves properly, right? My name is Lilith Rubinstein. Now that I remember, I do not know Jem's full name. I wonder if I can find it out now. It is Manhwa. Upon hearing the name, Lilith was so shocked she spat out the water in her mouth right into Jem's face. Lilith hurriedly took a cloth to wipe Jem's face. I am sorry, Jem said. I am okay. Are you all right? Did you just choke? Are you a girl? Jem continued. We stay in the same room and you are still asking if I am a girl or a boy. I only cut my hair because long hair is a nuisance. No. Wow. Jem scolded Lilith. Are you an idiot? Don't tell me you thought I was a boy this whole time. Lilith quickly made an excuse. I thought you were a girl, but the one I thought was a boy was Manhwa, who is nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular physique. The author of the story also corrected Lilith's thoughts. I never said she was a boy. Jem, you have been held back for 2 years now, have not you? And you failed all the theory tests, right? Jem was a bit embarrassed. Hey, why are you suddenly bringing this up? But you are very good at martial arts skills. Praised by Lilith, Jem said proudly, that is right. I can beat all those stupid nobles. Do you think I wanted to fail theory? The teachers always ignore me when I ask something I do not know. How can I do it myself if no one teaches me? I can't use magic because I can't memorize the formulas, so no one wants to do the monthly evaluation with me. Oh, I see. The evaluations are held periodically every month, but because you have to form groups of 4, not everyone can take the exam. That is why no one wants to team up with Jem, who can't use magic and only knows how to use her body. They do not even know how amazing Jimian is. Don't worry, Jem. I will help you. Let us do the monthly evaluation together. What? Really? But I failed theory. Lilith placed a hand on Jem's shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry about that either. Just trust me. I am a level 9 tutor. I once taught a kid who got into the math education department at Seoul National University. Jem wondered, what is that? Lilith smiled. It is okay, you do not need to know. Special training begins today. You two, introduce yourselves. Let us get to know each other. I am Jimmy and Hatra. The person opposite said coldly, Cheshire. Huh, that is it, okay. Everyone, let us do the monthly evaluation together. We need 4 people, so we need to think of one more member. The monthly evaluation, where candidates must hunt virtual monsters in a simulated arena, is conducted by forming a 4-person team. Since everyone wants to team up with high-ranking name tags, those with white name tags are left behind. That is why there is a rule that a group must have at least one person with a white name tag. I did not know you already had a friend for the group. I am fine with it. Just team up with him and find some more high-ranking name tags for the group. Lilith disagreed with Jem's idea. No, him. One is a top-tier ability user who has not realized his power yet, and the other is an ability user who does not care about rankings at all. I am not doing this out of kindness. I am planning to let them carry me. It is fine. Let us find one more friend with a white name tag. That way, our white name tag friends can all graduate quickly. Are you serious, taking 3 white name tags? Lilith replied. Yeah, of course I am serious. Lilith, I will do my best so you do not have to struggle alone. Are you okay with this too, Cheshire? I have no problem with it. Let us do our best, Cheshire. I am actually very confident. I have never done a monthly evaluation before, but I guarantee I won't be a burden to you. Your weapon is so cool, Jem laughed. You are in the magic department, so you do not need a weapon. No, I have one too. Lilith pulled it out of her bag. Ta-da, look at this. Jem gasped. It is Princess Laura. Cheshire covered his face and asked, why did you bring that with you? Lilith smiled. I have to show off the gift you gave me. It is useless. Before leaving, Lilith said, everyone, study hard in class, see you later. Both Jem and Cheshire said in unison, okay. Yeah, see you later. During class, the teacher began to light the candles. The names of the candidates were clearly written by the teacher. First is Sophia Turner. 3. Next, Lady Lilith. Lilith stood up and said seriously, yes. The whole class started whispering. Isn't that the special admission student who just arrived the other day? How is she already doing practical training? Don't tell me they are just letting her pass. This is total discrimination. She did not even go through basic training. I guess I am attracting more attention than I thought. I just thought of a way to light a special flame. Lilith used her magical weapon to flick upwards, and the flames of all the candles sparkled brilliantly. This left the teacher and the other students in awe. Oh my God, what was that? Lilith Rubinstein, 20. You are amazing, my lady. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone clapping from outside the door. Everyone startled and turned their eyes toward the door. And said in unison, Long live Emperor Primera, long live Primera. As expected of a Rubinstein. That was impressive, my lady. Lilith smiled. You flatter me, your majesty. There is no need to be modest. For a great ability user, the attitude of acknowledging one's own superiority is also necessary. Nonsense. They teach such great things here, do not they? Come here. How is her progress? The teacher reported. She is extraordinarily brilliant. She completed basic training in just 1 day and immediately began theory. And she also achieved the highest score in today's practical training. The Emperor patted Lilith's head. Impressive. At this rate, she could receive her class by the end of next month. It is very possible. The Emperor glanced at the weapon in Lilith's hand. However, this does not suit you very well. The Emperor touched the weapon, causing it to glow. Now it suits you better. On the outside, Lilith said thank you, but in her heart, she was furious. I really want to hit him. How dare he upgrade the gift Cheshire gave me without permission, that bastard. After class, Lilith returned to her room. Seeing the bracelet on the bed, Lilith thought, the bracelet Oscar gave me. I should wear it again. After all, it is a gift. I should wear it properly. Alicia and Diane turned to praise Lilith. I heard you were very good in practical training today. Right, we did not have training class today, so we could not go watch. Lilith said modestly. Oh, it was nothing. Michelle looked up and said, I want to see your power too. We are all in the healing department, so none of our classes overlap with yours, Lilith. Then I will show you a little bit. Michelle was excited. Oh, right now. Sure, show us, I want to see. Alicia joyfully blurted out, amazing. Suddenly, the bracelet lit up for 3 seconds. What is this? I have never looked at it from this close. Is this a digital bracelet? It does not seem like a machine. A number just appeared when I did something. Something seemed to be appearing in front of Lilith. Lilith reached out her finger to try and touch it. The bracelet's alarm went off for 1 second. The time that appears whenever I use magic. Lilith remembered when she was given the bracelet and was told it was a magical artifact. When she asked what kind of artifact it was, she got the answer. You will realize it when you get to the training center. Remember to wear it and keep it carefully. Could it be that every time I use magic, I consume life force? If my guess is right, this magical tool shows me the lifespan I have consumed when casting magic. He already knew everything about me. At this point, Lilith began to feel anxious. The next morning, at the Emperor's palace. I heard you intend to take Princess Rubinstein to the Magic Tower. Just as I thought. So you called me here to talk about this. The Emperor wanted to restrain Enoch in exchange for exempting his daughter from military service. He was not going to sit idly by and watch Lilith become a researcher at the Magic Tower. Yes, that is right. She is indeed related to the Rubinsteins. I am certain her working at the Magic Tower would help the Empire greatly. Just keep everything as it is. Pardon. Isn't recruiting members for the Magic Tower within my autonomy? This is a matter that requires His Majesty's direct permission. I have no intention of interfering with your authority, but a Rubinstein is out of the question. You must know the reason without me saying it. Well, how would I dare pry into your Majesty's grand intentions? I am simply selecting talents to develop the Magic Tower. The issue is not about understanding my intentions. You just need to accept my request this time. You are making things difficult for me, Your Majesty. Why does the Magic Tower have power? You must know why emperors throughout history have granted the Tower Master special autonomous privileges. Yes, I know very well. If we call the Hips and Nen royal family with their ability to create Premora the origin of magic, then the Magic Tower is like me. It makes that magic usable. Countless magic formulas are created at the Magic Tower. Even now, powerful and complex magic is being created in the tower and will continue to exist with those functions. No matter how powerful an ability user is, they are useless if they cannot wield their power effectively. The Magic Tower has devoted itself to the strength of the Empire that Your Majesty desires, but I am a bit disappointed that you are restricting my freedom like this. I am very sorry to have offended you, but this is also not something I can easily concede. I did not expect the Emperor to turn his back like this. So, a single family. To put it bluntly, just to keep one talented person under his thumb, he is willing to throw away his peaceful relationship with me. That is how I should understand it, right? Let us just say so. Oscar stepped out of the Emperor's room, punched the wall, and cursed. Why the hell has not that old man died yet? His friend standing nearby went shh, asking Oscar to lower his voice. Should I just kill him? The friend stopped Oscar. Oh my God, your mouth. Please watch your words. Why would you say that in the middle of the palace hallway? Exactly what are you unhappy with? Is it because you can't recruit the princess into the Magic Tower? No matter how reckless the Magic Tower is, the Tower Master is still a citizen of the Empire. You can't just ignore the Emperor's mood like that. It is not like I am going to run everything in the Magic Tower my own way from now on. I just wish you would stay away from the Rubinsteins. Is that so hard? Oscar tiredly held his head. I am not acting like this just because I can't have Lilith. If I do not do something, everything will go wrong. Tell the truth, your hand hurts, does not it? Oscar rubbed his wrist. Yeah, it hurts like hell. The friend advised him, then calm down. Oscar regained his composure. Come to think of it. If I go through the teleportation gate here, it will lead straight to the training center. The friend was bewildered. What? Why? Are you planning to go to the training center to kidnap the princess or something? Have you really lost your mind? Oscar continued. Kidnap? I do not need to create an excuse to get killed by her father. It is not like that. Let us just go. I have a few things I need to say when I meet her. Again with this. During the break, Lilith looked at her bracelet. This bracelet was made entirely for me. Oscar definitely knows my real identity. The bracelet shows the portion of life force consumed each time I use my power. My lifespan is twice that of a normal person, so I will immediately grow older by half of the time displayed on the bracelet. How much life force does a rank A attack need? 30 minutes. If I cast a rank A spell, I will age by 15 minutes. Just by thinking like that, I can know in advance how much life force will be consumed. Every time I use my power, I worry that someone will see my necklace and discover my identity. The time appearing here is set, so that only I, the one casting the spell, can see it. I do not know how he knows about my identity, but since Oscar knows everything anyway, I need to see him quickly. Meet him and I have to beg him to keep his mouth shut. It is as if he is holding my life in his hands. Seeing Oscar approaching from a distance, everyone began to buzz. Guys, is not that the Tower Master? Oh, it really is, white hair and we saw him at the opening ceremony last time, did not we? Lilith was surprised. What made him show up so perfectly timed? What would make the busy Tower Master come to a training facility for children? I heard the Tower Master is a very scary person. Yeah, me too. They say he is very quiet and cold. Oscar stepped closer and raised his hand to greet Lilith. Darling, long time no see. I happen to have some business at the palace, so I thought I would stop by to visit you. Lilith replied hesitantly, I have already received permission from the researcher. Let us go somewhere private to chat for a moment. Hearing Oscar say that, everyone stared at Lilith, making her so embarrassed that she had to quickly push Oscar elsewhere. Yes, Master, I have something to say too. At a place where no one was around. Lilith knelt down and cried out, Master. Oscar was surprised. What is wrong? Lilith explained. I have been so arrogant lately, and I have not been studying at all. Also, I am really sorry. Oscar burst into hearty laughter. What is it? Did you finally put on the bracelet? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I had intended to spread rumors from the start, why would I have bothered to create a magical artifact as a gift for you? Really? Oh, seriously. Why, I do not understand anything at all. Can I ask you a few things? I will answer whatever I can. Then, first of all, how did you know? Oscar hesitated. Oh no, the first question is a bit. How should I answer this? Because this is a taboo. As soon as he finished speaking, Oscar began coughing up blood. More and more blood poured out, making Lilith turn pale with fear. What? Why? How are you? At this rate, he will die. To save Oscar. Oh my God. Does it require a whole year? That means my growth over 6 months will happen all at once. Whatever. A year is a year. Save Oscar. Lilith used her magic to save Oscar, and he gradually began to recover. Ugh, my hair has grown longer. Are you crazy? You have grown. Do you intend to expose your identity? What else could I do? Just stand there and watch the Tower Master die. Damn it, come here. Oscar touched Lilith's head. How much did you consume? Lilith said, about 5 months, I think. Fortunately, it is not too noticeable. Thank you for cutting my hair. Oscar continued, even if your body looks the same, your hair is the easiest thing to give you away. If you plan to use a large amount of magic power, remember to cut your hair frequently. Yes, sir. I have so many things I want to ask. Since Oscar gave a hint with the word taboo, I will have to find out for myself. That was truly a meaningless action. But why did you come here? The Emperor summoned me for a private meeting today. He told me not to think about bringing you to the magic tower. Lilith replied, oh, I see. But I already told you I was not going to the magic tower. Anyway. Hey, are you serious? Aren't you afraid of your father having to go to the battlefield? Lilith spoke seriously. It is okay, do not worry. I have my own plan. Oscar asked, what are you thinking? Lilith remained silent and did not answer. Even though Oscar's gaze was fixed on her. Well, fine. You are not the stupid type, so you must have a plan ready. I will trust you. Lilith said confidently, of course. No, but listen, you are actually quite funny. Strangely, it seems you remember everything. Why did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Oscar saw a butterfly and broke into a cold sweat. Butterfly, look, over there, a butterfly is flying away. Damn it, I do not want to cough up blood again, so I am leaving. As Oscar turned away, Lilith called him back to say a few things. Master. I have things I want to say, but if I say something wrong, I am afraid you will cough up blood again like just now. Instead, I will think about it on my own. Thank you very much for this bracelet. It is not childish at all. It is actually very beautiful. Lilith's words made Oscar very happy. He smiled and replied, yeah. After Oscar left, Lilith pondered, suddenly coughing up blood. Could it be that just the act of mentioning a taboo counts as breaking it? Forbidden. I remember seeing this word in the original work. When Cheshire was desperately searching for a cure for Theo, that was when he went to find Oscar. What can I do for you? Well, except for that Primera price, no one can cure that wretched disease, and the Emperor won't sacrifice his own lifespan to save your brother. I know you have been searching for forbidden magic in the magic tower for a long time. Magic that encroaches upon the domain of the gods, something that ordinary ability users are not allowed to use. Reserved only for the Emperor, a power granted specifically to the Primera, who is regarded as a living god. You have completely lost your mind. Fine. What do you need? Resurrection, regression, creation. They are all useless. Even if you resurrect the dead, the congenital disease will remain the same. Even if you turn back time, that person will still have to suffer the pain they're enduring all over again. And you think you can just flick your fingers and use forbidden magic? If it were that easy, everyone would be a god. Not to mention the enormous price to be paid. If you carelessly use it wrong, I will have to bear the taboos. If you happen to break a taboo, you are dead for sure. Why would I do such a thing? Oscar angrily threw the book in front of Theo. Like you said, this is a book left by my ancestors. They risked researching forbidden magic. There are a few lines written about that disease. Whether you look into it or not is up to you. From the original story's content, 3 pieces of information could be inferred. First, forbidden magic includes resurrection, regression, and creation. Second, using forbidden magic comes at a high price. Third, the user of forbidden magic will be bound by taboos. If a taboo is broken, they will die. And now Oscar is suffering from a taboo. He has used forbidden magic. Oscar knows my true identity. So, could it be that he came back after knowing the ending of the original story? Lilith blurted out, regression. Back at school, Lilith noticed a commotion. We should stop now, should not we? Whatever. Anyway, he is just a commoner. What if he dies? Then what does it have to do with us? Bruce's punch went straight into Jem. Lilith rushed over to stop him and scolded Bruce. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing? Bruce still did not want to stop. Seeing Bruce raise his fist, Jem stood up and pushed Lilith away. It is dangerous, Lilith. Lilith fell and closed one eye. Before Bruce could act, someone appeared. So noisy. Truly, the smell of blood cannot be hidden. Lilith pressed, who are you? From today on, I will manage this martial arts club. My name is Alexei Anthrace. Temporarily, for about a month. Wait, Anthrace. Lilith knew this person was the commander of the Revolutionary Army led by Enoch Rubinstein. Lilith was shocked. Uncle. Ultimately, Bruce was penalized 100 points for violating safety limits. Thank you. Thanks to you, Theo has fully recovered. Both I and Ordia are very relieved. Lilith replied, it was nothing. I am also very happy that Theo is healthy again. You did not just save Theo. Effectively, you saved me too. Lilith was surprised. Why? Ever since I discovered Theo's illness, I have been constantly searching for a cure for him. Even when going on conquests, if there was no significant harvest, I intended to storm the magic tower and burn it down. Lilith wondered, why the magic tower? Because the tower master knows useful spells. If anything happened to Theo, I would have forced them to hand over the magic formula. Don't tell me. Do not tell me those spells are the kind that resurrect the dead. That is right. Lilith added, can you use the magic just by knowing the formula? No. If it were that simple, all the dead would be brought back to life. A secret magic formula that only the tower master knows. It requires about 1,000 such formulas, right? And it also consumes a huge amount of magic power. Even among rank 1 mages, few can use that kind of magic. It is likely only the Tower Master and my brother-in-law can. What about you? Alexei replied. I could too. Lilith continued. So could you resurrect the dead if you knew the magic formula? Alexei answered. No, I told you many times. If it were that simple, all the dead would have been brought back to life. In the end, whoever uses that magic must pay a price. Lilith was bewildered. What price? The mage's life. Resurrection requires an equivalent exchange. Oscar sat on the chair and sighed. He was thinking back to the early days when he met Enoch. After Lilith died, the Empire became peaceful. Now, ability users no longer appeared. And the classification of rankings became meaningless. Everyone was happy. Except for one person, the one who built this peaceful empire, none other than Enoch Rubinstein. Why, you fought for my daughter, did not you? I raised her, not you. The Emperor stole your daughter's ego to make it easier to brainwash her. She has been in a daze since she was locked at the top of the tower. The Emperor kept his own life force and thoroughly exploited Enoch's daughter instead. The first thing the Emperor ordered her to do was to force me into a limit of obedience. Her lifespan was reduced by 30 years. I secretly taught her many things. It was not easy because she no longer had any awareness. What is the kid's name? I need to know so I can address her correctly. Aris, Mia. What about Lucy? The child could not even remember her own name, yet she never forgot one single thing. She told me every day. She always talked about one person, and that was her father. She said her father would come to get her. To me, she was as precious as she was to you, because she only had me. But as long as the Emperor is alive, there is nothing I can do to help her. Why did I lose her so foolishly like that? You are also to blame for the fact that she always had to live in suffering. Tell me her name. Enoch clearly spoke her name, Lilith. Save her. What? Enoch's voice trembled helplessly. My daughter. You want me to save her? Bring the Primera back, yes. Didn't you just restore the peace you longed for after so much hardship? You saved those who were suffering. Thanks to you, everyone is happy now. Of all people, you should know that the Primera is the core issue. If the Primera exists again, this country will eventually rot again. And then what? Please save her. Please. Oscar was silent for a moment and said, Let me ask you this. Are you ready to die in her place? Whatever the price may be. As sunset gradually fell, in the classroom, Jem was still practicing diligently. Look, Lilith, magic power is overflowing from my armored gauntlets. She succeeded thanks to Lilith's math tutoring combined with Cheshire's special training. You did great. Wow, Cheshire, you are amazing. We are both level 6, so why are you so good? As expected, he was getting stronger every day. Why the long face? You look like you are about to cry. Can't I survive? Father and Cheshire still need time to prepare. But if my identity is discovered by the Emperor at the wrong time, then in the blink of an eye, everything will happen exactly like in the original novel. At that time, Lilith will lose her life. Cheshire, can I ask you this? Cheshire immediately asked, What is it? You know, what if? Just as a hypothetical, I become a very terrifying monster, and I start killing innocent people. But you are the only one who can stop me. You just have to kill me. What would you do then? Cheshire still did not understand the meaning of the question Lilith was asking him, so he remained silent. Suddenly, Lilith cried out, Don't kill me, absolutely at all costs, do not kill me. I am sure you will find another way, like. You know. Lilith, I am sorry, but I am not as kind as you. Don't be afraid. He once told me that we cannot place a burden on other people's lives. But if the time comes when I have to choose between the lives of 100 people and the life of one person, he said to save those 100 people, even if it is incredibly painful. I said I understood, but I do not really understand. I am not as kind as you or him. One person I know is important enough to outweigh 100 people I do not even know. If that situation happens, I won't hesitate. Lilith, can you stay with me? Can you not abandon me? Yes, I will never abandon you. I will be right by your side. Good. Me too. I will never be the one to let go first. If you turn into a monster, I will go to hell with you. It was already dark, and everyone went to the dining table. Lilith ate while thinking, is there really a romantic element in the story? If not, how could he utter such shocking statements with that cold face, without being self-conscious at all? Jem turned and said, Lilith. 81 wrong. How much is 8 times 7? 56. Wow, I am proud of you. Alicia asked Lilith, are you really going to do the monthly evaluation with this guy? When Lilith said yes, Alicia continued, but why? You said you wanted to graduate quickly. Jem angrily interjected, hey, what is wrong with me? I know how to cast magic formulas now. What do you guys know? I got an 80 on my theory test yesterday. Alright, if I continue like this, I will graduate quickly, then hide right next to father, and help him a bit by remembering the original story. When she heard Gerard call her name, Lilith, she replied, yes, Gerard. What is it? Let us do the monthly evaluation together. Receiving the invitation from Gerard, Lilith immediately declined. Oh, I am sorry. I have already decided to form a group with Jem and Cheshire. 2 white badges, you can't form a group like that. The points of those with white badges are very low. Lilith gave a light smile and said, hey, Gerard, I am going to invite one more friend with a white badge as the final member of the group. Lilith's words made Gerard stunned. Why, don't you intend to graduate? Working with as many as 3 white badge kids, even if you try hard, you will only be able to hunt F-rank monsters. At that rate, how can you graduate? You have to hunt C-rank monsters to quickly get many points. Lilith continued, then I will hunt enough C-rank monsters for my friends too. Gerard blurted out, what? We have gold badges. We are good enough on our own. So why do you have to gather only strong people? If we help friends with white badges, we can all graduate quickly together. My father said that a talented ability user must know how to use their great power for good. You are strong. Should not you help those who are weaker? All right, Lilith, I see your point. Good luck with the exam. In the afternoon, at the training ground, Lilith sat watching everyone and pondering. Thinking back, all of us are attack-oriented ability users. It would be great if the final member of the group possessed healing powers. Suddenly, there was a call. Everyone Lilith startled and turned around. Home. Rum, I told you that you do not need to bring anything for us. Rum put the food on the table and said, everyone is always training so hard. You must be hungry, so eat this while you practice. So do not overexert yourself. Just time it right and go to bed. Seeing Rum about to leave, Lilith stopped him. Wait, Rum. Have you chosen a group for the monthly evaluation yet? Rum froze. Huh. No way. I am fine, really, I am fine. Lilith added, I have not even said anything yet. Aren't you going to ask me to do the exam with you? Lilith said, that is right. If you have not found a team yet, join our group. No, actually, I do not really want to graduate. Lilith gasped, what? You know, my family is not wealthy. All things considered, maybe my mother feels better having me here. At least I get to eat here. Actually, it would be better if I just stayed here. Lilith and Cheshire together advised Rum, that is not true, Rum. Not at all. Rum was a bit confused. Huh. You have to graduate. Once you get your ability user badge and leave this place, people won't look down on you anymore, and you can get a job. That is right. Let us win our ability user badges, so you can hold your head high when you go back to live with your mother. At that time, you should be the one to treat her to delicious food. Rum replied, really? Can I really do that? Yeah, of course. You can do it. In our country, as long as you are an ability user, anyone can live comfortably. But I won't be much help. Are you guys sure it is okay? Unlike you, my scores are very low. It is okay. Besides, what is your major? Rum hesitated. The most useless one. It is healing. Lilith was surprised. No way. A healer just fell right into our hands. I have a good feeling about this. At this rate, let us all graduate at the same time. Monthly evaluation, day 2. Are you children going to graduate after just one monthly evaluation? Yes, sir. Hearing Lilith's answer, Alexei burst out laughing. You are quite confident. Even the twins needed 3 full months. Lilith affirmed certainly. I can succeed in one go. Alexei pinched Lilith's cheek. Sure. I am serious. How long did it take you to graduate, Uncle? Alexei started searching his memory. That was a long time ago, but I still remember. 1 month. Lilith's eyes widened as she looked at Alexei. What, it only took you 1 month too? That is right. Graduating in 1 month is possible because you are in a 4-person group. You are very popular. Are not the boys lining up for you to choose? At this moment, the words Cheshire once said echoed in Lilith's head. I will take care of your part for you. Lilith's cheeks turned rosy. That. I can do it myself. Alexei laughed loudly. Of course. Now, seriously, people actually do that for others. In my time, that was the trendiest way to confess at the training center. Go to the person you like and say, just sit tight, I will win everything for you. That is so funny. Really, Alexei continued. Yes, that is how I won your aunt. What? You met Aunt at the training center. Alexei looked at Lilith. You did not know. They married for love. Tell me more, Uncle. When I first enrolled, Ordia had been held back for 2 years. She always did evaluations with friends in rank 6. She said it was hard for them to graduate, so she had to help. Ordia did not even specialize in attack, and on top of that, she kept giving all her points to her friends, so she could never graduate. I could not understand why she had to go that far, but oh my, thinking back now, I guess I was moved by that side of her personality. But one day, I saw her crying. She said she missed her father. She wanted to help her friends, but doing so meant she could never graduate, and she missed her father. So I stepped right up and said it. Hey, do the exam with me. I won't let a single drop of blood touch your hands. I caught it, and I gave its heart to Ordia when I confessed. And Ordia was still too shy to take it. Sister, when we get out of here, will you come with me? Hearing those familiar words, Lilith remembered Cheshire. You just stand there, I will. Win everything for you. I won't let a single drop of blood splatter on your hands. Lilith was stunned. Wait, is not this the training center confession method you were talking about? The day set for the monthly evaluation, at the Valkyrie Mountains. Lilith carried something over to Cheshire. Cheshire wondered, what is this? Lilith handed it to Cheshire and said, open it. Following Lilith, Cheshire slowly opened it. Oh, this is the demon sword of Hero Lewis. This is. Lilith continued, it is quite sturdy and beautiful, right? It might even be harder than a wooden sword. I tried to copy the way that wretched emperor upgraded my magic staff. Don't you like it? I like it very much. Thank you. Lilith happily replied, you are welcome. Hey, Cheshire, is that all you are going to say? Cheshire did not understand what Gem meant. Huh. I like it very much. Thank you, is that it? Lilith worked hard to carry that heavy sword all the way here to give it to you. No, not at all, Gem. Cheshire is always like that. For me, a thank you is more than enough. Gem irritably scolded Cheshire. What? You really are a dull guy. Girls won't like you if you keep acting like that. Cheshire still did not know how to respond, so Lilith said, oh, they are going in now. Let us follow them quickly. Lilith. Hearing Cheshire call her, Lilith turned around. Huh. Don't lift a finger for anything. I will bring everything back for you. Lilith bashfully replied, okay. I won't let a single drop of blood get on your hands. Lilith blurted out, what is this? Isn't this the training center confession method my uncle was talking about? Entrance to the Valkyrie Mountain Fields. Lilith, wait here with Rum. Cheshire and I will go catch everything. That is right, do not do anything, just stay put. The two determinately ran off to slay the monsters. Rank E Monster Flower received 2 points. Rank D Wolf Pup received 3 points. Aren't they super strong? Rum stammered a bit, yes. But I never intended to just sit still like this. How much life force is needed to catch one rank D monster? The bracelet immediately displayed 5 minutes, equivalent to aging by 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Catching 10 would mean aging by 25 minutes. What? Just for rank D monsters? Doing that is a waste of effort. I always wondered why that wretched emperor did not do it himself, but instead forced my father to work until exhaustion like that. Gem handed life force orbs to Lilith. Absorb these quickly. I will go get more. Let Lilith absorb them first. I will get yours after she is done. Nodded, Eilricht. Cheshire and Jem hurriedly ran off. Lilith called after them, no, guys, wait a second. At this moment, Lilith sat down to calculate the power indices in the story system. This is basically an Emperor-level power increase. Let us see. Rank 2 is 3 points and Rank E is 2 points. Lilith's bracelet flashed, showing everyone's scores. Lilith Rubinstein 26 points, Cheshire 0 points, Jem 0 points, 0 points. Well, for all 4 of us to graduate, we need to collect 4,000 points. At this rate, we could hunt D&D rank enemies all day and still get nowhere. Seeing Cheshire return, Lilith asked, Cheshire, we have to go, do not we? That is right. Asked awkwardly, where are you going? Cheshire glanced up at the peak and answered, the Cliff Fortress. On the Cliff Fortress, there are even higher level monsters. Shook his head in confusion. Lilith advised no, it is okay. Don't worry. Jem said excitedly, Lilith, look at this, I caught even more. Jem, let us head up to the cliff together. Jem quickly replied, sure thing. Scrambled after them. Wait for me, guys. Standing on the cliff, the bracelet displayed the stats. Cliff Fortress Rank A, 1,000 points quantity, 2. Rank C, 50 points quantity, 300. We can get a full 1,000 points here, right? Jem wondered. Will it be hard to defeat the Rank A ones? Lilith explained. Rank A might be difficult, but there are 300 Rank C monsters. If we catch just 80 of those, we can all graduate. Amazing! Can I really graduate on my first try? Said apologetically. I should do something, but I am sorry. Don't worry about that. This place will be tougher than the forest. We are likely to take some serious hits. Then I will heal you guys, said. Cheshire added, all right, now that is what I call great teamwork. Ow! It looks like it also displays the scores of other teams on the field. In Team A, Gerard Schmidt has 1,150 points, Bruce Timber has 1,000 points, Jake Carter has 1,020 points, and Butler has 1,015 points. Seriously. Gerard's team already has enough points to graduate. Must be nice. Lilith turned and said, oh, Jem, do not be jealous. This is our first time, while they have taken the test several times to accumulate their scores. Heard a sound. There is more. Look over there, he is incredible. Oh, I did not expect to run into him in this exact spot. But why is he still hunting? They have already reached enough points to graduate. Wait, Cheshire, where are you going? Lilith was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She blurted out, When she looked at the statistics for the enemies at the Cliff Fortress, Rank A, 1,000 points quantity, 2. Rank C, 50 points quantity, 259. No! Why won't he stop hunting? That bastard. Do not tell me he is trying to stop us from scoring points. Gerard's team was in the middle of launching powerful attacks. Lilith ran over and called out to Gerard. You can stop hunting now, can't you? Gerard looked at Lilith and smirked. Suddenly, a loud explosion made Lilith jump. Did he actually research something like this? That is not even his major. Bruce shouted joyfully, you are the best. Hurry up and go grab them. Everyone, wait, stop. Gerard said mockingly, Lilith. See, this is why you should have joined my team. Everyone, wait, stop. Don't tell me you are doing this on purpose just because I did not team up with you. Gerard sighed and turned away. Think whatever you want. Lilith tried to suppress her anger and reminded her teammates. Everyone from now on, absorb the cores as soon as they appear. Jem was shocked. What, shouldn't we prioritize raising your score first? I am fine. They said teammates can share excess points once they pass the 1,000 point mark. Cheshire interjected, but if they wipe everything out, it will be hard to get 1,000 points. We really should focus on you first. Jem is in danger, activating Rank C shield skill. See, this is no joke. We do not have any more time, so please listen to me. Seriously, this will be very difficult, without a shield. Gerard's group. They actually organized a large-scale party, just to get in our way. To Cheshire and Jem as well, a rank C skill will consume too much life force, so choose rank D instead. Rank D liquid shield. The bracelet showed the consumption rate, which startled Lilith. 10 seconds of my lifespan for every minute. Lilith whimpered, but there is no other way right now. Everyone, I have to save mana, so I will only use the rank D shield. You guys might get slightly injured, so go see Rom for healing every now and then. Jem replied, alright, got it. Rom and I have shields now too, so do not worry and push as far as you can. Just kill as many as possible. Rom added, but Lilith, I think it is too late. The remaining rank C monsters. Rank C, 50 points. But the number caught has exceeded the minimum rank C requirement of 85. Lilith, what should we do? Lilith thought silently and cursed. They really are absolute bastards. Oh, right. The rank A monster, where is it? If we catch that rank A monster, we will get 1,000 points. Rum said, that. I saw it when I was coming in. Rum led Lilith to the location of the rank A monster and pointed toward the mountain peak. I think it is probably up there. What? A cliff? Lilith gasped, unable to believe her eyes. That basically means we can't catch it. Seems that way. How am I supposed to climb up there? Even Cheshire's sword energy can't reach that far. How can the kids at the training center even match that level at their current stage? I mean, I could match it, but I can't reveal my identity. So I can only use the magic formulas I learned at the center. This is ridiculous. What? The cliff height is 60 meters. Lilith suddenly realized something. Is that all? Currently, those with 50-point scores have been completely eliminated. The scores for my team members are. The scoreboard appeared. Lilith was shocked. What? Why does not Cheshire have any points yet? Did Jem give him points already? Jem, what is going on? Why does Cheshire have 0 points? Did he give all his points to you? Jem panted and said, no, it is not like that. Cheshire saved those cores to give to you instead of absorbing them himself. He took down over 30 entities on his own. Lilith sobbed, I told him to just absorb them. More importantly, now is not the time for that, Lilith. We have to get there quickly. I just found a rank A monster. What is that thing? It is terrifying. And is not that poison leaking out of it? Then we should use long-range attacks. Tisire the Sigrid, no. It is covered by a magic shield, so it reflects all magic. That means you can't catch it. It seems to be reserved for martial artists who can use physical attacks. But I do not know what kind of poison it is. Lilith replied, in that case, I will just upgrade your shield so you do not get poisoned. Alright. Can you use a rank B shield then? Lilith answered confidently, I can. Rank B liquid shield single target. Skill duration, 30 seconds per minute. At this moment, Gerard was dissatisfied with his teammate. Can't you create a liquid shield? I can't use that yet. Sorry, Gerard. He is so persistent. As if wiping out all the rank C monsters was not enough, now he intends to interfere with us catching the rank A monster too. What is wrong with him? Is he planning to rush in without a protective shield? He does not even know what kind of poison it is. What? Why is not he moving? Lilith was a bit worried. Over there. The noise grew louder and louder. Gerard was so tense he did not know what to do about the monsters. Rom and Lilith screamed in fear. Lilith stammered, everyone. Jem too. Jem, a shield. The sword pierced through the monster's skin, a sharp slash at dangerously high speed. Flashes of light flickered continuously during the battle. Lilith wondered, what on earth is Gerard's team doing? Oh, he is in big trouble. What is he staring at? He does not look like he has any intention of helping at all. Lilith said mockingly, well, you guys are truly pathetic. On Lilith's team, Jem signaled to Cheshire. I will hold it tight so it can't move. You know what you have to do, right? Jem launched a powerful attack. Jem's nimble footwork combined with a rapid sword swing. Defying danger, Jem leaped up to attack the monster. The monster was completely overwhelmed by Jem's strength. The fierce battle looked like it was in the middle of a blazing sea of fire. Gerard was thrown back. Lilith ran over and asked, Gerard, are you okay? It looks like there is some kind of acid in the monster's mucus. It is causing him a lot of pain. Lilith called Rum over. Rum, help him. Gerard seemed like he did not want the help, blurting out, "What?" Lilith advised, "Gerard, you are hurt. And there is no healer on your team. Don't be stubborn, let Rum treat you." Rum looked at the wound and said, "All right, I will heal you." Jem was surprised when someone appeared. "Is that Thief?" Bruce launched an attack that was blocked by Cheshire. Jem shouted angrily, "Cheshire, you lunatic. You just snatched it from my hand. You are a coward. How dare you?" Gerard spoke up, "Don't touch him. Leave him alone." Cheshire held the orb firmly and handed it to Lilith. He did not just say it. He really did not let a single drop of blood touch her hands. "Thank you. I am truly touched. But we have to graduate together. You said you were saving rank C cores for me without absorbing them, right? Hurry up and absorb all of them right now," Cheshire said. "All right, I understand." "That is enough. Stop it." Lilith glanced at Gerard. "Huh, why, are you okay?" Gerard struggled to stand up. Lilith rushed to ask, "Gerard, are you all right? Are you sure you do not need more healing?" It seemed like his conscience was bothering him. "Rum, you did a great job. You really did something wonderful." Rum smiled. "It is nothing. I am just happy I could be of some help." Lilith continued, "You are the best. Here, take this." "What? Why are you giving that to him, Lilith? You only have 46 points left now." Rum refused. No, I do not need it. I did not do anything." Lilith frowned. "What do you mean you did not do anything? Gerard was in a lot of pain, and you were the one who healed him." "I am fine, so hurry up and absorb this." Cheshire took Lilith's hand and said, "I thought you said you wanted to go home quickly. If you give that to Rum right now, you will have to stay here for another month." Lilith smiled and pointed toward the mountain peak. "I just need to catch that one. Rum, hurry up and absorb it." Gerard pulled her hand, preventing Lilith from leaving. "Now what? Are you going to interfere again?" Gerard added. "None of us can catch that thing right now. We need a rank A spell." Lilith sighed. Finally, someone who actually understands the situation. Lilith interrogated Gerard. "Did you catch all the monsters just to stop us from collecting points?" Gerard was flustered and just stood there looking at Lilith. Lilith said helplessly, "Gerard, you really are. You almost got swallowed by that flower and nearly died, right? Don't forget that my friends ran over to save you without a second thought. While you were being eaten by the monster, Bruce and your other teammates did not even react." Gerard looked at Lilith with an affectionate gaze. "You really are beautiful. It would be so good if your soul was as beautiful as your appearance, would not it?" After saying that, Lilith turned away sharply. Let us see. My current height is 108 centimeters, so, at this height, to catch that thing, I will need a rank A summoning skill, just like Gerard said. But they do not teach that at the training center. In this case, I will only need to use a rank C casting spell. Using a low rank cast for a magic formula at that height will make the formula incredibly complex, but it all comes down to being good at math. That might be impossible for other kids at the center, but I finished the Kingdom of K's high school curriculum and even received advanced tutoring from the master of the magic tower, Oscar. What I need is the distance between my position and the monster's position. Lilith used her magic wand to measure. The straight line distance is approximately. A purple orb rolled down forcefully, making the ground shake. Lilith's small hand gently touched the magic orb. Lilith picked up the orb and grinned, easy as pie. The scores this time were quite high, so all members of Lilith's team successfully graduated from the training center. At the research area, the training center annex. Standing in front of Mana Ceremony Room A and Mana Ceremony Room B, Lilith's team shouted joyfully, "Oh my god, I can't believe we graduated. It still feels like a dream." "What do you plan to do when you leave here, Jem?" Jem said, "I am going to join a mercenary group, definitely. That is the best way to succeed as a dice." Lilith felt warmed. Before long, Jem would take over a mercenary group and quickly become famous. "I will give it my all until I can start my own mercenary group. You know, I have even thought of a name." Lilith replied, "Oh, really, what is it?" For some reason, she felt like she already knew. Lilith's Red Strays. They were very capable, far surpassing the third-rank Sentinel Legion. to the point that the Imperial Army often recruited them for conquest missions. She and Cheshire probably joined conquest missions together whenever they could, right? Jem hesitated. This is a bit embarrassing. Lilith asked, "What is it, tell me?" "Lilith's stray dogs." Lilith yelled angrily, "What kind of name is that?" Jem laughed. "I never would have graduated without you. Thank you for tutoring me and helping me with the exams. You are actually very strong, Jem. I am sure even without me, you would have graduated." Jem added, "No, I really could not have done it without you. I have never met a noble as kind as you. Thank you for being my friend even though I am just a commoner. That is why my mercenary group will definitely be called Lilith Stray Dogs. Your hair is so beautiful. Why not name it Red Strays based on the color?" Jem objected. "What? That is so childish," Lilith shouted. "The name with Lilith in it is even more childish." Lilith turned to Cheshire for help. "Please stop her. Her naming sense is so weird." Cheshire replied, "Why? I think it is great." "What?" Jem was delighted that Cheshire liked the name too. "Right, it is awesome." Rum spoke up, "I also vote for Lilith Strays." Jem ran over and hugged Rum. "You like it too, right, Rum? So it is 3 against 1. Lilith was speechless in her loneliness. "That is right. It is no big deal if a mercenary group's name is a bit different." Oh, that is a dose. So that is the grading scale that helps prove your status and ability user badge. As expected, Gerard is a dose. Gerard's appearance surprised Lilith's entire team. What, is he going to pick a fight the moment we officially receive our class? Unexpectedly, Gerard stood in front of Lilith and said thank you. "I will definitely repay you one day." Then he turned and apologized to Cheshire. "I am sorry. Forget what I said before. I was wrong." Lilith wondered, what did he say before? What exactly did he say? He picked a fight with Cheshire, did not he? Look how forgiving Cheshire is being. "We will meet again, if there is a chance." Seeing Gerard leaving, Lilith said to him, "Wait a moment." Lilith smiled and praised Gerard. "You are actually quite cool." Gerard turned back and looked at Lilith for a long time. And he smiled at her. "Thanks. See you later, Lilith. Bye, let us meet again after discharge." "He is reformed, has not he?" At that moment, a teacher's voice called out, "Lilith Rubinstein, Measurement Room A. Cheshire, please go to Measurement Room B." The teacher looked around the room. She gasped in surprise. "Oh, there are 3 measurement rooms. Why her, of all people?" Lilith walked in confidently. "Hello." The teacher politely replied, "Yes, hello. I did not expect you to achieve this after only a month of enrollment. You are amazing. Please go inside. You know what to do, right? Just cast any spell inside once." Lilith quickly replied, "Yes, madam." Selena was stunned when Lilith walked in, and immediately said the word, "Mother." "Ah, about that person named Kyle I won't say anything. It is just, right now, it is just the 2 of us here. If you do not like it, should I call you teacher instead?" "No, call me whatever name you feel comfortable with." Lilith replied, "Oh, all right." Lilith began to focus. "Mother, you know. Could I ask you for a favor? I am just asking. I am not saying you have to do it, but when my class is determined." Lilith's eyes welled up. "Could you hide it for me? With a rank that does not require going to the battlefield. For my sake, please do it for my sake. Can you lie for me? I know you are trying to protect Kyle, trying not to let him go to the battlefield. That is why you told the Emperor where my father and I were staying." Selena pondered, "Asking me to forge your rank. Even though you know I can't do that, you just want me to say it, even if it is a lie. That I am also very worried about you, and if I could, I would want to do something for you." Selena was silent for a long time and said, "I am sorry." Hearing the answer from the teacher, Lilith's tears fell. "But you will be fine. Your father will protect you. You can live without a single care in this world." Lilith asked, "How?" "In exchange for me doing nothing, will father go around killing people in other countries? Is that how he protects me?" Lilith quickly wiped her tears. "I am sorry. I was just asking." Selena looked at the system panel to get the results. "Since you are Enoch's child, measuring your rank is meaningless. Even without checking, you must certainly be a dose. I am very sorry. Suddenly, Selena was confused when the system displayed a message. Mana error. Not an owner. Not a user. What? I definitely saw that child use magic, yet she is someone who can't use spells and has no mana. What is going on? Is it broken? Selena looked toward Lilith. Why is she making that face, as if she predicted the magic tool would report an error? No way. You, how could you be? Anonymous user with no mana. The god of this world. A rank reserved only for the emperor. Primera. I am sorry. Selena's head began to spin. What is this? Why this sudden headache? Is the measurement finished already? What is this? 4-star rank, this child. Measurement complete. Mana capacity, 124,455. Rank 4, Octava. Official mana is a magic tool created by the Magic Tower, supposed to be perfect with no flaws. So this child really is a rank 4. Usually, the probability of the actual rank matching the predicted rank based on parents' abilities is 99%. I did not expect her to break that 1% probability, and not even as a rank 2, but a rank 4. Lilith wondered, what is that? Selena explained. It is Octava. You are rank 4. I can't believe it, but, regardless, Enoch should be satisfied with this. What a relief. Lilith's bracelet lit up with the word Octava. I did not think Mother would be here. Knowing in advance they would measure my rank with a magic tool, I started participation gently, intending to manipulate the tool from the start. But Lilith remembered the look Selena had just given her. I wondered if Mother would turn her back on me like in the original story, or if she would care even a little. She really does feel guilty toward me, but pushing the burden onto Father and ending it. It is as simple as that. What was I expecting? Foolish me. While lost in her thoughts, she ran into Bruce in the hallway. What? You again? Bruce was stunned. What an Octava. My mood is not great right now. Please do not push me. Leave me alone. Hey, you already know, do not you? Bruce pointed at Lilith and said mockingly, your mana source is too small. That is why you pamper those commoners, because you are in the same class as those vermin. Bruce used his hand to push Lilith, making Lilith fall to the floor. Then he stepped on Lilith's shoulder. Lilith said in pain, who do you think you are? Bruce did not care and continued, and yet you pretend to be a good person and bully me. When did I do that? You are the one who bullied my friend, you idiot. Lilith felt a sensation all around her. Crazy laughter rang out, accompanied by surrounding threats. Die. Why do not you just disappear? Stop it. I am leaving. Bruce was stubborn. Who said so? I have only just started. You might be an Octava, but your dad is not. You know, all she can do is mention her father's name. Do you even know who my father is? Hey, are you stupid? Why should I care who your dad is? What does that matter in this country? Do you know what will happen when you go home? Your father will look at you like a worm and might even throw you away, because you are a shameful disgrace. Your entire family are dos, but you are the only Octava. Lilith was not afraid and scolded Bruce to his face. Well, it is a good thing you are ranked high. Based on the way you talk, your parents must be the type who would treat you like a worm if you had a low rank. Hearing Lilith's insults, Bruce's temper flared. Bruce shouted at Lilith. You insolent brat. Seeing Bruce act out, Lilith said, hey, do not. Let us see if you can still babble after getting hit by this. You crazy bastard. Bruce's attack was reflected back. That was thanks to Cheshire arriving just in time. Lilith was quite surprised to see Cheshire there. And even more surprised when the word dose appeared on Cheshire's bracelet. The people around began to whisper about Cheshire. He is a dose. Wasn't he rank 6? Hey, do not say that. He will get upset. Keep your voice down. Bruce trembled, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? Cheshire asked in a stern voice. Do you want me to break your fingers? Hearing that, Bruce quickly hid his hands behind his back. Lilith said to herself, Cheshire did not even have to do anything yet. The group there began to tremble in fear. Don't look him in the eye. Damn it, it is another dose. The white name tag had turned into a gold badge. Seeing Cheshire approach, Bruce became even more terrified. Cheshire was clearly very angry. Lilith silently observed the situation. Bruce looked truly detestable, but being hit by a dose would probably hurt a lot. Even a small mistake could cost him his life. That might be a bit too much. Just as she called out to Cheshire, Rom and Jem suddenly appeared. "Let us go. We are done." Jem was shocked by the scene before her. "What happened here? Did you two exchange badges or something?" Cheshire gently asked Bruce, "Do you want to keep doing what you like?" He suddenly ordered him to kneel. Cheshire recounted, "Why that face? You are doing what you like, are not you? Whenever you are in a bad mood, do not you usually make Rom kneel and crawl around?" He ordered in a stern voice. I said, "Kneel." Bruce's face turned as pale as a ghost. His trembling legs slowly gave way. Then he said earnestly, "I am sorry, Lilith. I am sorry, home." Her eyes widened in surprise. Bruce stammered his admission, "I was wrong." Lilith thought to herself, he clearly tried to attack me, and he did terrible things to Rom. Even receiving an apology did not make her feel any better. Bruce continued desperately, "I have ruined everything." Rom still could not believe it. What on earth happened? Can this really happen? But I knew Cheshire could not just be a rank 6. Because he is incredibly strong. Jem shared gleefully, "Did you see that bastard Bruce's face? He was forced to kneel but was still trying to smile." Before, whenever Lilith said anything, he would grumble immediately. "This badge is amazing," Rom reminded her fearfully. "Jem, please stop talking." Jem quickly covered her own mouth. Lilith burst out laughing and said, "Why do you keep looking at my reaction? I am fine." Jem stammered, "You have not said anything for a while." Lilith replied, "Oh, well then. All right." Cheshire turned to ask her, "Did you not like me making Bruce kneel?" She laughed and replied, "No, it was very satisfying. He needed to be taught a lesson." Until yesterday, everyone looked down on Cheshire, but today they trembled and avoided him just by seeing his face. Actually, I had not truly felt it until now just how terrifying rank can be. Because I am my father's daughter, everyone assumed I was a dose. So I was never ignored. Besides, most of the people I met after becoming a noble were on the protagonist's side. Good people usually do not look down on others based on status. Lilith had always been treated equally. But here, she realized her family was truly special. Jem had a look of complete confusion. Cheshire countered, "They are not special." "I thought so too at first, but Uncle told me because everyone has treated you poorly just because you are a commoner, we seem very special in your eyes." But Cheshire, trampling on others just because of their status is wrong. It is strange. So, never get used to it. The time will come when no one thinks your family is strange anymore. Lilith was stunned after hearing that. Of course, her father was always right. Cheshire said gloomily, "If I made you worry by making Bruce kneel earlier, I am sorry." She quickly replied, "I told you it is not like that. Honestly, Bruce deserved that at least once, right guys?" Rom and Jem immediately agreed. "Of course, I know I should not feel this way, but it was really refreshing." "Thanks, Cheshire." Perhaps he learned his lesson for today, having to kneel because of a single badge. Yes, there was something strange about it. Bruce probably felt something strange too. MS. Bella came over and called Lilith's name. "There is one more test. Please come this way." Lilith gave a nervous smile. It is finally here. They surely won't retest Enoch Rubinstein's daughter after she achieved rank 4. I will be back. I can make rank 4 appear as many times as I want. A grumpy voice rang out. "What are you talking about? These two are dose." Gerard Schmidt, I thought it was natural he would be a dose. And the illegitimate son of Onyx. Since Duke Rubinstein adopted and sponsored him, I thought he would have some useful talents, but I did not expect him to be a dose. But what is more important right now is, it does not have to be a dose. Quarto or Septimo would do. They just need to be in the top 3 highest ranks that the Emperor can mobilize. Lilith's profile suddenly appeared. Emperor Nicholas froze for a few seconds. Lilith is an Octava rank. He became hysterical. The subordinate said fearfully, "Please, Your Majesty, calm down." The Emperor asked angrily, "How could this happen? By what means?" He crushed Lilith's profile in his hand. How could Lilith Rubinstein achieve only the Octava rank? The butler quickly explained, Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We measured it many times using different mana measurement formulas, but the lady's result remains. Rank 4. She is indeed an Octava. The Emperor smirked. Enoch's daughter only reached rank 4. I spent years gradually binding Enoch Rubinstein under my control. But now he will have to change his attitude. There is no longer a need to exempt his daughter from military service. The more the Emperor spoke, the more furious he became. Damn it! His scream made Lilith jump. What was that? I suddenly got goosebumps. Is the Emperor cursing me? The news of my rank has probably reached the Emperor by now. I wonder how angry he is. After all, he had to busy himself acting and making a big deal out of everything for me. Cheshire turned to ask her, "Why are you wearing that badge? Take it off." She replied excitedly, "Why, it is pretty." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lilith. She said, "It is okay. It is not like only those kinds of people exist." The girls in my room were just a bit surprised. Everyone is actually very kind. With that, Lilith looked down at the badge on her shirt. Then she sadly asked Cheshire, "Are you disappointed because my rank is a bit low?" He was surprised by the question. "Do you really think I would feel that way?" Lilith became flustered. "No, I was just asking. Why are you making such a scary face?" Cheshire looked at her with eyes full of affection. "Actually, I feel relieved. Uncle was always worried about you." Lilith caught on. "Oh, you mean my father? He kept saying it was all his fault. I mean, you have the right to choose your parents. He was heartbroken that you were born into a Dose family and had to live like a soldier." Lilith said immediately, "That is not father's fault." Cheshire shared, "I told him that too, but he would not change his mind. He will be very happy. You do not have to go to the battlefield anymore. You will be safe." Lilith smiled brightly. "That is right. What about you? From now on, you will have to hunt monsters everywhere. Are you okay with that?" He reassured her, "It is more than okay. I am actually very happy, because I am a Dose." Lilith was curious. "Happy? Do you really have such a great desire for power? Now no one will speak ill of you for being with someone like me anymore." Lilith's eyes widened as she looked at him with a blushing face. "Please always stay by my side." Cheshire took her hand. "I will stay by your side. I will protect you so no one can bully you again." Lilith stared at Cheshire in confusion. Why is he being so proactive all of a sudden? I did not expect him to be happy about receiving the Dose badge just so he could stay by my side. "No, calm down." Cheshire surely said that without any other motive. It is just because he cares. Besides, Cheshire is about to become father's adopted son. What should I do if I keep having these strange thoughts? Lilith changed the subject. "But when I go home, will everyone think like you? Do you remember Bruce said my family would treat me like a worm when I return?" Cheshire wondered. "Why do you care about that? Don't you understand your family yet?" She said, "Of course I do not care at all. Bruce only says nonsense." While talking, she accidentally bumped into someone else. Lilith's eyes lit up. "Hello, Uncle." Her uncle frowned when he saw the badge on her shirt. Seeing his expression, she asked worriedly, "Did I do something wrong?" Her uncle quickly explained, "No, I was just a bit startled. I am sorry if I caused a misunderstanding. Actually, I heard the news early this morning, but I could not believe it, so I came to see for myself." "No one bullied you, right?" Lilith replied clearly, "No, Cheshire has been by my side the whole time." He let out a long sigh. "Honestly, your father might be happy enough to take off his shirt and dance in the middle of the capital, but I am still worried." Lilith thought to herself, "So you are worried about me too, afraid that I will be bullied for such a low rank. But, honestly, if I want to free father from the Emperor's control, I have no other path. After being ranked 4 and taking a hit from Bruce, I know my life ahead will be much harder. But so what, if being looked down on by others can protect father?" Lilith grinned and said, "I am fine, because I still have father, Cheshire, and you, Uncle." Her uncle was moved by her words. He gently patted her head. "That is right." Finally, the long-awaited graduation day arrived. We gathered early in the Grand Hall and waited for today's schedule. An announcement rang out, "Attention, all graduating students." Everyone looked serious. Due to a change in the schedule, His Majesty the Emperor will not attend today's ceremony. Lilith chuckled inwardly. Could it be he is not coming because of me? Serves him right. Class 1026, Dose Rank, Gerard Schmidt. Class 1025, Quarto Rank, Bruce Timber. Class 1026, Dose Rank, Cheshire. Class 1025, Diaz Rank, Gem. Class 1026, Octava Rank, Lilith Rubinstein. We congratulate the 21 ability users who have completed their training. May you grow to become proud servants of the Empire. May the blessing of the Primera always be with you. Outside the gate, many parents were waiting. Lilith stared at her uncle. He seemed to have an uncomfortable look on his face. Is something wrong? She asked, Is there something you are unhappy with, uncle? What is wrong? Is it because my friends are coming with us? Her uncle asked back startled. Huh? Does my face look that bad? It is not like that. Sorry, I was just thinking about a troublesome matter regarding your father. Lilith asked curiously, Why my father? Seriously, why is father making us wait like this? I thought he would be out here since the crack of dawn. She turned to her friend beside her. I thought father was already here, so I ran out as soon as it finished. Seeing that, her uncle exclaimed, Look, even high-ranking nobles came in person to pick up their children instead of using the teleportation gate. Lilith recognized him. That is Gerard. This scene is touching. I want to see my father now too. Lilith suddenly became much more cheerful. That is our family's carriage, father. Uncle, you can let me down now. Her uncle said, All right, you are really eager to see your dad, are not you? Lilith trotted toward everyone. Grandpa, auntie brothers, how have you all been lately? Everyone was happy to see her again. Look at our little darling, you have grown so fast. Hey kid, I bought you a great graduation gift. I missed you so much. Lilith looked around expectantly. Then she looked inside the carriage. But there was no sign of her father anywhere. Ordia gave a faint smile, not knowing how to explain. I thought so too. Enoch has not returned home yet. We were worried it might be too late, so we came first. Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. Father did not come home. Where did he go? Ordia turned to the person beside her. Didn't you tell her? Theo also felt very awkward. Enoch said not to tell. So Leon and Theo had to find a way to sidestep it. He is hunting mythical creatures. Every few days he comes home just to sleep, then leaves again. Lilith watched them act it out, speechless. I guess that makes sense. If you had to name the busiest person in this country right now, it would definitely be her father. Across the vast lands of the Empire, magical creatures constantly appeared no matter how many were killed. That is why frequent monster conquests are necessary, and the most effective unit for that mission is the Holy Knight Order, and the commander of that army is her father, Enoch Rubinstein. I guess before I entered the academy, he avoided training sessions just to have a bit more time with me. But the fact that father still has not visited means. Lilith's voice trembled. Nothing happened to father, right? I mean, what if he was injured fighting monsters and could not come? After she spoke, everyone just laughed or did not know what to say. Her grandfather sighed. Don't worry, Lilith. The most meaningless thing in the world is worrying about that brat. Ordia covered her mouth and laughed. She still does not know Enoch well, father. The blonde man also laughed. You should worry for the magical monsters instead. Leon beside him burst out laughing. Father, does not that sound a bit hard to believe? The boy's father continued. No, you really should worry. If the magical monsters go extinct, your uncle-in-law will lose his job. Meanwhile, Lilith felt odd. Am I the only one taking this seriously? In the carriage, Cheshire gave her some advice. Don't stress yourself out. Let us go home and wait. Don't worry, I do not think he will get hurt. Maybe he is late because he is buying a gift for you. Even so, Lilith could not stop worrying. From the central region to the capital, it does not even take half a day in an expensive magic carriage. Then father should have been home already. I know it is useless to worry about the strongest protagonist in the world. Huh, it is Uncle Joseph. What is he doing here? And the person standing opposite him is. Is that Bruce? No way. Then the person standing next to him must be Marquis Timber. Did Uncle Joseph come to see Marquis Timber instead of my father? No way, this is not right at all. Meanwhile, at Enoch's location, I will be the one to charge it. Hey! The priest explained, charging the gate is our duty. However, you can't just touch it however you want. Axion and the young man beside him rambled, you are being too noisy. Just sit still and wait. Do you think it will charge faster if you rush? It seems our commander is truly in trouble. Enoch remained in a frustrated mood. I told you, I can do it myself. Enoch had spent the whole day talking to the priest. I just finished an extermination mission at dawn just to pick up Lilith when she was discharged. How much longer are you going to waste my time? Should I just push him aside, forcibly infuse holy power, and then leave? Meanwhile, those two priests, I am too hungry to create energy. Should we eat first? Enoch called out, no, wait. I have a daughter I cherish more than anything. Today is the day she gets discharged. I promised to pick her up, but I am stuck here. She will cry, looking for me everywhere. The priest's attitude was unexpectedly nonchalant. What? Then you should have said that sooner. Go on, put it in. Enoch suddenly wanted to punch him. Are you kidding me? Mentioning my daughter was what was necessary. After that, he infused the energy. That is enough. I do not have time to waste anymore. The teleportation gate seemed to be operating very powerfully. To the point the priest exclaimed, what the hell? Why did you infuse so much? You will break it at this rate. Enoch did not care. If any problems arise, contact Axion, the vice commander of the Holy Knights. The priest started getting annoyed. Hey, you are the one who caused this. Why are you telling me? Finally, Enoch had arrived. Lilith must have arrived home by now. I need to get back quickly. Lilith's call made Enoch's eyes turn red. She ran over, tears streaming down her face. Enoch embraced the little girl. Father's princess. My dear princess. The first thing Lilith asked was, Father, you are not hurt anywhere, right? Enoch was surprised. Huh? Why would father be hurt? No, Lilith. Why? Enoch held Lilith while questioning the other person. You did not tell her, did you? The other person found it hard to answer. You arrived late, that is why. Only then did Enoch observe Lilith closely. She must have been very scared when he was not there to meet her, and hearing he went to conquer monsters must have made her even more frightened. Actually, Ordia's group purposely kept it a secret. Enoch became a sword master at the age of 14. At age 16, he was officially knighted and became the commander of the knights. I wonder how long it has been since someone was actually worried about Enoch getting hurt. Even on the battlefield, where no one is certain to survive, everyone was certain of only one thing, his safety. This little child. So small, so fragile that she might break if not treated carefully. That child could not even speak. Enoch was silent for a moment before speaking. Little princess, father is fine. Father is perfectly fine. Were you worried? Now Lilith cries, laughs, and she even bravely went through the academy without her father. And Lilith worried for Enoch that father went to fight monsters and did not return early. Huh, father, what is wrong? Are you crying? Does it hurt? You were injured after the fight, were not you? Enoch hugged her tighter. No, father is not hurt. Father is not crying. I missed you, my little princess. Lilith cried along, me too. Finally, everyone gathered at the Rubenstein mansion. Everyone was shocked to hear Cheshire's rank. Leon was a bit jealous. You are a dose. Damn, that is amazing. Theo clapped in encouragement. Congratulations, but I always thought you would be special. Your uncle would not teach you for nothing. Ordia felt the same. Fascinating that something like this could happen. You are going to get a lot of attention now. Her father also praised him. Well done. Keep training hard. Meanwhile, Lilith was thinking about her uncle. But why? Even my uncle did not say anything. He did not have time to say anything at all. Everyone just assumed she was a dose, so they thought there was no need to ask. Enoch kept hugging Lilith and kissing her face repeatedly since he returned. Oh my God, who made you so adorable like this? Lilith went straight to the point. Why did not father ask what rank I got? Enoch could not help but laugh loudly. Is there really a need to ask? You are a genius. Of course you received the best rank. My daughter is very smart. Lilith did not seem very happy. I see. So that was the best. So Enoch also asked, Lilith, show father your badge. Lilith had put it inside her teddy bear. Okay. It is this one. Enoch's question was filled with disbelief. Lilith, whose is this? She answered without stuttering, mine. Why are you asking, father? Sorry, father, it is not a good rank. Enoch stood up and shouted, no, damn it. Father is sorry, little princess. I was so shocked that I accidentally swore. This is unbelievable. Just. How on earth? Enoch's face could not look any happier. Perhaps Lilith could see it in his eyes. He was overjoyed that she was an octava. But if he knew that being a primera meant certain death, she did not know how much pain he would suffer. I have to keep it a secret. Enoch hugged Lilith again. My little princess, you did so well. You really did a wonderful job. My little princess, you worked hard. Congratulations on graduating and receiving your rank. Lilith thought she had misheard. Did I really do well? They said it is only the 4th rank. Enoch acted as if anything she did was brilliant. Of course, you did amazing. My princess is the best in the world. What is wrong with being 4th? To me, my princess is always in 1st place. Lilith observed his rapidly changing gaze. Oh, father's look is terrifying. Now he no longer had any weaknesses. A 4th rank ability user was not obligated to join the Empire's elite legion. Even the Emperor could not force a low-level ability user to enlist. It was an unwritten rule between the Emperor and those with powers. If he arbitrarily started making exceptions, the nobility would become discontented. Furthermore, there was a mandatory military service system that already caused many noble parents to send their children to the battlefield in tears. What was the point of being an all-powerful, near-godlike primera? There were many people with abilities in this world. If they all united with one will, even the Emperor could not do much. That was why her father's rebellion succeeded in the original plot. Right, the rebellion. Lilith grabbed Enoch's collar and tugged. Father, listen to me. You know, there was this kid at the academy I got into a fight with. Enoch was a bit surprised. Huh, why did you hit your friend? Lilith continued. He was extremely mean. He bullied commoners and made them bring him bread and all sorts of things. Enoch thought she was brilliant after hearing that. Is that so? Then you did well. My princess gave him a lesson, right? Lilith nodded. Yes. Anyway, he was really nasty. Maybe he behaves like that because he learned it from his father, right? He asked further. That is right. Clearly, he was not raised properly. So, who is he? Lilith's next words were what truly shocked him. Bruce Timber. I saw his father walking with Uncle Joseph. I think they are about to become friends. He was at the academy today too. Father, what if he becomes friends with that man instead of you? Lilith was dedicated to explaining it this way. Father, do you understand now? In the original work, Joseph was her father's only strategist. What if he sided with the villains? Enoch's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Even Lilith was frightened looking at him. Something felt off. Enoch calmly recounted, You do not have to worry about Uncle Joseph. Actually, he was the one who approached me first. But there is something I am curious about. May I ask? Lilith's inner voice answered for her. No, please do not ask. Enoch did not wait and asked directly, Little princess, you wrote a letter to me, did not you? Lilith broke into a cold sweat. Huh, a letter, what letter? Enoch smiled mysteriously. Listen here, Duke Enoch Rubinstein. That is how the letter started. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere fell into an indescribable silence. Lilith could not stop worrying. Oh no, what should I do? I let my guard down. I was worried Uncle Joseph might side with someone else instead of father. But if I can't recruit that strategist, it is like losing from the very start. What should I do? Father already seemed suspicious of me before. So Lilith ignored it and temporarily pretended not to know anything. What are you talking about, father? I have no idea. She lost count of how many times Enoch looked at her with that gaze. He just kept staring. Suddenly, Enoch collapsed onto the bed and burst into laughter. It is nothing. I must have been mistaken. My princess, a few days after you entered the academy, Uncle Joseph came to see me. He said he wanted to form an alliance with me. But if people found out he and I were friends, it would not be good. Lilith finally realized, so it is a secret operation. Joseph Lutman had long held a great reputation. Power-hungry nobles all wanted him on their side. If someone like him was publicly close to her father, people might think Enoch Rubinstein was harboring grand ambitions. Even the emperor would be wary of him. Enoch chuckled. So we decided to pretend he is close to another gentleman. Lilith could not quite grasp it, but the fact that her father was explaining all of this to her. I have been caught by father. He is completely certain I wrote that letter. But she could not avoid the male lead's sharp gaze forever. Enoch called out, "My princess, it is time for bed. Good night, my little princess." Lilith decided she should be more quiet. If that is the case, for a while, I won't do anything and just pretend to be a child. Otherwise, father will start suspecting me. Early the next morning. At a formal location. Lilith sat by the window, deep in thought. For a whole week, I really did nothing but eat, sleep, use the bathroom, and play. I even intentionally cut off contact with Rico. So why did he call me here today? If I do anything suspicious, I will be in big trouble. The guards are outside, but... A voice rang out beside her. "My lady, here are the chocolate macarons and cocoa you ordered." Lilith was startled to see the man in the pink server uniform. It was Rico. "The guards are outside, right? Keep a natural expression and grab onto me as if you are asking me to play with you. First of all, congratulations on graduating from the academy. That was quite an unexpected rank. Things have become complicated. Joseph Lutman, it seems he has chosen a different course of action. About a month ago, he met a man named Marquis Alone Timber." Lilith nodded. "You do not need to worry about that. Marquis Timber is just a decoy." Rico understood the situation. "I see. Joseph is indeed very careful. He was wary this early on." "Huh. What is with this candy?" Lilith giggled. "It is delicious, so I thought I would give you some. You can have the rest." Inside the bag were magic candies. Rico took them. "You are quite careful too, my lady." Lilith smiled. "It is just the basics." "Do you really work here?" Rico did not deny it. "That is right. This is my public job. Actually, I am quite a famous pastry chef." Lilith found it fascinating. Truly a thorough cover. "But did you want to meet me because of Uncle Joseph?" Rico thought, "Not exactly. That is only part of it. There is something else you need to know. Marquis Onyx is preparing to bring back his illegitimate son." Rico continued, "And that illegitimate child is a dose, understand? The appearance of even one dose is considered a great honor for a family." Lilith was bewildered. "Is it really okay, even if everyone knows he is an illegitimate child?" He said firmly, "Of course. If Marquis Onyx takes the child back, the benefits he receives will far outweigh what he loses. Furthermore, that family is not bankrupt but very prosperous, so they intend to leave everything to that child. I heard he and the Marchioness argue about this every day." Lilith was extremely indignant. "No way. Cheshire has not even said he would leave. Why is he deciding everything on his own? Where has his conscience gone?" Rico revealed more. "Since the child is still a minor and has no legal guardian, the Marquis will claim custody if he can prove he is the biological father." Lilith was stunned. This never happened in the original plot. What is this out of the blue situation? Don't tell me. A guardian? Is it because he does not have a guardian? Rico confirmed with a nod. Exactly. Even though my lady's father is recorded as the guardian, if the biological father demands custody, the child must still be handed over. Lilith tried to remember. In the original plot, father had taken Cheshire home and registered the adoption immediately. So when Cheshire's identity was revealed later, Marquis Onyx could not just do as he pleased. But now, she asked tremblingly, an adoptive father. If Cheshire has an adoptive father, it will be okay, right? Rico explained, that is right. If the child has been legally adopted into another family, even with proof of bloodline, he can't be taken back. Lilith stood there lost in thought. Then we have to adopt him very quickly. We have to do it, and we have to hurry. With that, she immediately went to find her father. Father, Enoch said startled, my princess, I was just about to come find you. Lilith asked curiously, what is it? Enoch said to her, my princess, how would you feel if Cheshire became your brother? Her eyes widened in amazement. The father spoke hesitantly. Actually, Marquis Onyx just stopped by earlier. He is Cheshire's biological father. He is trying to take the child back. Enoch's expression became unpleasant as he recalled it. He had said it straight to Onyx's face, right? I thought only your personality was beyond cure. Turns out you do not even have a conscience. Is it because the child is a dose? Onyx laughed and replied, of course. He is my own flesh and blood, is not he? It is only natural that I bring him home to raise him. Enoch looked at him with eyes full of resentment. The man who once demanded the child be killed for fear of rumors was now saying he would adopt him because he was his son. I really wanted to punch him. Enoch said in a stern voice, but we should at least ask what the child wants. I wonder if the boy wants to see the dog who locked him up all day, beat him, and starved him. Onyx said confidently, those things never happened. Really now? I am very grateful to you, Duke, for taking care of the child all this time. After I find the child's biological mother, I will file an application with the royal family to prove the blood relationship. Even without that, proving the relationship between me and the child won't be difficult. It will take a little time, but ownership of the child will eventually be established. Enoch snapped, ownership. Onyx quickly corrected himself, custody. A slip of the tongue. An intent flashed in Enoch, should he just kill him now? With the testimony of servants who knew of the child's existence. So the very people who participated in the Marquis' abuse were now being paid a few coins to help push the child back into hell. Onyx insisted, I say again, those things never happened. Enoch decided, fine, have it your way. Then asked the child himself. See if he truly considers the Marquis, who simply sired him, to be his father. Onyx laughed deviously. The child will surely be happy. I plan to make him my heir. Everyone needs a solid position to lean on. So may I take the child now? Enoch immediately objected, no. The child's opinion is what matters most. After you file your application and obtain official authority, then come back. If you understand, please leave. I can hardly stand the sight of you any longer. Lilith saw her father standing in silence and called out, Father, why did he come here? He came to take Cheshire back, did not he? Cheshire does not want to go anywhere. She cursed under her breath, that shameless bastard. He did not even wait, and ran straight to our house. Enoch said, I think so too. But if that Marquis insists on taking Cheshire away, I can't do much. Therefore, I plan to adopt Cheshire. That way, no one will be able to take him away. Lilith was deeply moved. Her father had prepared everything in advance. That was her father for you. From the day Cheshire returned with the dose badge, he must have anticipated this. Considering the current situation, Enoch turned and said to her, but I should ask my princess's opinion first, since you will have another brother. She nodded and replied, that is true. Enoch asked worriedly, my princess, why do you have that face? Do you not like it? Lilith said startled, no, it is not like that. I knew things would unfold according to the original plot. Cheshire would become my father's adopted son and my brother. Enoch Rubinstein and Cheshire Rubinstein. The protagonists who saved the world, a father and son bound by a link stronger than blood. That is how it was supposed to be. So why was I hesitating so much? There was no other way but this. Finally, Lilith decided. All right. Let us do it. I like that. While Cheshire was practicing, she went to find him. You like me, right? Cheshire shyly confirmed it. Lilith also admitted, that is right. I like you too. She hesitated before continuing, then. Do you want to become my family? Cheshire replied, I want that too. I like the idea. Lilith said, I see. Cheshire, who once said he did not need a family, now seemed able to accept both me and father as family. But for me, this did not feel right. What should I really do? Right. Cheshire, let us definitely become family. He nodded and said, okay. A subordinate called out, Sir, what brings you here? Axion announced, I am here for Cheshire's enlistment. Where is he? The subordinate wondered. Pardon, shouldn't that be handled by our Duke? Graduates with abilities from rank 1 to rank 3 are immediately recruited as young soldiers. At that time, it is customary for the commander of the corresponding rank legion to directly oversee the recruitment. The commander of the Rank 1 Legion is Enoch Rubinstein, but since my princess is graduating soon, I will be busy for a while. So, you take over the young soldier recruitment for me. At that time, Axion was extremely annoyed. Your daughter graduating, why does that make you busy? Enoch answered nonchalantly, because I have to play with her. Hearing that, Axion went even crazier. Do you want me to hit you? Back to the present, he asked. Where's the boy? The subordinate replied, over there. Everyone around looked toward Lilith. The young lady is here too. She is so cute. My lady, I want a daughter too. Your jaws are about to drop. Close your mouths. Axion reminded them sternly, enough joking. Get back to work. Everyone curiously asked him, by the way, sir, are you still not married? Why not marry quickly so you can have a lovely child like the young lady? Axion said. I won't. I do not want to whine about my daughter like a certain someone. Everyone sympathized with him. I understand your feeling. The young lady is looking this way. Lilith ran over and hugged her uncle. What are you doing here, uncle? Axion thought to himself, my niece is so cute. Then, he answered her, I am here to handle the work your lazy father pushed onto me. Lilith asked curiously, what work? He said, Cheshire's enlistment. He turned to ask Cheshire, you are a mana user type, and you will continue using a sword, right? He nodded and replied, yes. A subordinate announced again, sir, wait a moment. Someone is looking for Cheshire. Axion froze for a few seconds. What? Who is it? Onyx walked straight up to Cheshire. My son. Are you doing well? I missed you. Cheshire was stunned. Marquis Onyx.